Hello and welcome to today's conference session.
And welcome everyone to day two of PHDwin Wing. I'm sitting here with my partner in crime, Nick. How you doing today, Nick?
Pretty good. How about you?
Doing pretty good. Doing
All
pretty
right.
good. I thought we had some good sessions yesterday, some good conversations, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would say I really enjoyed Jim Tague. That was really interesting. The reporting stuff. I learned a ton from that. I'm still finishing watching up Mari Lenez because I had to take some calls actually during that one. But that was really cool as well. The Q&A was just fantastic. I learned a lot. I learned more from guest clients than anything from figuring out problems and just all these things that can come up. And I didn't know all these things about overestimating, underestimating, all the reasons for it, and it was very fascinating for Jim to get into that. And it was great to have him here as well. I talked to him for about 5 minutes, and by the end, we were talking about the philosophy of truth. Like immediately, I was like, "Oh my god, this guy's incredible!"
Yeah.
So that was really fun.
Yeah, I've known Jim for a long time. He's kind of moved into more of this educator role, and that's why he's doing
Right.
these textbooks. And that's why, I think that presentation he gave was almost like a master course level as far as the level of depth that he went into and the
Yeah.
amount of detail that he went into. But prior to kind of moving to this role, he was at some private firms in the past, and so I've been kind of following him throughout his career, and it was a real big win for me to get him on PHDwin Week finally
Mm-hmm.
and have him share his knowledge with the our greater PHDwin Week audience. And then the Marilinas, obviously, anytime we have Marilina on, she does such a good job representing that the new cutting edge part of the industry. I really liked her in the Q&A when she talked about how basically the difference between fast tracking the regulatory hurdles versus not is what can make something economic or not. Me and you are so
Yeah.
used to pricing and decline curves
Yeah.
determining economics. How about that? Just a permit is the thing, right? So
Yeah, I mean that's when I get that big picture. That big picture look at things is when I talk to clients who are doing this whole process as opposed to just looking at the database itself, is what I usually do. So that I always try to soak up all that information whenever possible.
I think that we've got some good presentations on today. We've got Richard Smith in our leading slot today. A lot of y'all might not know Richard, but in our company, he's considered a legend. He was the one that helped us move Maersk Oil and Gas in a very short amount of time from having no reserve report, having no reserve system, to having a reserve report, to having that company put together and reporting out, what their value was. And so that's something that anytime we bring new people into TRC, that's the story that we often talk about, because it was just such a difficult push to do that in such a short amount of time. So he's going to come on and talk about that experience. And then also later this afternoon, we've got a really good panel. I'm really looking forward to the panel this afternoon. One of the things going in the PHDwin Wing that I wanted to highlight was this panel. I worked real hard to make sure that these key players kind of came together. And I think the discussion to be had here is one that if you're watching this and you're in the industry and you want to hear a good discussion about current industry conditions and what's going on, I'm really hoping that it can elevate the whole conversation in the entire industry. So I'm really looking forward to that one. And then, one thing also I want to point out, just kind of some notes. But one last thing we're going to do is in just a little while, I'm going to bring on Nick, some guys from a vendor that we've been working with named Forecasts. Me and you met them at NAPE, went over to their booth, right? Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, it was pretty cool. I really enjoyed what we saw there, and so we worked with them. They have an export that comes in the PHDwin
Right.
really well,
Good.
and so they're going to demo the product, show that export. Before we get there, just some quick notes about today and PHDwin Week in general. First of all, if this is your first day coming on to PHDwin Week this year, welcome. Nice to see you. Right, we're happy to have you. This year, it's one constant stream. So in previous years, we had a different link for every single stream. This year, we're doing it more like a TV channel, right? Like a 24-hour news channel where it's just going, going, going. And so there is the stream on the PHDwin Week website that you can register to see. There is the stream on our client portal site. So if you have a client portal login, just log into the client portal and you can watch the stream there. Also, we're streaming on YouTube and LinkedIn. The replay of everything that happened yesterday is currently on YouTube. So if you want to rewatch any of these sessions that me and Nick were just talking about, go on YouTube, look at our channel, and we just sent out an email earlier today that has that link as well. And you can go on there and you can see the replay of the entire session. Now, the plan is in the long run, we're going to cut that up. We're going to take the individual sessions and put them up for replay within our client portal. But for the moment, if you just want to see a replay of any part of it, the whole 7-hour stream or whatever it was is now on YouTube. So if you want to go and take a look at that, you can rewatch anything that happened yesterday. Some people did talk about how there was problems with clarity yesterday with some of the streams. So I'm just going to let anyone know that was part of that. We worked with our host for this stream. We've upped the resolution some. And so hopefully, everyone will have a better experience, especially for our 11 o'clock session, that ongoing training session. Hopefully everyone will have a better experience. But if anyone has any issues or any questions, please email events, the word events, event with an S, events at PHDwin.com. That's where you can send your questions for any of the presenters. That's where you can send questions for us about PHDwin Week or having any issues that you have. We're going to do a Q&A session just like yesterday at the end of the day around 3:30. So keep an eye out for that. And then we'll bring everyone, back on for the day and have them talk some about, what especially, what came up that day, especially the people on the panel. And so, if you have those questions, submit them. And then we'll make sure that any of your questions that you have for the presenters get answered in that 3:30 segment. But again, if first day is always kind of a bit of a work in progress. That's why we do PHDwin Week, not PHDwin Day, right, Nick? So that way we can have some time to kind of catch up and fill in. And so if you're having any problems, any issues, then please let us know. events@PHDwin.com, and we'll be sure to reach out to you and help you out. Also, we're having a giveaway every single day for PHDwin Week. The first one was kind of a bit of a secret. I just wanted to see who participated the most. And so our person who participated the most got to win a $50 gift card yesterday. For today, we've got a new challenge. If you're watching one of the segments, tag us. So tag our TRC account on LinkedIn and do hashtag PHDwin Week, and then tell us what segment you're watching. And we're going to pick out of one of those random tags someone to win a $50 gift card to either Target or Amazon. You get to pick. So, go ahead and tag us. You take advantage of it. Last year, we gave away hundreds of dollars in gift cards to people that were watching PHDwin Week, and that made it, really exciting. And so please, take our money, get on LinkedIn, tag us, let us know what sessions you're watching. Let us know what you like or don't like about it on LinkedIn. We're definitely watching that feed, and we will be part of that conversation. You're a little bit more social media savvy than me, Nick, right? So maybe you can give them a little bit of advice about getting in there.
I don't know. I saw your TikTok the other day. It was pretty good.
I'm trying, right? But it's always about personal growth. So with that said, so in just a minute, we're going to bring on the guys from Forecast. We're going to talk with them a little bit about their product and their demo. One last little announcement. So PHDwin Week is going to be through the entire week this year. Tomorrow in the afternoon, we have our ethics session. If you're watching this for PE credit, make sure you catch the ethics session tomorrow. That is a requirement for you to count this for PE credit. Now, after PHDwin Week's over, we're going to have a form for y'all to submit to count for what sessions y'all are watching. We're not watching y'all because there's so many different streams. We can't 100% know what you watched and what you didn't watch. So you take note of it. We're going to have a place where you can submit what hours of how many PHDwin Week hours you watched. And as long as the ethics session was part of it, then we can give you PE hour credits for your time for PHDwin Week this week. Continuing education is a really important part of why we do PHDwin Week. And we want to make sure that you're getting that extra benefit out of it. So don't miss the session tomorrow, which I think is going to be a really good session, actually, going back and forth and getting that presentation ready. And then just make sure, whenever you see that form, we'll send that email for getting your PE credit after the week's done. Just account for all the different hours of how many hours you watch PHDwin Week, and then we'll make sure you get a certificate and credit for that. So I think, at that point, Nick, I think that's all the announcements. That's part of this morning session. It's about just kind of getting through the announcements, kind of talking with people a little bit. But, so let me just ask you real quick before I bring on the Forecast guys, Nick. This has been your first PHDwin Week. What do you feel about it? You feeling good so far?
So far, it's great. I really, it feels pretty cool to see, just how professional it looks this year, especially. Sebastian has been behind the scenes doing a really good job. I feel a little bit like Tom Brady on Fox when he made his broadcasting debut on Sunday, and I was watching that really closely because I was like, I'm about to do a little mini version of that, so we'll see. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It was really great having so many people in the office yesterday to just talk and catch up, and it's been really great, and looking forward to the rest of it.
I mean, it was awesome. So we had Larry Connor in the office, and we gave him the Connor Award, first annual Connor Award in person. That was awesome to have him sit here at this table, a guy that has had so much influence on TRC. And so if you missed that, be sure to catch the replay on YouTube. But yeah, Nick, I think you're doing pretty good. I mean, you've definitely got the Tom Brady look. So, maybe. So, this is one of those things, the more you do it, the more comfortable you get. So I appreciate you sitting here with me and being part of it. All right, now it's time. Let's go ahead and bring on Zach and Andrew with Forecast. And let's talk with them a little bit about, what they're doing in the industry and their products. So 1 second, let me go ahead and get them on the street. So there's Zach. Hi, Zach.
Good morning.
Hi, boys. How y'all doing?
Morning. Oh, how are you?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Welcome to PHDwin.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, I'm happy to have y'all. So, as I was talking to Nick earlier, this kind of came about, we went by y'all's Nate booth last year, got to talk with y'all a little bit, got to, talk to y'all's full team and all that. And we thought it was just really interesting for what y'all are doing. If y'all wouldn't mind talking a little bit, I'll let either one of y'all, I'll take lead on this one, a little bit about, Forecast and what your goals are with the product.
Sure. Who wants to go? You want to go, Andrew? You want me to go?
Well, I'll just introduce myself. So since you're going to be probably giving the demo here, my name is Andrew Munoz. I'm the primary developer at Forecast, and we've got this product that we feel is a really good streamlined tool for doing quick deal screening, quick deal analysis, and as part of this effort here, we're really trying to integrate with other companies' existing tool set. So, a lot of companies use PHDwin, and we thought, well, let's integrate our forecasting tool with them and use some of the tools that we built to help high grade their PHDwin projects. So we've incorporated in our forecasting tool the ability to do that. But a little bit about my background. I'm invading the space here a little bit. I'm a geophysicist by background, but I've worked for many years on data science teams and worked with reservoir engineers to kind of build my skill sets in the data science and forecasting and engineering space. And so now that I'm doing that full time, it's pretty fun, and I've been enjoying it. So let Zach go ahead.
Awesome. We'd love to have you, Andrew.
Thanks. There's the technical side. Hi, my name is Zach Coughlin. I was part of Forecast when we started it 2020, so it's been an ongoing project. Andrew hit the high notes of what our goals are pretty well there. My background is non-technical. It's in finance and banking, and I had co-founded a small mineral and non-op company in Oklahoma 2017. So that was my introduction into oil and gas. And that's kind of how Forecast came about after the fact. We were striving to create a tool that could be used by technical and non-technical people both. So 4 years later, that's kind of where we're at now. And enjoyed working with you guys along the way.
One thing you mentioned, Andrew, is about how y'all have these integrations, y'all have this different partnerships. So I understand that y'all have a data feed that goes into Forecast, right? Can you talk about that a little bit?
So that's part of our value proposition. Is we not only do we have kind of a full stream from data all the way to economics, but we include the data as well. So we have a data partnership with RexTag, and what we do is we actually get their data with regular updates, just every time they get public data updates, and we push it through to Forecast, and we actually auto forecast the entire U.S. Oil, gas, and water data sets. So you start off with a forecast, and we can do spacing calculations and things like that on the back end since we have the entire data set. But we provide that to our clients, and so we can so they can start off without having to load any data. They just comes right into Forecast, and they can get going right away.
That's really cool. That's a big question a lot of our clients ask. what different data providers are available, who do we work with. We have the integration with RexTag. We can bring in those, what are they, .rex files real easily into our system. But that's cool how y'all have taken it and y'all have used it to kind of build around y'all's engine and made it so that's really convenient for the clients. We do have a lot of mutual clients, people using your tool, people using our tool. And the whole thing is trying to serve those clients, trying to make sure that we have this really nice, efficient workflow in this industry. Because what we all want is be able to do work efficiently. We want to be able to represent, y'all aren't a huge company. We're not a huge company, but we can still put a lot of value on the table. And we want to make sure we're representing that value, and that people that use any of our tools, any of our solutions, know that we're trying to work together. We're trying to do the best we can to make these products integrated. So that way, there is this kind of efficiency that can be had that you don't quite have whenever you're sitting there and printing out and importing in and all this kind of extra work that sometimes happens with the PDFs. Y'all have seen it before where the poor techs, all they have is PDFs of the production and all that, and they're sitting there 10 keying things and that sort of thing. And so we're all about integrations and making this more efficient as possible. Also, if you wouldn't mind talking a little bit, so one thing I think is really interesting about your tool and just kind of the direction of the industry in general is, there is this kind of need to be able to, do the scoping work, to be able to get in there and quickly get an idea, whenever you're looking at these plays, kind of what's going on and all that. Can y'all talk a little bit about maybe some of the work that y'all have had with clients, some of those experiences, and what's kind of inspired y'all's development process?
Sure. Andrew can handle the development process part.
Yeah, I mean, we take our clients' feedback and basically put it right into our roadmap. It's one of those things where we try to turn around features really quickly. We try to do what is most important, what's most needed, what's going to save you time, what's going to save you money, what's going to give you the best tools that you need to do an evaluation. And so everything that we incorporate has to have that in mind. And so again, like the export functionality, right? There's a lot of companies that still need to have their reserve reports officially, in PHDwin. They can send a PhD file to a data room, or they can send it to their bank or send it to their auditors. We're not really focusing on doing that. We're focusing on the analytics tools and kind of the forecasting tools and our own kind of economic de-risking tools. So having this kind of bridge between the two, it was asked for, and so that's why we did it. And not only, you guys approached us as well, and that facilitated it really quickly. But clients wanted it, and so that's why how we're driven by. When clients want something, we go ahead and we go do it. So
delicate balance, though, right? Because you can't
do everything within reason and within the scope of what we're trying to accomplish.
I think a lot of people, whenever they just kind of look at the face of this, they might look at the two of us and say, they're competitors. Why are they even on the same stream? But I think you really laid it out there, Andrew, that there's different parts of this, and there's different parts of the workflow, different parts of the process, different emphases for each company and what our goals are. We really try to be like a system of record. I spend a lot of time, Nick can vouch for it. I spend so much time working with the major banks in the company, making sure that they're getting on these builds and releases and that they are up to date. And we're really conservative about our methodology. Unless it can be signed off on by major consulting firms and banks and all that, we can't move forward, because that's who's going to back us up. That's who's going to sign off on those reserves. But, there is also people that, want to have new toys and want to get into different spaces and want to do maybe things that aren't our focus. And that's where I think partnerships and this kind of emphasis can really help out. We want to show from our side at TRC that, if a client brings us a company that's willing to work with us, we'll work with pretty much anyone that can integrate with that makes sense, that makes sense in some sort of workflow. And so that's why I'm really happy to work with y'all. And one thing that came up is, so Nick came and went by your booth. You were really impressed by their stuff, right, Nick, whenever you went to go see him at NAME?
Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know this was going to end up happening. I'm so glad that we can have you guys on here. But, I actually came up and met you all at NAPE this year. And, my background is largely data science as well. I studied business analytics and technology, and we did machine learning and databases there. So I'm really fascinated when I hear about these new cutting edge tools. And one thing I really like about this company since being here is that we do have this willingness to quickly integrate with new things. Like, for example, we got this presentation on Friday by Blue River talking about integrating Spotfire into PHDwin, how you can take it further. And you're talking about banks and consulting firms. Those are the most demanding in terms of they constantly want new stuff. They want new tools, and Spotfire is an example of that. And hopefully we can just keep going with more and more of those initiatives. So I'm really glad that we can have this conversation.
Well, to that end, guys, we really appreciate you all being on. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead. So we've got some time. I want y'all to kind of give everyone a feel for what y'all's tool looks like and the integration that y'all have with PHDwin. So if y'all wouldn't mind sharing your screen and giving us a little demo of the forecast setup, that would be excellent.
Let's do it. Can you see that okay? I can't tell which screen it's sharing. There we go.
Put it on right now. There you go.
Can you see it okay?
Yeah, we can see it. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Fortunately, I've done a few of these, so this should go pretty smoothly. As you can see, we have this RexTag logo on our front page. Shout out RexTag and Spotfire. They have been great companies to work with so far, and we appreciate everybody's involvement in those collaborations. So as Andrew was mentioning earlier, RexTag is built into Forecast essentially, and you start by loading the states and or basins, and then filters along the way until you get to whatever data it is that you're attempting to load. So what I had started to do here is load horizontal Oklahoma wells that came online since roughly 2017. There are plenty of them. Appears that we have about 14,000 some odd. So we loaded those, and the whole workflow is linear, top to bottom, left to right. So we keep it as simple as possible. That is definitely one of the primary goals. So we loaded about 4,000 wells, and those will flow through onto this page. As mentioned, Spotfire is acting as the front end here. So we're looking at Oklahoma, and we've got filters and pop-ups that control different features, as you can see here. So this particular pop-up is letting me color code the wells by whatever is selected right now. It's based on operator, and then we can make some prospecting type of maps. We're not attempting to be a G&G software necessarily, but Andrew is pretty slick at creating good algorithms and has come up with this grading feature here. So what I've done is go into the tool, grab the Woodford, select the Woodford in this Chauveltum area, and selected those based on subsea TVD calculated public tops, and then created this kind of quick and dirty subsea TVD structure map of the Woodford, which took about 25, 30 seconds. So good for prospecting and screening different areas, especially geologically complex areas like this one. It's all faulted. As you can see, these red lines, these are publicly reported basement faults. So, but this entire screen is essentially analytics. So mark some wells on the map. Those will roll through into the wellheader table here. Everything can dump out and export into Excel tables from essentially everywhere on the program. And then summary analytics, different ways of visualizing data. Andrew kind of briefly mentioned the spacing tool. I'm gonna let you sign up for a demo to go too deep into that one because we're kind of proud of it at this point. But so we can go through deals and we can screen them very quickly. We can go through a mineral deal, we can go through an auction deal on EnergyNet. There's your shout out. We could look at a whole company, and since EOG is where I cut my teeth, and we should probably pick on them, especially since they took this part off of their presentation, so they don't care if I run the Woodford in Oklahoma. So we'll do that. So we've got these EOG wells filtered to EOG, and did we filter Woodford yet? Yeah. So we're going to do just the Woodford part of the EOG wells in Oklahoma. Different types of map layers exist. If you know Spotfire, then you're probably familiar. If not, I'll show you pretty quick. So different ways of looking at maps depending on what the user prefers. I'm going to keep it on dark mode because that's just my style. So every well in the data set, 6 million some odd wells, is auto forecast once a month when we update RegStack's data set. So you kind of start with the end result, and that can be modified as needed. And we'll kind of go through that and see what those look like. So take all the EOG wells on the map. These are all Woodford. We won't go too deep into the analytics of this, get to the good parts. Once you get to the bottom of the page, as mentioned earlier, you just move on to the next from left to right. And it appears we have 85 horizontal Woodford wells by EOG marked here. So let's take a look at the first one. This is the Banshee 2029 1H, which actually sold some minerals in for a gentleman about a year ago. So this one serves as a good example. So right now you're looking at the auto forecast. We can grab all of them, switch to the view mode, turn on the trellis. Where's my trellis? And look at all of the auto forecasts, roll through them, see what we like, and go adjust what we don't. We can also build type curves quickly, which I'll show you in just a second. So here are our auto forecasts for these wells. I'd probably go fix that one. These look pretty good, especially in the really challenging looking gas data. Don't complain about those too much. I would go fix that one. Let's see. Some more examples of auto forecasts, but you get the general idea. So at this point, users can edit them manually here, can build type curves. And once you have manually saved a well that you've edited, that will override the auto forecast. And then at the point that you're ready to export for PHDwin, you'll essentially click this button, hit this button, and first you pick which version of PHDwin you want to export. So version 2, version 3, we'll do version 3 right now. This is, I believe, just the forecast export. And then that will go into the downloads. Simple enough. Open it up, and we have been working with Jonathan and the team over there so that you can bring this file into PHDwin and dump it out of forecast for that purpose. Typically, reservoir engineer clients of ours favor this, and they're kind of the ones that have inspired it. So thank you guys too. Shout out to the clients. So let's look at a type curve. So we have Woodford. I'm going to switch this back to edit mode, turn the trellis back off, and the engineers will gripe at me if I don't pick a small area and make a type curve. So let's say that I want these wells here, and we're going to stay to the west of this fault line because I happen to believe that these wells perform significantly differently. So we're going to pick those wells based on the area. We have not binned it based on lateral. We also haven't binned it based on date, so we should probably do that. Take the date filter, run it up to, call it 2020-ish, and there are only 5 left, so it's not a lot to work with. Let's go back and pick this area. So we can move around fairly quickly as needed. 11 wells in that area. Doesn't make me feel super good about making a type curve, but we'll work with what we got, because oftentimes in real life transactions, we work with what we've got. So I can see the average lateral length is approximately 10,000 foot. So let's make a normalized 10,000 foot lateral, and we're going to run a best fit algorithm through all of the data that we've filtered to. And then we will create, let's say we want to make a development program as if there are 50 Woodford wells that can be developed in this area. So we'll call this EOG Woodford 10K so that I know what I'm creating. Start date will be October 1st. And let's say we want to make 50 of them, and they're going to do 5 wells per pad and offset them by 3 months apiece. So we have normalized that to 10,000 foot. Make sure that I refit it again. I'm not sure I hit it the second time after. You definitely want to hit refit after switching to normalize because it's going to scale the production data up based on lateral length. So users, if you're watching, remember. Hit the add button. So now we've created essentially 50 development wells, PUDs, ducts, whatever you want to call them. They're all effectively the same thing to me in this situation. You just set the timing for different scenarios. So if it's PUD, then I'm going to push it out further. If it's a permit, if it's a duct, the situation itself depends on when we're going to start the cash flow for all of these. So in a few seconds, we'll see 50 PUDs, development wells, and those will all save here. And then we will go into economics and just take a look at a hypothetical 50 new well scenario with the PDP as is going forward. And we've got histograms that can be modified based on map selection, etc. Let's see if I skipped anything. I don't think so. So we normalize the lateral, various ways of looking at production data and forecasting here. This little tool will allow you to modify wells one at a time as needed. And it should probably fix one well that has a bad auto fit, because anyone who tells you that all auto forecasts are good, red flag. Different ways that we can modify wells. So let's say I don't like this forecast at all. This data is pretty tough. This is the exact area where I cut my teeth and lost a bunch of money once. So probably prefer to not do that again. And we're going to use this new feature that is essentially hanging a type curve. So we've created this type curve and we're going to use this type curve. Whoops, apply it. I just deleted it instead of using it. But Andrew's laughing at me in the background. Once this moves forward, we're going to take this type curve and we're going to copy the parameters of the type curve into this particular well that we don't have enough data for, and essentially hang it off of the last month of production. And instead I deleted it, so bear with me. User error does happen if you click the wrong buttons. Oh, come on. This is when I need to learn better jokes, which is exactly how demos go. Sometimes you find a hiccup that is user error and figure it out from there. Come on, there we go. Okay, so we're going to take this type curve and copy it, not delete it. And then we're going to click this little icicle looking button, and that is going to apply the type curve to the volumes of this well so that we can at least reasonably forecast wells with either not enough data, early time wells, data that's challenging to forecast in general, etc. And so you'll see this poor fit for oil and gas change to manual. So that will save over the auto forecast, which that one wasn't worth keeping anyways. So we'll do that and move into the economics. Unless my computer locks up while we're doing this and we completely embarrass ourselves, which also happens in demos sometimes. Okay, let's see. Stall. Find something else to talk about. Should be done any second now. Okay, so we're in economics. What you see on this screen is whatever you last run. So 85 PDP wells. We're going to look at this from the operator's perspective. I'm just going to shortcut it and call it 1280 over 1280, giving them 100% working interest and 75%. I recall, because Andrew just told me, that I did not highlight the PUDs that I just made on the last page, so I need to go back and do that so that they flow through here. I think I highlighted one, but bear with us. All right, Andrew, I'm about to skip the PUDs. No, we're not skipping them. Okay, so highlight all these 50, come back into the economics so that these will flow through into that. And then we will build out some hypothetical scenarios. So we're going to simultaneously evaluate the PDP of these existing horizontals going forward. Remember, these are EOG Woodford horizontals, and we're going to arbitrarily pick, not terribly arbitrarily, because EOG will tell us in their presentation what their acreage position is and their costs. So hypothetically, based on my understanding, we drill these wells for 7.5, maybe $8 million today. And we're going to apply CapEx to the PUDs only. We'll probably find out why EOG took this out of their investor presentation, because we're going to use their price deck, which, if I recall correctly, is currently $46 for oil and $1.50 for gas flat. Cost assumptions, $8 million for a new well. I don't really recall what the monthly LOE fixed is in this area. We'll plug $7,000. Seems reasonable, maybe conservative. Pricing 46, 150. We're not going to mess with NGLs, although there are some NGLs in this area. So actually, I'm going to plug some number in here. We'll use $17 a barrel for NGL price, and we're going to use 20% gas shrink and call it 80 barrels per MMCF for NGL yield. That should do it. So we run the cash flow, 85 PDPs, 49, because I accidentally deleted one of the 50, 49 wells. We deleted one off of our drilling schedule, accidentally or on purpose. And going forward, I should have looked at the effective date. What was my effective date? Effective date was 8/1. Close enough. We should probably set it to 9/10, but that won't affect it in a super material way, I wouldn't think. And then take a look at what we get. We know that EOG states that they need a 30% discounted return at the price deck that they report, and that deal doesn't work here, it appears, which is not surprising and probably why they took it off their investor presentation completely. So that's a decent example of how we can evaluate an entire position or a small piece of a position. We can come and flip this to a mineral type of transaction. So we flip it from operator to non-operated to minerals. We're going to set this to one NRA. These are primarily 1280s, so I'm just going to make that assumption. So we're quickly going to switch from looking at it from EOG's perspective to a mineral buyer's perspective. Once you switch from operated, non-operated to minerals, cost assumptions will zero out. That's just a catch-all so that we don't accidentally apply cost to a mineral royalty type of transaction. And then we'll see on a per wellbore basis discounted cash flows from a 1 acre lease at 12.5% perspective. All of that flows into these different types of cash flow visualizations and then into financials, which you will see here. We have some standardized reports that can be printed, reserve one-liners, economic summaries, etc. And you'll see all of that here. So anything that's available in the program as a column, whether it be pre-calculated pricing, production, it can all be exported with a button click. Export whatever table you like and move on to the next deal. I think that's a whole demo, guys. How long did that one take? Not too long. Question and answer time?
No,
Did I miss anything, Andrew?
thank you all
No,
very
you're
much. That was a good demo, Zach. Thank you very much for coming on and showing us what Forecast can do. That was cool.
Yep, I'll keep it right now in case people have questions about specific things.
Well, in just a minute, we gotta. So, just a quick announcement at 9, around about 9:45, 9:50, we're gonna start a QED quick start. That's gonna incorporate some interesting stuff from QED Energy Consultants working in the version 3 of the program. Yeah, Courtney. Y'all know Courtney Stevens and QED.
Oh, Courtney.
But that was a great demo, Zach. I really appreciate you and Andrew coming on. I want to just real quick, how do people get a hold of y'all? Where can they reach y'all? Where can they get questions to? So we
website is forecast.io. So you can reach out here. Pretty much every single button that says schedule a demo goes to the same area, and you can schedule a demo that way. My email is Zach, Z-A-C, at forecast with a 4cast.io, Zach at forecast.io. Andrew's is the same, Andrew at forecast.io. You can find us on LinkedIn. You can dig deep and find me on Twitter if you want to go into the rabbit hole of that. Miss anything, Andrew?
Nope, that was it.
Also, y'all have a page on our website. So if anyone is just on the PHDwin website, y'all can go to the vendor page for forecasts, and we have a little form there. And any kind of questions you'll ask there, we'll pass along to the team here, so that way they can reach out to you. This is really great, guys. Thank y'all for showing me the tool. Thank you for showing us the integration. It's really cool. I've integrated with both versions of PHDwin. How you can take those type curves and bring them straight in our system. We look forward to working with y'all more, get more of that data in our system, and working with the mutual clients to figure out what their needs are and to make this a really effective workflow for everyone. This year's theme for PHDwin Week was about getting back to work, and I know y'all have kind of seen that too, starting in 2020. I'm sure y'all have seen this uptick in this last year of some people getting real serious about deals and this new push towards deal flow. So I really appreciate y'all jumping on and being part of that conversation. And we'll be sure to reach out to you for any questions that the audience has. But for now, I just want to give you all the floor just for a moment. Do y'all have any closing thoughts, Zach or Andrew?
Closing thoughts. I just appreciate you guys bringing us on here. It's been great working with you, and that's a refreshing approach. Collaboration seems to work better, so prefer to continue it in that direction.
Absolutely.
Well, thank y'all very much for y'all's time. I really appreciate it. As I said, y'all go, anyone watch right now, go grab a quick bathroom break, and then you'll jump back on for QED Energy Consultants. No, I said that yesterday, and Courtney got me. Energy Associates. It's not consultants. It's Energy Associates. I'm sorry, Courtney. I know she's watching out there. Zach, she'll come and find me in Nape, right? So I'm sorry, Courtney. It's QED Energy Associates. They'll be on with a quick start session in just a couple minutes. But for now, thank you, Forecast guys. We appreciate it. And we will be talking with y'all guys soon.
Go get
have a good one.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good week.
See you.
So next up is Frankie Delgado from QED Energy Associates. Frankie is someone that whenever he gives me a call or he calls into support for PHDwin, I love getting that call. He always has the best questions. He always has such good insight to the program and how deal flow should happen in our industry. And I'm really looking forward to this particular session. He's going to show everyone how to import V2 databases into version 3. There is an import function going on here. If it's a PHZ3 file, you transfer the file in. But if it's an old 2 PHZ without the 3 on the end, it's an import. And Frankie's going to show you exactly in just a couple minutes what that looks like. Thank you very much for joining us for PHDwin Week. We hope that you have a great day today. Also, after this session, be sure to catch at 10 a.m. Richard Smith, one of the legendary characters in TRC's history, is going to talk about our deal with Maersk Oil and Gas and how he pushed them to create a reserve record report in an amount of time that many would consider to be impossible in this industry. So learn how Richard did it, learn how PHDwin and the partners like Ryder Scott did it at 10 o'clock. Then at 11, we have a training segment coming up with Marshall Wigley, the second part of the training segment. If you caught the first part, we're going to have the second part at 11 a.m. There'll be 4 parts in total. You watch all these, you can be pretty effective in version 3 just in this PHDwin Week. Then during the lunch break, we're going to have a replay from previous year's PHDwin week, one of our favorite sessions that you might have missed. Then after the lunch break, we're going to come back, and Garrett Hoover, our report specialist at TRC Consultants, is going to show you some of the new reports and outputs that we have in PHDwin version 3. And then me and him are going to sit down and talk a little bit about how you can use the new Spotfire package in version 3 to do the kind of integration, if you want to do that kind of integration to yourself with the Spotfire subscription that you already have. And then the crown jewel today, 2 p.m., there's a panel coming on, and it's going to be an absolute barn burner. I make sure you catch it, 2 p.m. sharp. We're going to have a panel talking about the state of the industry, current market trends. It's something I've been really looking forward to. But for now, in about a minute, get ready. Frankie Delgado is going to blow your hair back with a quick start from QED Energy Associates. Thank you all very much for watching PHDwin Week.
Thank you for joining us on PHDwin Week 2024. We hope you enjoyed the Tuesday morning session.
Coming up next is Frankie Delgado from QED Energy Associates. Frankie will present how to import a PHDwin v2 database into PHDwin v3.
This is Frankie's second year on PHDwin Week. Last year, Frankie received raving reviews for his presentation, install, and get up and running in v3 fast. Frankie's original session on PHDwin Week is one of the most streamed to this day. We hope you will enjoy Frankie's new content this year. We would like to thank Frankie and QED for their support on making this PHDwin Week the best source for PHDwin v3 content. Let's get started. Please welcome Frankie Delgado from QED Energy Associates.
Hi everyone, my name is Frankie Delgado with QED Energy Associates, and today I'm going to show you how to import a PHDwin v2 database into PHDwin v3. First thing you have to do is go ahead and open up PHDwin v3. Once you have PHDwin v3 opened up, you just have to create a blank database for you to pull your v2 database into. So to do that, I'm just going to drop down my database list right here and go to Create New Database. Once I have that set up, I'm just going to type in a new database name into the database window. I'm just going to call this guy Project Yellow because that's what my v2 database is called. Okay. Once you have the name set there, just click on Create, and it will create a new blank PHDwin v3 database for you to work from. Okay. Once you have your v3 database created and open, blank database that is, all you have to do is go up here to the top left in the portion of the home ribbon in the Add Import section, and then go all the way down to Import. Click on that guy, and that will open up your import window. Then from there, just in the Select File section, click the three little ellipses button over here on the right to select the location of your PHDwin v2 database. Mine is in the folder on my desktop called PHDwin v3. So I'm going to open that. Then there's a folder in there called v2. Open that up, and I can see in there is my yellow.phz database. So I'm going to click on that and then click Open. And I can see the file path right here to my v2 database, PHZ. I want to bring in the PHZ, not the PHD. Now, once I have that set, I can choose the options. The one I see is, how to display my error log, and I'm just going to display it on error. Once I have that set, I can just go ahead and click on Import. And then you click on that, and it goes ahead and it just starts to import the actual database into v3. It doesn't take too long. Once it does, you'll just get a case list with your cases in it, and everything else in here will still look like it does right now. But we can just start to edit views and go through things like that. Okay, my import is done. I can see I have all 88 of my cases in here in the case list. Now if I go up here in the scenarios and I drop that down, I see I now have a scenario called QED. That's because in my v2 database I had a partnership called QED, which holds different investments and ownership values. So right now, I'm just going to go ahead and select the standard view because that's the one I like to use on my laptop here. Once that comes up, I just do a quick edit on it. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this second graph down here and take my 70-year graph, click it, and drag it just to this top up here. And then I have it in here in this setup here. So now I can see that in my QED scenario, I've got, my monthly prices that came in from V2 for gas, oil, and NGL. Brought in the differentials and everything. It brought in the models as you would expect it to do from V2 to V3. I go to expenses, and I can see that did bring in all of my expenses. Go to my ownership, and I can see that it brought in ownership. Like for this case, I can see it's 100% working interest and 77% revenue interest. If I switch from my QED scenario, which was my QED partnership in V2, to default, you can see that defaults back to 75. So it's 100% and 75% because that's what it was in my all cases scenario in V2 as well. So the QED partner holds, or the QED scenario in this case, sorry, holds my ownership and investments if I had any, but I didn't have any in V2 to bring over. So that's blank. And then from there, you can just go ahead and work with it as you would in your V2 database, except now it's in V3. Brings everything in pretty quick and pretty easy. There's not a whole lot to it. Just got to know where to find it, point to your database, and then you're set to go. Okay, thanks for watching.
Big thanks to Frankie Delgado of QED Energy Associates. Thanks for that amazing quick help. At QED Energy Associates, we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. Call on us today to find out more about our database conversion services. We offer reservoir engineering techs on demand for a 15-minute project or for 5 hours. Whatever you need, we've got techs available today that can help you get it done. You can have a QED technician dedicated to your account if you want to reserve somebody full-time at your office. And the terms could go from 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. We're happy to cover whatever kind of term you want for a dedicated reservoir engineering technician consultant to be on site there with you. You can attempt to hire our technicians. We want all of the QED trained technicians to be hired by you, our clients, so you can hire them directly at any time. We offer some custom classroom training services on topics specifically requested by our clients. We have some nice one-on-one training that can be facilitated at your office. At QED Energy Associates, we believe that competency is not necessarily tied to years of experience. Therefore, for everyone on our staff, we go through and rate their competency level right now, today, through project work, quizzes, tests. We make sure when you call in and need a QED service, we're getting you somebody that has the skills to be able to get that work done for you today. It's my job at QED to make sure that every purchase you make is one that you're happy with. If ever you have a problem with a QED service, please contact me directly. I'm Courtney Stevens, and I can be reached at our office. You can call us at 832-581-3758. The quickest way to get a hold of us anytime is to email us at dreamteam@qedea.com. Big thanks to John Smith and the whole team at TRC Consultants for putting on this fabulous PHDwin Week. What a great service. We truly appreciate you letting QED be a part this year and every year.
Thank you to Frankie Delgado for his presentation on importing V2 databases into PHDwin v3.
Please stay tuned to the stream. There is much more PHDwin Week coming up next. We want to extend our profound appreciation for the team at QED and their excellent work on Quick Start guides this year. All QED Quick Starts will have a dedicated hosting page on our website and available to replay as soon as next week.
There is much more PHDwin Week left, so let's go over some of today's sessions. Next up is Richard Smith, ex-reserves manager at Maersk Oil and an international oil and gas consultant. Richard helped Maersk Oil publish their first ever SPE PRM certified reserves report.
Richard's presentation will start soon at 10 a.m. CDT. After Richard's presentation, we are featuring a fan favorite presentation of last year. Stella Ayatayo is a featured replay this year and will stream at 12 p.m. CDT. Accessible Produced Water Volume for Beneficial Reuse BFR was one of our academic sessions last year.
After Stella, Garrett will join us to cover new report options and outputs in PHDwin v3 at 1:00 p.m. CDT. After Garrett, our featured industry panel will stream Gavin McQueen, Laura Freeman, and Dwayne Purvis, PE at 2:00 p.m. CDT. And our last session of the day will feature Aaron Randolph, who is closing out the day with Modeling Ownership Reversion in PHDwin v3. We hope you are enjoying PHDwin Week.
Stay tuned to the stream. We will resume shortly. Hello and welcome to today's featured morning session.
Our next speaker has a storied history with TRC Consultants and PHDwin internationally. For a long time, we have wanted to share the story behind Maersk Oil. Maersk Oil had the challenge of becoming SPE/PRMs compliant with hundreds of employees, dozens of departments, and over 7 countries.
We hope you will enjoy the presentation. We would like to extend a special thank you for Richard Smith for joining us today for this special presentation. Please help us in welcoming Richard Smith.
After Richard's presentation, stay tuned for a special session featuring TRC's take on the Maersk Oil story. Take it away, Richard.
Hello and good day. My name is Richard Smith. I'm happy to be part of PHDwin Week 2024. My presentation today tells the story of how Maersk Oil, a Danish company that had never been SPE PRMS compliant in reserves reporting, became reserves compliant in less than 9 months, and the entire Maersk portfolio, including contingent and prospective resources, in less than 17 months. This in itself may not sound unique or exceptional to those of us who have grown up with PRMS and reserves. However, considering the issues in changing an embedded system that was not comfortable with the U.S. defined regulations of the SPE, PRMS, and the SEC, did not want to change the Maersk system used for a few decades. To my knowledge, few companies have successfully made the transition as quickly as Maersk. As you will hear in this presentation, consequences of the company of ultimately knowing the short and long-term financial outlook of their business led to one conclusion. A little about me. I'm a registered petroleum engineer in the state of Colorado. I have been the president of Integrated Reservoir Management, located in Denver since 1993. I was hired by Maersk in 2009 as the Director of International Petroleum Development. I sat as a board member on the Society of Petroleum Evaluation Engineers in the London chapter from 2016 through 2018. I'm considered an expert in reserves, integrated studies, simulation, field management, and litigation. I have been an advisor, a manager, and a consultant to national oil companies, including Petróleos de Venezuela, ADNOC, ADMA, and Zatco in the United Arab Emirates, the Kuwait Oil Company, and Qatar Petroleum. I managed and delivered the annual reserves reports for AP Mueller Maersk boards for nearly 5 years. I was the only licensed petroleum engineer in the Maersk organization. A little history behind Maersk. Maersk is a Danish company that's listed on the Danish Stock Exchange. Investors became concerned in 2009 with the performance of Maersk Oil as a unique entity and began to try to make comparisons with US-based SEC-registered companies and started to compare itself against companies like Apache, Marathon, and Oxy, but lacked the precision of reporting and to do so. Here you can see a distribution of the reserves volumes of gross production by operator, and you can see where Maersk is in orange with an operated volume of 626,000 barrels of oil a day. Maersk recognized that to compete competitively on a global scale, Maersk needed to align itself with international industry standards and practices. So in early 2010, walking back from lunch with Maersk Oil CEO, I was asked 2 critical questions. Is Maersk Oil PRMS and SEC compliant? And the answer was no. The second question was, could Maersk submit a compliant reserves report by April 15th, 2010? And my answer was, only if we start no later than June 1 and we hire capable staff and name a reserves manager. Maybe we can. So to look at the state of affairs of Maersk at the time, Maersk lacked the corporate guidance and experience for setting a corporate reserves discipline. Lack of departmental communication and shared knowledge between business and operation units was widespread. The challenge at Maersk was as much a people challenge as it was a technical one. Groups traditionally worked with little supervision or corporate oversight. There became a fairly high level of resistance for management We all know that organizational change is difficult, and at Maersk, half of the stakeholders were opposed to SPE-compliant reserves processes. Part of the challenge was getting people to align regardless of their different titles, department, or responsibilities. So in early 2010, we performed an outside audit of Maersk's reserves process. And what was the audit opinion of Maersk Oil's reserve process? Well, first of all, reserves in Maersk were based on internal definitions versus common definitions commonly found in GAAP, PRMS, and SPE standards. It was also found that the evaluators lacked a unified standard of form of evaluation and consistency. However, it was noted that the individuals doing the analysis and evaluations had the right intention, but their execution was inconsistent because they didn't have the consistent methods across all the business units. There were a number of key issues identified. Volumes tended to be non-compliant from the mapping and the geology and geophysics, and they were not compatible with international industry standards. Accounting discrepancies existed as well because long-term and short-term financial reports did not align with historical production data in the past or backward-looking forecasts. And it was noted that there was a major misclassification of resources, often reported as reserves. There was a critical procedural misalignment compared to international industry standards. There was a lack of control and documentation. There were critical gaps in standards and training. There was no compliant reserves manual or essential definitions. There was an absence of specific reserves and resources training. There was non-compliant mapping and forecasting. Geological maps were not compliant and did not match well data, and predominantly individual or simulation-based forecasts were not supportable. Finance department responsibilities and disconnect was widespread. Finance department managed economics, financial forecast, and year-end report. There was a lack of cross-functional communication and direction. Finance department managed the economics, financial forecast, and year-end reporting. However, there is no alignment between the departments, especially operations and production. The worst situation observed was that reservoir engineers and field staff were excluded from economic contracts terms and calculations because a dedicated economist was assigned to handle the economic aspects, but not embedded with the evaluators and did not share the details. So there were some major gaps in the evaluation of what was economic and what was not. In addition, there were challenges in the management of costs. It was discovered that costing was oversimplified and made quite easy because of expediency. That was determined to be because Maersk was using only Excel software and it was not compatible with some of the complex contract terms and conditions. In addition, because of Maersk's international operations and many offshore scenarios that it had with other operators and business partners, the complicated and convoluted cost centers associated with platform costs and fuel and flare management were typically non-compliant. So why did Maersk make the decision to move to PRMS and SPE compliance? Well, there was a definitive need identified for international competitiveness. And here, back to this plot, we'll take a look at that again. Maersk had to operate at the same level as leading international competitors to remain competitive. You can see that Maersk had almost 3,500 employees. It included 130 operated licenses. We were in 11 countries, and we operated 626,000 barrels of oil a day. However, when you broke that down by country, you could see that we had 7 major countries and 51 fields identified. But in the 5th column to the right, you can see the reports categories and classes which were desired for our year-end reporting and which were not done as a functional part of day-to-day Maersk business. So on May 31st, 2010, the board approved a plan to become SPE SEC compliant for year-end 2010. which at that time required a dedicated reserves manager, an internal team, and tools to ensure consistency across the organization. Although a 2010 timeline was very difficult, the goal was to submit a compliant report. AP Mueller Maersk boards gave approval to begin hiring a team and purchasing reserve-specific software. I was approved as the first reserves manager for Maersk. Here you can see the basic timeline in the last months of the year, from June to October, October being the training and implementation effort, which was done on a global basis. So in August to September, Maersk allowed the hiring of one assistant, which was all, and also that it allowed the hiring of outside consultants to provide us with software and reserves experience, which was very definitely required. So no software solution was available for all compliance requirements except one after the evaluation of what was made available on the market. So what was a primary focus to Maersk was the complex production sharing agreements which existed, the complex governmental lease fee terms and conditions which existed, and the cost recovery clauses which existed in many of our contracts. So moving forward, Maersk had a plan to achieve compliance. Beginning in October 10, training and professional implementation began. Maersk required trained personnel in multiple countries. The task at hand was global and faced political challenges beyond just corporate bureaucracy. Training required international travel, and cultural expectations were part of what was planned. Cultural norms related to training for U.S. standard led to resistance, and multiple nationalities from Western European countries and Maersk brought nativist resistance against U.S. rules. Convincing stakeholders PRMS was an international norm was a challenge. As we know, change is never easy, and Maersk was no exception. Maersk was a European and multinational company. SPE and USA rules, predominantly SEC rules, were seen as overbearing and unpopular and not pertinent to European countries. Some senior management pushed back quite hard and became reluctant to encourage change. They were also unwilling to enforce the new standards. Finance and operations were not interested in understanding stakeholder needs outside their departmental roles. And lack of compliance for complex royalty and operating cost structures led to conflicts between reserves processes and finance departments. There was a lack of unified vision. Personnel and upper management lacked control mechanisms to force departmental change, and that meant that a lack of unified vision meant that change came very slowly. It was also noted that operations and finance had a notable lack of synergy. Operations typically focused on production and production only and booking reserves. Finance focused predominantly on cash flow that had very positive budgets. And there was a disconnect between production engineering economics and modeling, which led to aggressive and inflated budgets. It was noted that misclassification of resources ran unchecked at Maersk Oil. Reserve quantities lacked class and categories which would reflect asset risk. Volumes presented in reserves reports were typically overestimated, and they lacked correct determination and were included in reports without technical support. Contingent resources are often mislabeled as reserves, and they are often not substantiated by data. Prospective resources were determined to be quite positive and large and typically highly speculative. Reserves uncertainty was misunderstood. The concept of 1P, 2P, and 3P was misunderstood and hard to correct. Published reserve volumes pre-year end 2010 were unreliable and non-compliant. The term most probable became a source of major conflict within the company in this process. Maersk reserves previously booked as most probable had a significant risk of misrepresentation. Volumes typically lacked supportive evidence in contrast to conjecture, which was common. Finance look-back volumes included misrepresentations, which led to forecasts having significant look-back differences. Getting the job done, a number of initiatives were required for success. Number one, all evaluators must be trained in SPE PRMS reserve system. All volumes must be supported by technical data, and all reserves must meet evidence and economic-based criteria. Here you can see what we determined to be the basic plan for year-end 2010. The delivery year-end 2010 reserves in 2011 on April 15th. Deliver on September 30th of the same year, SPE compliant contingent resources of 1C, 2C, and 3C. And October 3rd, year-end 2011 reserves and resources portfolio report, completely making it a complete report. And it led to bigger and bigger things. So Maersk began to identify that on the international business stage, making its reserves and resources known to the public had additional benefits in seeking and achieving partnerships in other projects. You can see here in 2010 where we were in 2012. You can see the major countries in which Maersk had significant volumes of both contingent and of both reserves, contingent, and prospective resources. Qatar being one of the biggest, Denmark being the second largest, and potentially very, very large reserves in Angola and the USA and Kazakhstan. Norway was still in prospective resources at this time. As discussed earlier, Maersk had major assets of 51 fields in 7 countries. What made the whole process difficult was the economics and cost structures behind dozens of platforms and all the related infrastructure and surface facilities. In addition to that, we had thousands of wells, both injection and producing wells and disposal wells. Most of the fields had complicated and convoluted contracts. Prior to 2010, no international assets were compliant. Each country and asset had unique concepts and methods, and asset teams appeared siloed. Unfortunately, asset teams at that time were not responsible for economics or detailed costing. So the new changes to ensure consistency and compliance were a strict focus on quality in all aspects, no tolerance for substandard work, failure to comply would not be tolerated, and economics and modeling were to be required to be robust and comprehensive. So Maersk Oil Corporate Resource Management System was created. The acronym is called MOCRMS. And so it follows very closely the SPE PRMS distribution of resources, as you can see on the right. So the new business model required all resources to be defined and reported using the same standards and methods, regardless of the class of resource. New reporting standard had to include all resources, including the same rules and definitions. There was no exception allowed. Here you can see the result of initial planning to get compliance and agreement with all the stakeholders that were involved in the process inside Maersk. On the left side, you can see the number of authorities within Maersk that were identified to cross-collaborate in order for us to proceed with delivery of a reserves report. The x-axis presents a timeline, and you can see in the red arrows where everything comes together and then separates depending on objectives and processes, all arriving in the bottom right to delivery of a report. This is a very simple summary of the process year-end to year start of how the reserves process was managed. Needless to say, this took a tremendous amount of time and commitment, and it was a process that never stopped. One of the things that Maersk corporate management did not recognize was that reserves is a constant process that just doesn't stop and start. in October and then in January. So in choosing software, Mocrimus decided that it was going to be PHDwin. It was the only software that could meet corporate reserves needs at Maersk Oil. PHDwin could handle all categories and classes in incremental design, complex and convoluted cash flows and contract terms. And I can only assure you how complex and convoluted some of these contract terms were. It was a fast and stable program, and its ability to be updated on a monthly and yearly basis was very easy. So this process of Mocrimus required relearning across the entire organization, all 7 countries, and basically about 1,000 employees. It involved the differences between reserves, entitlement reserves, and non-reserves resources. So in order to make our process fully compliant and audit ready, the Resource Evaluation Support Package, or called RESP, was created. This was a documentation package which could be handed over in its entirety to a third-party qualified auditor with all of the data and documentation necessarily to certify whether or not we were audit compliant. It had all the technical and financial audit compliant information. It had all the process data that was required, and it utilized the PHDwin tools, which our auditors were also fully compliant in using. The RESP contained all of the essential field information that was required. It contained compliant geological maps for volumetrics, which were very heavily scrutinized. It had all the summarized volumes, not just for the current year, but previous years. And it was provided discussion of key information, changes, and differences from previous reports. All the basic information for compliance was in the RESP, and it went straight to the auditors. So Maersk Oil finally adopts the new standards for compliance. So you can see that the lasting changes were at Maersk Oil in this process. So you see the 4 major objectives for the year. The first PRMS report, consultant audited and approved 1, 2, and 3P reserves. Following that were contingent resources and prospective resources, which are also SPE PRMS compliant. And then in October 3rd, 2011, was the following year, and that was the kickoff for the next year's process. So the reserve system continues to improve, and the team grows to expand the competency of the group. Maersk begins the transition from the consultant-assisted process to an in-house capability. MOCRIT, the Maersk Oil Corporate Reserves team, grows from 2 individuals to 7, which included 2 PhD technicians and programmers, senior reserves engineer and advisor, a senior reservoir engineer, a developmental geologist, and a junior reservoir engineer. So the process leads to lasting corporate governance. So Mocrimus provides the tools for continued success. So Mocrimus provides tools for continued success. Year-end 2011 changes lead to lasting corporate governance. Mocrimus manual and definitions are published. The Mocrimus process and methods of training were distributed across the entire organization in all countries. A complete set of corporate control documents and processes and quality assurance methods were developed and implemented. Here you can see the basic feedback, which was sent to all the business units, and this was the operation plan for year-on-year compliant reserves reporting. So looking back, how did we get there in 18 months? Well, we began with universal resistance across the corporation. And even though we had anticipated a management of change issue, Maersk began this process of converting to PRMS compliance with universal resistance across the corporation. Although there was enough support in senior management, there were a number of people, both on the board and in other positions, that did not like the idea of management of change, which was originally proposed. In fact, one member actually says, Maersk does not do that. So it became important and very valuable that we began the identification of supporters and adversarial personnel equally to be important. Some senior managers supported the change, and some senior managers enabled resistance. Focusing and moving forward and working closely with supportive staff helps spur the change. So initially, the training was provided by TRC Consulting and PHDwin, and Ryder Scott performed a lot of our training processes and offered expert audit opinions. The change required a lot of politicking, where one business unit, for instance, at Maersk, refused to comply with auditor directions for change, and the resource team was required to make the associate appropriate necessary changes. It was no doubt that TRC consultants and Ryder Scott played a pivotal role. The first-year effort yielded results with step-by-step forward action with critical support from some managers and focused project management and hard deadlines. Objectives were met. The first deadline for fully audited and compliant year-end 2010 1P and 2.3 change finally happened at Maersk. First-year effort did yield So change finally happened at Maersk. First year effort did yield results with step-by-step forward action with critical support from some managers and focused project management and hard deadlines. The objectives were met. The consultants of TRC and Ryder Scott played a pivotal role. The first deadline for fully audited and compliant reserves of April 15th was met. So the first year effort did yield results. Deadlines were met, and focused project management allowed us to meet those deadlines. The first deadline for fully audited and compliant year-end 2010 1P, 2P, and 3P reserves was August 15th, 2011. Fortunately, some high-level managers aligned themselves with the program and fully supported the change. However, cultural norms were restricted to enforcement down the line. Some departments or individuals still did not align and were resistant and refused to comply. Eventually, AP Mueller and Maersk board set a get it right or else ultimatum for the expectation of year-end 2013 reporting. Basically, they said if the same audit errors that came through since year-end 2010 would continue, individuals would be possibly subject to disciplinary action. Finally, AP Mueller and Maersk boards had their first Capital Markets Day on October 9th, 2012. Maersk Oil released internationally their audited 2011 1P, 2P, and 1C volumes. That was the success. It allowed Maersk to finally compare itself with the other companies, which you saw in the comparative graph earlier. Successive years of compliant reporting soon followed. One of the outcomes of becoming compliant was a very solid understanding of resource maturation, which followed the basic PRMS 9-square resource distribution. This is an example of subsequent years in this graph showing from 2000 and subsequently, a process of resource maturation a resource maturation process was accepted, which followed the PRMS 9 Subsequently, corporate growth was measured in resource maturation concepts as demonstrated in this graph. From top to bottom, or should I say from bottom to top, you see how resources migrate from prospective resources all the way up into reserves, but by their respective category. This allowed Maersk to fully understand where it was in its processes to move forward. However, even though reserves reporting continued through 2016, Maersk Oil was acquired by Total in a stock and debt trade in 2017. The review and acquisition process proceeded rapidly. Maersk's reserves and resource reports were compliant and audited, which enabled straightforward evaluation. However, compliant practices probably came a little bit too late. Management faced the reality. Maersk's extensive asset portfolio and new practices is not enough to reverse previous years of poor business decisions. Debt and future operational liabilities lead the decision to sell Maersk Oil. The need for a strong evidence-based reserves and resources management system for year-on-year corporate practices must rely on projects that are commercial and depend on a strong economic and technical foundation. Question remains, if Maersk had Mokromess years earlier, would it have been necessary for the company to have sold its resources? That's in my presentation. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Richard, for all the hard work on your presentation. Stay tuned, we have a special segment coming up next on more about TRC at Maersk Oil.
After our session concludes, Marshall will join us for part 2 of his short training course. After Marshall's course, we are featuring a replay from PHDwin Week 2024.
Our PHDwin Insider presentation at 1 p.m. features Garrett Hoover. We received great reviews for Garrett's last year presentation on reporting. You won't want to miss him this year. Don't miss our industry panel session streaming at 2 p.m. with Gavin McQueen, Laura Freeman, and Dwayne Purvis. There's much more coming up on PHDwin Week.
Stay tuned to the stream.
Welcome, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that session. We really appreciate having Richard on to talk to us about the success we had at Maersk Oil and Gas. I'm sitting here with David Pasenda, president of TRC Consultants, and I'm going to bring on Richard and Josh Neese, who does our special projects and our business operations. And he worked with Richard on this project and was part of who made it successful. So let's go ahead and bring them in. Dave, you ready?
I'm ready. We're getting the team back together.
So here's Josh. Hi,
Josh, you've grown up and have a beard. Hi, good morning.
Yeah, and Josh has a little one on the way too. So
I know.
All kinds of excitement.
He's going to be a daddy. Great news, dude.
This is Josh and Richard are kind of the team that made this all happen. And I think what I'm really pleased with this year, okay, is that we can actually talk about this. What Richard did was probably one of the fastest and most complete implementations of a reserve system that I've seen. I mean, he started from nothing. Maersk had literally nothing, and you were stacking. Okay, internally, you were stacking what, proved, probable, possible, contingent 1, contingent 2, contingent 3, perspective 1, perspective 2, perspective 3, and another level that I never understood. And if you can explain it one day, that'd be great. But anyway, all on incremental economics, and we're SEC compliant. Now, you only disclosed the reserves plus the 1C, but the fact that you were doing this internally was impressive. And the fact that you were doing this in very complicated PSCs and honoring all the PSC calculations, and in offshore economics where you were ring fencing for economic limits at the well, at the sub-platform, at the platform, and at the hub. So that is 4 levels of nested ring fences. I will tell you from our perspective, TRC learned a lot during that project, okay? And it helped us build version 3 better. At this point, I would love to redo that project in version 3. We kind of do it a little bit internally to test, okay? But stacking, 9 tall on incremental economics, that is not for the faint of heart with nested ring fences and PSC and entitlements laid over the top. And that was all done, guys, in 18 months to a reserve compliant. Now, we worked hard. I know Ryder Scott worked really hard. They brought their expertise, but the man who was the band leader, the man at the front, the man who herded all the cats, and there was a lot of cats, okay, across the globe, was Mr. Richard Smith, okay? So you had the unenviable task of driving all those cats in the right direction, but 18 months to a reserve compliant, that's from having nothing and not even having a staff. That was impressive, Richard.
Well, thank you, David. Appreciate the comment.
Not a comment. It's a fact, man. Those are all facts. Okay. So Richard, we are super glad to have you here. I think you tell a tale that is important for the industry, and I wouldn't mind you going a little bit deeper into how important it is to have the right systems lined up, to have everybody on the same page. Maersk was not a small company. Okay, they had assets all over the world. What were some of the challenges that you had in organizing these people?
Well, I think the biggest challenge was the cultural one, because Western Europeans are very proud of their heritage and their background. And one of the things that they do, which is sort of diagrammatic, is that they highly respect the United States and are very happy to be partners and allies with it. However, on the other side, when it comes to legal issues, and specifically, oversight and governmental oversight, they tend to sort of cut back and say, no, we don't want to have to put up with any of the U.S. restrictions or rules or governance requirements. And that's probably one of the main things that I ran into at Maersk. And in that first year, not to get too specific, but we had Western European engineers and geologists from many of the Western European companies that are well established in the oil and gas business. And they had all been brought up in, I would say, unique fashion of the ESP EPRMS. And they had their own sets of definitions of what they thought was appropriate and what was compliant. And almost in all cases, none of it was. And I didn't mention this concept of most probable. That was one of the biggest headaches that we had to deal with, because they had lived with that for 10, 15 years before. And breaking that was nearly impossible. It took a long time. And as I said, that first year, we had actually one business unit where there was a gentleman from Western Europe that absolutely was not going to cooperate. And so we got all the way through the audit. And here's one country that's got significant resources. And he says, we're not changing anything. This is the way it is. We don't like your definitions. We don't like this process. There's a reason I have all this gray. And he was one of them. And excuse me. So instead of trying to fight the fight, we just got together and we went into that asset and we changed it to be compliant. And interestingly, about 2 months later, he comes back and says, "This is not the report I gave you." I says, "No, it's not. This is the compliant report that we submitted." And he tried to accelerate that all the way up in senior management. Finally, at that point, senior management says, "Enough is enough. Richard's in charge. This is the way we're going to do it. Get on board." But it took a good 4 years. And as I said, the Maersk and AP Mueller boards finally took a very serious tone, because I would go into board meetings with AP Mueller and Maersk Oil with all the CEOs and top officers, and Ryder Scott would come in and present their auditor's report, and I would sit there through it all. Then everyone would leave except myself and senior Maersk personnel, and we would discuss what the auditors were seeing and looking at. And for year-end 2013, Maersk managers looked at me and said, "What the heck is going on? We've looked at the auditor's notes for the last 4 years, and they're almost identical. Same number, same issues, same problems." I said, "Well, there's resistance in being compliant and resistance in adopting the plan." And they said, "Okay, we'll take care of it." And about a week later, my phone started ringing off the hook. And I was getting phone calls from all mid-level and senior managers and all the operating units and countries saying, "We need to become compliant. How do I do this?"
Yeah, reserve managers are always. Go ahead.
And so, needless to say, I was very happy to see that someone finally put their thumb down. And in that year, it proceeded so much more easily. And that was the year that I decided to actually retire from Maersk. So I left in December 2014. But the report was, for all intents and purposes, done. And it went off to Ryder Scott, and then it was reported, and it was all hunky-dory. And it was the smoothest process for Maersk's internal processes of the 5 years. Unfortunately, I was not there to actually sit down and present it to the board, but
reserve managers are always put in a very, very difficult place, because they end up being the referee of the volumes that are going to be published, or the forward-looking economics that are going to be published. And people fall in love with their projects. People fall in love. The geologists, if we didn't have geologists, we would never drill a well if you left it to a reserves engineer, right? But the poor reserves manager, he's the guy that's got to put that black and white striped shirt on and say foul, good, bad, and make consistency. So you always end up with this situation where there's conflict. But I think, Richard, you managed it well. Firm but soft. Water on the rock made the sand over millions. You've moved it all in the right direction. But I think there's a really important lesson here, and that is that the sooner we can get on this, the sooner we can get this into these companies, the better these companies are going to understand what they're doing and how they're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely, and it goes without saying. So it was a hell of a exercise over the years, and I have to say that I enjoyed it as much as I hated it, because
it like everything else, right? So Josh was in Copenhagen. I mean, for a while there, you had an apartment and were living back and forth in Maersk's offices and visiting with Richard every day, and they had you staying up all night, working all day, and in the office all day.
Josh was instrumental,
yeah.
And
so Josh,
we ended up getting. Go ahead, Josh.
What did Josh? What did you see as from your perspective, some of the most difficult issues or impedance?
Well, like Richard said, it's a lot about culture. There was a lot of just resistance to change. Nobody likes to be told they've been doing something incorrectly, especially if they've been doing it for a while. And So there was a lot of resistance to do anything different than how they had done it in the past, even if they could be shown a better way. Like you said, people fell in love with their models. Everyone loves the Excel spreadsheet that they built. They built it. It's their baby. They don't want to give it up. But one of the things I took away from the Maersk experience is how important that corporate control, that data discipline is to an organization. You know, when we first went in there and we started taking these spreadsheets, we realized that when we were aggregating data, we were missing data from one asset or the other because they were labeling it, instead of calling it NGLs, they were calling it liquids or condensate, and our reports were just showing us NGLs. And so we were missing volumes that we could have been booking simply because it was the Wild West. Everyone had their own spreadsheet. They could do what they wanted. They could set it up the way that they wanted. And without a corporate definition of how these things should be managed, it meant bringing it all back together and having a full picture of the organization was nearly impossible. And we had that pushback even in version 2, which was a little bit of the Wild West, still a little bit of trying to herd cats, but better than, an Excel where, a single cell in an Excel spreadsheet. Oftentimes we went in there, someone had hard coded a single cell to do a what if statement and then forgot to go change it back. And, the next thing, a year and a half later, someone finds that error and we don't really know what had been causing that problem for so long. So,
yeah. So Richard, a lot of what we're doing in version 3 is because of what you brought to the system, right? I mean, we were trying to solve those problems. Josh is using the data discipline a lot, and that's a big deal in version 3. Yeah. How do you have consistency across a world, right?
Well, that was the big thing, and every business unit in every country had all these unique contractual terms and obligations, which really made it tough in some cases. And I mean, if you want to get convoluted and complicated in how you get revenue out of an oil field, go to Maersk's old properties, and you can see just how convoluted it is. But I'm going to say that one of the things that Josh was very successful at was showing us, because we had to show this. Josh and Steve at the time went in and deconvoluted all these Excel spreadsheets, which were official and compliant according to Maersk's management in economics. And every single one of them had tremendously big errors. That was one thing that helped us move forward and justify purchasing, a package like PHDwin.
So something that we see, and I was talking about this. Larry was in our office. Larry Connor was in our office yesterday, and we were talking about international PSCs and spreadsheets being used for them because they're so commonly used. Is accounting periods and tranches, where as you're looking into the future and modeling, it's not uncommon for many of these spreadsheets to be annual. So they're checking their tranches annually. Well, oftentimes you can go through, and we've seen this with a couple of clients where they've got a spreadsheet where they're actually going through tranches, one, maybe two tranches. And these tranches are big differences in entitlement, right? And they're changing them quickly. And I don't think anyone is intentionally doing this. I think it's just very hard to do something monthly or quarterly in a system, in a spreadsheet. It's just very hard. But I
think the biggest problem there, Dave, I think the biggest issue that existed in my mind was that there were a lot of people that were dedicated to do the best job that they could, but they didn't have the background, experience, or knowledge to do it right. And what made it difficult is that they were not cognizant to know that they didn't know. And so, as Josh said, they were comfortable in their own skin, having done this the same way for years before. And here's this U.S. expat coming in and telling them some changes. And of course, they didn't really appreciate Josh coming in or Ryder Scott coming in saying the same message. So there was a lot of pushback, but we just kept plugging ahead and tried not to offend anybody in the process, and we finally got through it.
No, and that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part, is managing those cats. It's funny. I look I look back to when I started many, many years ago in the industry, and the reserve and the guidance for reserves. First off, there wasn't prospective and contingent. There was just reserves, and it was on 4 pages. The SPE had a 4-page document that talked about what made a 1P, what made a 2P, and all those things. And now I look at PRMS, which is what, 1.25 inches thick. Okay. And then you add on top of that all the SEC guidelines, which I think are really important. Okay. And I think there's more argument now than there was back then. But I really do think that it doesn't matter really how long that yardstick is, just as long as we're all using the same yardstick. And I think that was one of Maersk's internal problems was, yeah, they had systems internally, but they weren't comparable to other systems.
Oh, not at all.
And that's very hard to compare how well your company's doing. Yeah.
Yeah, the UK was different than Denmark, which is different than Norway, which is different than North Africa, which is different than Qatar in the US. But, one of the things that finally worked, and it's probably in year 2 or year 3, and you saw this in one little statement in one of the slides. It said, we don't make the rules, we follow them. Yeah. Because we would go in to do an audit or to do training or something like that, and you'd see hand after hand going up saying, I don't like this, I don't like that, blah, 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 blah. This is not the way to do it. And I said, wait a minute. We don't make the rules, we follow them. Now, of course, we had made the rules, wrote them down, and they were published, and everyone had a copy, but that actually silenced those critics. Just being able to say, these are the rules.
Standards are important. I mean, standards are important, and standards need to transcend any one company, any one asset, anyone, otherwise it's hard to compare.
Oh, it was impossible, and, it was in 2018, I went to the SPEE conference in San Diego, and I was there talking with, the colleagues that I had known over the years. And the reserves manager for Total comes up and introduces himself to me. He said, are you the Richard Smith whose signature I've seen in all these documents from Maersk?
So there was fear in your heart at that point, right?
I wasn't sure what to think. And I said, yes, that's me. He said, boy, you made my job easy. When we decided to acquire Maersk, we got all your reserves reports. I saw your signature on so many damn documents. I think I began to get to know you. And we went through that evaluation and decided to make an offer to buy the company in almost no time at all. It was because you guys were compliant in every resource category.
I've actually got a question for you, Richard, and Josh can speak to this some. So sometimes whenever international companies come to us, what they ask us is instead of working in a partnership like you described in your presentation, where we come in and we take their spreadsheets and we try to implement what they have. They go, no. Just give us a library of Angola or China or some country and we'll figure it out.
Doesn't exist.
Library. And saying, yeah, right. Like it doesn't exist, right? Like, and well, can you comment on that a little bit and that demand? Well, and that we like, what's the proper way to do that instead?
Well, I'll share our experience in looking at the various software platforms and solutions that we had to go through. One thing that Maersk was good at is they did not make, most of the time, they did not make rash decisions about acquisitions. And that particularly pertained to software. So, as we say, the AAA companies that were selling petroleum economic software, there were a lot of issues with that. And I will say carte blanche across the board, every company that came in offered this. Oh, we have prepackaged economics programs for every country in the world. All you have to do is load it. And that's bunk. Because when we started getting into our contracts, they were all individually tailored to the field, to the company, to the current situation and the environment. And none of them were even close to being similar, except that they were complicated. And, it was, one thing we don't really chat about is, well, why did Maersk actually make the decision to divest? in 16, 17, and 18, Al Shaheen Field in Qatar, the license reversed and returned back to Qatar. And so Maersk lost all interest in Al Shaheen Field. And when you looked at the amount of oil that was being operated by Maersk Oil at the time, that was 50% of its production and more than 50% of its entitlement. And that was a hard pill to swallow. And they did everything they could to convince the Qatar Petroleum to give them an extension on their license, one thing after the other. But having worked in Abu Dhabi with senior management in Abu Dhabi and working on contracts, I tried to advise Maersk senior management, you're not going to get terms if you keep going like this. And sure enough, Qatar said, thank you, but no thank you, and showed them the door. Well, at that point, they didn't have the financial resources in order to maintain business for much longer. And one thing that I can probably share, I don't think it's proprietary, the abandonment costs just for the Danish Underground Consortium, which included, I think, 18 or 19 platforms, 22 fields, and numerous miles of pipelines, et cetera. The abandonment costs for that complex was $18 billion. The abandonment costs exceeded the value of Maersk Oil at the time. So it made sense that Maersk needed to get rid of that. Yes, it was time to get rid of it because some of the fields were getting close to end of life. And I was not even aware of all this. You know, I had left the company by then, and I still maintained contact with the reserves team. But the minute I left, senior management, who always felt that the reserves team was a burden on them financially and administratively, they began laying off my team, and ended up with skeleton team at the end, although they were still able to be compliant because the system had been introduced and embedded in each business unit. So, you know, that's something that I think I saw in the senior management, that they just never opened their eyes or opened the windows or pulled the shades up to actually see what was actually out there and become comfortable with the reality of where they were going. And so I was surprised when I saw what the deal was. And Maersk, I don't think they had a choice. And they certainly did not want to maintain that liability for long. And so they gave it to Total. And, you know, one thing that Total did, in my opinion, it's conjecture on my part, but Total is such a big company. They're the kind of company that when they look at an acquisition, they look at tax advantages of buying a company with a lot of losses, because it helps their bottom line, helps reduce their tax burden. Maersk, although I tried to introduce that, you know, when you talk about acquisitions, think about what you're acquiring just in debt and other losses, because it's going to help the tax. The Danes were not experienced in that kind of international business, not in the oil business. Total was, and they came in. And so, you know, they got Maersk for stock and debt. And so that's what made the deal go. And Maersk Oil ceased to exist.
Well, your legacy didn't cease to exist. Not what you did, not what Josh did. So, you know, and I'll tell y'all one little sidebar, Richard. Actually, not that long ago, about a year ago, I think I can talk about this. Total did reach out to us to kind of, they were evaluating different reserve software. And we said, yeah, we're PHDwin. They're like, oh, is that the thing still running in the back there for some of our international? Some of the work y'all did is still going. Yes, it still exists in the back room there. They were like, oh, they're connect the dots. That's your guys. Wow. You know, they came on the front doorstep. They didn't even know what that was. So y'all's legacy still exists. Unfortunately, we're out of time for this session for today. Thank you very much, Richard, for your great presentation, jumping on. Thank you very much, Josh. So, Richard, if you don't mind, we'll have you come back and answer some audience questions. Plus, I have a panel coming on with some people that I think you'll really like to talk with. I think they have a lot of the same attitude as you as far as doing things right and how they evaluate evaluations. So we'll have you come back on, if you don't mind, later in the day to answer audience questions and be part of that panel. And
I'd be happy to do that.
Oh,
Yeah.
John just trapped you. You didn't know about that. He's nasty like that.
That's how I'm a sales guy at the end of the day. I'm not a consultant like y'all. So, but anyway, thank you very much.
As a reserves manager, you learn to be flexible.
Well, thank you, Richard, very much. We will see y'all later today. Thank you, Josh, for jumping on. Right now, we're going to switch over to Marshall Wigby. He's going to give you some training on version 3.
Just one last moment.
Sure,
Just
go ahead.
one last comment. David, enough thanks cannot be given to you and your company in letting us be successful. If you had not been there and your expertise had not been available and your people had not been available, this process never would have worked. And having an auditor that was familiar with your software, that made it work. But your guys and your company was absolutely instrumental, and accolades can only come down to you. So
thank you very much. I think it was a team sport, and I think you as the conductor probably made that all happen well. So I think, look, you know how it is. I stand on top of a bunch of really good people, Josh, John, a bunch of other people. It's always the team. It's always.
And I have to say too, before closing, the team that I finally built for the Maersk Oil Corporate Reserves team, that was a top-notch group of people, with the exception of one person.
Yes.
And the legacy still lives on. It really does. Well, thank you all very much for jumping on. We'll be talking with you all later on. I appreciate it. Right now, everyone, if you're watching the stream, training from Marshall Wigby. Dr. Wigby is going to give you some more information on version 3. So thank you all very much. Thank you again, Richard. I really appreciate it.
What time this afternoon, Jonathan?
At 3:30 this afternoon, 3:30 Central. We're going to bring you back on if you don't mind and answer some audience questions and talk with the panel. Sounds good?
See you, Josh. See you, David. See you, Josh.
All right, Richard. Talk to y'all then. See you at 3:30. All right, bye, guys.
Thank y'all.
Hello, and thank you for joining us on PHDwin Week 2024. We are starting with part 2 of our short training course soon. Please allow a few minutes for participants to join our stream.
Before we start, we want to thank Dr. Marshall Wigby, PE, for his hard work for TRC Consultants and PHDwin Week. We would also like to congratulate Dr. Marshall Wigby for receiving his Professional Petroleum Engineering certification.
Marshall will discuss forms, views, and case list in PHDwin v3.
Without further delay, let's get started with PHDwin Week training.
In this video, we're going to talk about forms and views. So what is a form? In PHDwin, a form is a graphical user interface that users may utilize in order to enter or make changes to data. Whether you're talking about economic inputs, case information, header information, production data, it could be a display of graphics. So those are called forms in PHDwin. Now to add forms to your workspace, so whenever you launch your PHDwin, you get that blank space. It's called your workspace when those form is in display. The case list is a special type of form, but the other types of form, you can add them to the workspace as you need. And we have what we call the form placement tool that help you to position the forms properly on the workspace. We do have 2 types of forms depending on how you lay it out on your workspace. We have the static form and the flyout. So static form is just like the word says, it's static, it doesn't move. But flyout moves out or docks back in depending on your mouse moves. But you can pin it in place or you can close it out. Now, once you customize your workspace by organizing forms in different positions on your screen, you can save that layout, and that's called a view. Once you save it, it's called a view, and you can switch to it. You can switch back and forth between multiple views. All right, so on the screen, what we can see here is one of the PHDwin default standard view. Now in this layout, you can see the case list is all the way on the left side. Then you have a group of forms in the middle, a group on the top side, a group on the bottom side. You have two graphs on the right side. And then you see we do have two docked. They are called flyouts. They are they are pretty much pinned on the left side, the graph and the forms flyout. And then on the right side, you have incremental tree recompletion, models, global editor, and grid editor as flyouts as well on the right side. So PHDwin comes pre-installed with 4 default views. They are called the standard view, which is what we're seeing here. The laptop view for a smaller screen. That way you can look at one form at a time. Then we have the blank view and then an A&D view. So once you create your own view, you save it. It's going to become part of this list right here. Okay. All right, I'm going to go through some activities to show us how to demonstrate how to create your own views. Essentially how to customize your user interface. I'm going to create 2 views. The first one is going to be wall I call graph and monthly production view. So for this particular view, you're going to have the graph on one side and then monthly production form on the other side. That way you can see both data side by side. The second one is, so in the first one, these are both going to be static views. In the second one, I'm going to show us how to pretty much make this view a little bit more complex, depending on what you want to do. This is something I'm going to create whenever I'm going to do, let's say I'm done with all my graphings using the previous view. Now I'm just ready to update my economic input. So all I want to see on the workspace is my price form, my ownership information, expense form, pretty much things that I want to update as part of my economic input, right? All right, so I'm going to show us how to set this up. And then in addition, I'm going to use this activity to show us how to create flyouts. So we're going to add models form, global editor, and grid editor as a flyout. So this particular view is going to have prices, expenses, ownership, and investment as a quadrant. So we're going to have one on the top, one on the bottom, left and right? Then we're going to add the eco options and the tax as tabs to the investment quadrant. Then we'll go ahead and add models and this flyout. Once we're done with that, we're going to go ahead and save it as econs and finance view. Now, the beautiful thing about views is that you can share your view. If you create a view, it is essentially specific to that database. If you go to a different database, you have to recreate it if you want to use that same view for work. So what we teach is you can save this view and export this view. PHDwin is going to export the view as an XML file, and then when you get to other database, you can import it. So in this activity, I'm going to show us why we were creating these 2 views. I also created 2 other views in a different database. I exported those views. I'm going to show us how to import those views into this current database. So this is what we're going to go ahead and do today. Let's go over to PHDwin. We'll walk through the forms and then we see how we can create views. Okay. All right, so this is my PHDwin window. This is a blank workspace that we can see right here. We don't have anything displayed. It's a blank view that is being selected, and then you have the cases and all the forms are listed here. So all the forms you're going to be needing to create your views, they will be either on this or they'll be part of the graphs display right here. Okay. So if I go ahead and switch to the standard view, this is essentially the layout of the standard view. You see the case list is on the left side. You have these 2 flyouts. If I put my my cursor over there, you see how it flies out. I get off there, it docks back in. Same thing with the form. It flies out, it docks back in. So we have this group of forms on the top side. The general information has all the general information on the case name, the operator, field and reservoir, the major phase, reserve class, category and subcategory, the convention that is being applied to the case, and all the general information you can, pretty much apply to the case. We also have the ID code form. The ID code form, by default, we only show the assigned ID code, pretty much ID codes that have values assigned to them. But if you want to see a list of all available ID code, you have to click on all. Then you'll be able to see all available ID codes, whether they have values or not. Okay. We have the daily production form. Unlike in V2 where the test data and daily data, they usually put to the tests tab of the cases, the case editor. But in V3, we've gone ahead to split test data. So test is going to be a separate form. Daily production is going to be a separate form. So you can put all your daily production data in the daily production form, and then all your test data in the test form. We also have the monthly production form. This is where we display your monthly production data. And everything you see on the display options, these are all the products that you've already defined for the phase configuration applied to this case. If you want to know more about phase configuration, there's a video on database settings. We really talked about phase configuration, how to customize that. But if you go to the general information, you see that the phase configuration applied to this case is called phase independent oil. And all the products that has been configured for that phase independent oil, you see the product listed here. Whether they are formula based or you're actually going to project those volumes or they are scheduled, you have everything listed. Now, right now by default, we have the 3 volumes, gas, oil, water displayed. If you put a check mark on any item, we just add it to the list. If I want to see well count, I put a mark on check mark on total wells. If I wanted to see water cut, you do the same thing. You see the water cut information. So as you keep putting that data, you see the information, the table gets bigger. Now, one thing really nice about the V3's monthly production form is if the cases already have projections on them, there's a checkbox that says display forecast. If you enable that, you'll have forecast is going to be appended right below the monthly production form, right below the end of production. And you can easily see which data is actual data and which data is forecast data. So the forecast data, they're all highlighted in yellow, something close to yellow, right? So I'm going to disable that. That way I don't have a lot of data showing them. Now, the other nice thing about the monthly production form, and this is also applicable to so many forms within V3, it's you can copy the data. Depending on how many you have highlighted, you can copy that data. You can go to Excel and paste it in Excel, and it just, and then you can also copy data from Excel and paste over the production form. But in doing that type of pasting, I don't recommend it. I want you to import production data. That's the most efficient way to do that because you always want to make sure that depending on what you have enabled here, the columns are well aligned. So if I just have oil, gas, oil, and water, so I want to make sure in my spreadsheet I have date, gas, oil, and water. I want to make sure I have them in the right order. That way I'm not replacing data I shouldn't be replacing or putting data in the wrong place. The other form is the shrinkage form. This is where I put the shrinkage. These are the products that you can apply shrinkage to. Case settings. The case settings is a special form that is very useful or that comes in handy when we talk about group cases. So for those group cases, there will be additional customization that has to be made for those cases to run correctly. So the case settings form is ideally designed for that. On the bottom side, you have prices, you have expenses, taxes. We're going to have other videos that will talk about all the specific forms, but this is where you can find all these information across board. So this is a standard view. And then on the right side, you have the two graphs and then this flyout right on the corner. Okay. If you switch to the laptop view, this is a slightly different layout. My computer, it's a wide screen. I think I hear 22-inch. It's wide. So I don't have issues with displaying as many forms as possible. But if you have a small laptop, whether it's a 14-inch screen or something smaller, this is an ideal form you want to use. That way you can see all the information pretty clear. So, but the purpose of this is to, maximize your small screen and give you just one information at a time. So one form at a time, and you can switch through your forms while you're working your data. For an A and D view, you can switch and look at all this one. This is just a different layout, okay? So the question is, how do we customize our user interface? I usually want to start with a blank view. You can grab any of the existing view. Let's say I can pick the standard view. If I don't want any particular view to be displayed, let's say I don't really care about daily production data, I go ahead and close that. If you notice, you can close the forms by clicking on the X next to the name of the form. There's also a maximize button, a maximize icon next to it. If you click on that, usually you don't want to be in any cell. So if you click on the maximize, it's going to maximize that form to fill your whole screen. If you click on the maximize again, it's going to dock it back in, essentially minimize it back. So that's a very good function to have. All right, so I was saying, if you don't want to work with shrinkage, you don't want to work with maybe any other form, maybe you don't really care about having two graphs or something like that. It could be that you don't want it, or you deleted some of those forms by mistake. If you deleted those forms by mistake, you can hit the refresh. You don't have to go look for it and add it back. If you hit the refresh, it's going to add all the forms that are part of that standard view together. So as long as you've saved the layout, if you delete it by mistake or something like that, you can always bring everything back by hitting the refresh right here. Okay. So let's go ahead and create our new views. So I'm going to start with a blank view. All right, so the first form you place on the view, you can double click on it. So the first exercise we saw here was to add the monthly production form and then the 70-year oil, gas, water graph. Okay, so I'm going to go to the graphs flyout, click on that. I'll grab the 70-year graph. If you double click on it the first time, it's going to fill the whole workspace like this. It fills the whole workspace. Usually the first form you grab, double clicking on it should be able to position it on the entire screen, which is always recommended. So the other way is to go ahead and drag it. When you drag it, you see I still have my left mouse clicked down. While you're dragging it, this icon shows up in the middle of your screen. It's called the form placement tool. So if I put it in the middle, it just does the same thing like double clicking that first form. It fills the whole screen for me. So like I said, that first form, you want to either double click on it or you put it right in the middle to fill the whole screen. Now, the other form is the monthly production form. You see on the forms group, there's case headers, case production group, case relationships. So under the case production, I have my monthly production. So I can grab it, okay? If I put it in the middle, it's like filling it in the whole workspace again. Now it's going to become a tab next to the graph that I added. Now see both of them are tabbed because I put it in the middle, okay? Okay. I'm going to grab it this time. Instead of putting it in the middle as a tab, you can put it on the left side. It's just going to scoot to the left of the graph, or to the right side, or to the left side, or to the right side, or even to the top or to the bottom, anywhere you want. So I'm going to place it on the right side, and then it's going to put it right on the right side for me. So right now I have my graph on the left, my monthly production on the right, and usually I don't want to see my forms again. That way I have maximum screen as possible. I just want to see the case list, then these two forms. That way, as I'm going through my projections, I can look at the values if I'm interested in looking at that, but it really gives me some good perspective. All right, so once you've customized it, this is the way you want it to look, you go ahead and save it as a view. So how do we save this as a view? Good question. To save it as a view, notice that whenever we click on the graph, PHDwin takes us to the projection ribbon. But to save this as a view, you have to go back to the home ribbon. Next, on the view section, all the way to the right of the home ribbon, you see the views. There's the save view. Now you won't be able to save any view over the existing standard views that we have, the 4 views. So to save this view, I'm going to hit on the drop down and say save view as. So I'll call this graph and monthly production. So this is now the graph and monthly production view. I click on apply. Now I have it as a view. If I click on that drop down, we have the 4 default views and then plus this. So if I switch to my standard view, and then I'll be able to go ahead and switch back to my graph and monthly production view. So if I didn't save this view, I went back to the blank view, it's just going to get rid of everything I've customized at that point. So once you customize your user interface, make sure to save it. That way you retain that layout for future reference. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and work on the next one, which is the econs and finance view. Again, I'm going to start from the blank view. All right. They want us to put the price, expenses, investment, and ownership as a quadrant. So I'm going to grab on the economic side. I'll double click on the first one to fill the whole space. I'll grab my expenses. I'll put it to the right. I'll grab my investment. I put it on the bottom side of the price. Then I grab the ownership. I put it on the bottom side of the expenses. So right now I've set up a quadrant layout with 4 different forms displayed. All right, I think there was an instruction to add eco options to the investment tab. Let me close that and just make sure that's the right instruction. So we're adding eco options and tax model to the investment. Yes, then we do the flyouts. Okay. So I'm going to grab my eco options. If I put it in the middle, it forms a tab with investment. I can put it to the right of the investment, to the left, top, bottom, but just within this particular quadrant. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in the middle. Okay. Then do the same thing for the taxes model. Okay. Now, if you want the investment form to be the very first one, I can click on it and move it to the front line. All right, so now we have this set up the way we want it. One final piece is going to be to add the flyout. To create a flyout, we're going to be adding the models form, the global editor, and the grid editor as flyouts on the right side. So to add a flyout, you grab it. So don't drop it in the middle or anywhere. Just let it fly out somewhere. Let it float. Okay. So once it floats, now it's a flyout. Okay. This time around, if you go ahead and grab it, you'll notice something. You have the ability to put it on the top. It becomes a flyout at the very top on the bottom. Becomes a flyout on the bottom. You see somewhere also on the left and then on the right. We'll go ahead and place it on the right. Now is a flyout on the right. If you click on the pin, it pins it. Now you have it as a models flyout right in that corner. I'll do the same thing for the grid editor. I grab it and I pin it right there. I do the same thing for the global editor. I drop it right there, I grab it, and then I pin it right here. So once you go ahead and hit the pin, now you have them docked in, they are all flyat. If you hover your mouse over it, you see how it flies out, you get off, it goes back in. So one final thing is going to be to go ahead and dock this form out. That way I have my entire screen for me to work with. All right, so this is the view that I was looking at that we were instructed to create. I'm going to go ahead and save it as well. I'll call this econs and finance view. Okay. Hit apply. Now we have the econs and finance view. We have the monthly production view. We have the econs and finance view. You have layout. If you mistakenly come to the global editor and somehow instead of pinning it back in, you closed it, or you did the same thing for the models form, you closed it, don't worry about it. And don't try to come here and pull it back in. That's a lot of work. So just go ahead, as long as it's a saved view, hit refresh and everything comes back. Okay. Yeah, I've seen teaching this class for the past 2 years, I've seen students, once they close a view, they're like, how do I get it back? How do I get it back? Yeah, there's a long way to do that. That's to add everything back. And then there's a faster way to do it. That's hitting refresh. If you're going to be working in this database for a long time and you think, let's say the accounts and finance view is your favorite view, you can go ahead and set it as your favorite. Once you do that, if you open the grouped view, you see how the favorite icon is next to econs and finance. So if I'm in the standard view, I click favorite, it's just going to go ahead and switch me to my favorite view pretty quick. All right, so we've looked at how you can customize your user interface by arranging the forms from the PHDwin forms display and placing it on the screen or on your workspace the way you want. Now, what you guys are looking at right now is just one screen. If you have multiple screens in your office, you can grab some of those forms and put it on a second screen, put it on the third screen. PHDwin V3 doesn't have limitation where you have to put everything on one screen. You can split it onto multiple screens, and then you can save that particular layout, maybe a 3-screen layout, a 2-screen layout, and then you can switch back and forth. All right, so I want to show us something. Let's say, I think I mentioned this when we started this this tutorial. When you create a view, you're creating that view for this database. If you go to a different database, you're not going to have these 2 views we just created, right? So to be able to reuse this view in a database, you can either go to that database and recreate it, or you're going to do what I'm about to do next. In your home ribbon, Under the view section, next to the refresh for the view, there's a settings. There's a settings icon that is named Manage Views. Click on that. I don't know if you guys can see this. If you click on that, it opens the Views Manager, where you can see multiple views, all the views that you have for this database. All right, if you notice, the two views that we just created, the Econs and Finance view, the Graph and Monthly Production view, their access level is set to private. So what that means is if we have multiple users in this database, I am the only person that have access to that view. I'm the only person. Nobody else will be able to see that view or reuse it. On the other hand, if I do transfer my database and go send it to somebody, these views don't go along with the transfer file because they are private to this user. So if you want to make sure that even if you're the only one working in this database, you want to make sure that if you back up this database, you transfer it out, you give it to somebody, they have the same views that you're seeing too. You want to make sure you convert it to either public or all. So there's one more that's called public or all. That way, if you're transferring out your database to save it, archive it, send it to somebody, the views will go along with those. Okay. All right, so the other thing you can see here is in this window, you can export a set of views, you can import views, right? So these two views that we just created, I can select those two views. I hold my control key, I can do multiple selection. I select the first one, I hold down my control key, I select the second one. It doesn't make sense selecting the default views because every program already has it. So just the customized views, those are the ones you want to select. So I selected those two views. I'm going to go ahead and hit export. Okay. I can go to my desktop under PHDwin, maybe data. I go ahead, I call this graph a monthly production view. Okay, save it. So if I go to my location, I have it there as a view as well. Now, if you notice, I also have a view set called the graph and group case editing. So this could be a view that you created somewhere else, you saved it, you want to be able to pull it into this particular database. So let me show us how to pull that in. From the same views window, you go to import, you go to the location where you saved that view. That is the one that we already brought in from a different database. This is the one we just exported from our current database. So I'm going to grab the first one, I open it. Now you see the graph view and then the group case editing view. I want to make sure I put those to all, then I save it. So now if you go to your drop down, you can switch to your graph view. This was how you customize your graph view before you exported it from your previous database. And then group case editing view has a slightly different layout. Okay. So these are the different ways you can customize views in PHDwin. We've seen how you can, what the views are, what the forms are, how you can customize it, how you can edit it. Then we've seen how you can save the views. Once you save it, you can export it, and you can import a view into your particular database. So export and import of views make it easy for people to share their views across the company or to other users. That way you don't have to recreate it all the time from scratch. I think I've seen people, they will typically create some views that they like, they save it somewhere, and then once they get a new database, they go ahead and import all their views and they go from there. All right, that brings us to the end of this view section. Welcome to this section of the tutorial PHDwin week presentation. We're going to be looking at talking about case list in this particular section. So everything about the case list, the primary focus is going to be essentially how to organize your case list, how to organize cases on your case list, how to create your sorts, create your filters, bookmark cases, organize your case list, everything case list related. So what is a case list? A case list is really the form that contains the list of all the cases you have in your database. Now in PHDwin, we call each item on the case list a case. We don't call it a well because it's not necessarily a well. It could be an expense case, it could be a platform, it could be a group case, it could be different things. So we don't essentially call it a well. It doesn't have to be a well. But for most situation, a case is going to be a well, right? But not in every situation. So case lists, the sort and the filter help us organize the case list. Now in V3, we've made it easy for users to be able to customize their sort and filter. And we're going to talk about how to create sort and filter in this particular presentation. Next is we've improved the search feature. You click on the search, you'll be able to search by all the items you sorted the case list by. So like in this case, I sorted by field, reservoir, API, and case name. So I can search my case list by any of those criteria, right? Any of those fields. The other improvement we've seen in V3 is the addition of multiple bookmarks. If you're a V2 user, you can use the paperclip to clip one case at a time. But in V3 now, you can use the bookmark icon to bookmark multiple cases, at a time. This is really handy if you're going through your cases. You want to go pretty quick. If you see any case that you need to, give it more attention, but you don't want to do that right now, you can bookmark that case. You go to the next case. You can bookmark as many as you want. Then once you're done, we do have a filter called bookmarked that is just going to show you only all the cases you bookmarked for you to review them further. And these are all the cases that have been bookmarked. All right, so let's go ahead and see how we can work on our case list in PHDwin. What are we talking about? How can we create sort and filters and all the bookmarks? All right, let's go over to PHDwin. All right, in PHDwin, I'm going to go ahead and stay on the standard view. In the home ribbon, I had to make sure the standard view is the view I selected. In this particular database, I have 100 cases, as you can see on the case list. I can expand my case list. Now, the first thing you're going to notice is the case list has colors. Well, in this case, I'm just seeing one color. That means every single well I have on this case list, the major phase is oil. So if the major phase is oil, it's going to be green. If it's gas, it's going to be red. I think if it's water, it's going to be grayish. Okay. So there are 100 cases. And if there is no sort of filter, the cases are in the order of their case ID. So case ID is the ID code we create for the cases in the order in which they were imported. So in this database, the first case to come in has a case ID of 1, 2, 3, 4, and just goes in that order. So to create a sort, there's a drop down. PHDwin has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 default sorts that comes with the program. And if you wanted to create a new sort, you can say add a new sort, or you can click on the settings next to the sorts. And this is going to open the sort window for us. In the sort window, you can click on the plus sign. You can add a new sort, or you can copy any selected sort. Right now, nothing is copied. So you can copy field and reservoir. You copy that if you want to do that. Okay. So we're going to create a sort by creating a brand new one. I'll call this reservoir. I want us to sort by reservoir. And within the reservoir, I want us to be sorting by case name. So we're going to be sorting the case list by reservoir. Then within every reservoir, go ahead and order it by the case name in alphabetical order. So if you notice, the sort also has the access level. The first ones you create from scratch, they are going to be private, but you want to make those either public or all. Now, the public or all designation, it's usually very good for whenever you're saving your database, sending it to somebody else, or when you're working with multiple people in the same database. And you can put a description for your sort. Now, naming your sort, it's really, really important. If I call this, let's say, Marshall sort, you have no idea what Marshall sort means. You really have to open the sort or use it or actually come to the sort window to know what it means. But because I already said reservoir and case name, once you see that sort, you know, okay, this guy is sorting by reservoir and then by case name. So hopefully that makes sense. So you want to be able to give it a very, very reasonable name. That way it's easy for somebody to know what you're talking about. All right, if you notice, the sorts, we have different places you can use the search feature that we have within the program. You can search reservoir, and it's going to pick up everything that has reservoir in the name of the sort field, right? Okay. But the sort fields are pretty much organized in predictable groups. So you have the eco options. So everything that is related to the eco options, you see right there. Economic input. If you wanted to track all these values on your case list, economic output, wanted to look at results, effective qualifier. This will help you track which qualifier has data for every case. You see all the general information. You can also sort by ID code, different projection parameters, reserve values, whether it's historical volume, EUR. You can sort by, so you have different fields you can sort by here. If it's difficult to find what you're looking for, use the search field and go ahead and search for that particular information you're looking for. All right, so reservoir is going to be under general information, and that should be reservoir. I'm going to double click on it. If you double click on it, it adds it to the list. Now, alternatively, you could have dragged it and put it here as well. It does the same thing. Okay. So dragging and dropping gives you the advantage of putting it in any position you want to put it in. So right now it's the first one, so it doesn't really make any difference. So I'm going to add reservoir. The next one is to add the case name. So if I double click on the case name, it just goes to the next spot. But if I wanted the case name to be first, I will have to drag it, then I can place it in the first position like that, you know. But that's not what I want. So I'm just going to grab it and drop it here. It becomes the second item. So I'm going to be grouping by reservoir. See the group by reservoir. So doing the grouping is going to bring all the wells, all the cases that are in that reservoir to be under their specified groups. That way on the case list is going to give you the option to collapse or expand that grouping. That way it's more easy to manage the case list. Now we also have another checkbox for summary. if you put a checkbox on the summary, it means whenever you run a cash flow, you want PHDwin to generate a summary page for the reservoir groupings. So if in your database you have, let's say, 3 reservoirs, in addition to running your individual cases and you want to generate a summary for the reservoirs, you're going to have 3 additional pages, one for each reservoir. Now, next to the summary, do you want to place the summary at the top of your page or at the bottom of your page? So usually, let's say you have 3 reservoirs. PHDwin is going to run the cash flow. You see there's a grand total page. And there's a summary enabled for the grand total page. That means we're going to generate a summary for the grand total page. We'll put it on the top side. We'll go to the first reservoir. We're going to generate the summary for that. Then we're going to report the cases for that reservoir. We'll go to the next reservoir, summary, cases. Next reservoir, summary, cases. So in those situations, you see that the summaries are being placed at the top before the cases follow. But if you want the summary to be on the bottom side after all the cases, just go ahead and click on, instead of top, it goes to bottom. Okay. All right, there's also something under the sorts. If you click on ascending or descending or none, you have all that option too. So if you're going to be sorting your reservoirs in alphabetical order, in ascending order or descending order, you all have that option. Okay. The other thing I'd like to mention is there's an item, a checkbox here that says suppress redundant summary. I like to leave that unchecked. So what that really does is there could be situations where a particular report page is redundant or pretty much is the same. In that situation, you don't want to see it twice. So if in this situation that we have reservoir and case name, and in a particular reservoir you just have one case, now that case is going to have its own report, and that same report will show up again at the summary level for the reservoir, right? So that's a redundant summary. Or a situation where you have reserve class, category, subcategory, and the only subcategory is producing. So the summary page for subcategory will be the same summary page for category, will be the same summary page for. So you don't want those redundant summaries. So suppressing that will only ensure that you only see that summary page once. Okay. Now I like to uncheck that for personal reasons, but I'm just mentioning that just depending on what you want. But I like to check that just because sometimes, let's say I have 3 reservoirs in my database and I run a cash flow. For some reasons, I'm only seeing 2 summary pages. I'm like, what's going on, right? I forget that I actually unchecked this box, or that I checked this box or something like that. So, but it's a matter of preference. You can check it if you don't want to see redundant summary. You can uncheck it if you're okay with seeing that additional page or additional 2 pages of summaries. Okay. Now, you may be asking your question, why do we have some fields in red and some other fields in black on the case list right here on the available fields? Well, any field that is in red, it doesn't make sense to group by those fields, because chances are those fields are going to be unique for every single case. So things like the case name, the chances of 2 wells or 2 cases having the same name, it's pretty much very low, right? Or being in the exact same latitude, longitude, exact same total depth. So it doesn't make sense to group by those fields. And if we allow users to group by those fields, they'll pretty much get as many groupings as they have cases in their database, and it's really not efficient. All right, so once I'm done creating this sort order, I like what I'm seeing. I hit close. PHDwin is going to sort everything by reservoir for me. You see how I can collapse this, I can expand it, collapse, expand. So that's because of the grouping. That's why I can do this. Now, if I run a cash flow, I'm going to see a summary at the reservoir level, which is just backing in this case. And then the grand total page, the summary for the grand total page will be the same summary at the backing level because I said do not suppress redundant summary. Okay. So creating sort pretty much organizes that. Then within the sort, you see how they are all in alphabetical order. Okay. An alternative sort to this is people like to sort by reservoir. Instead of case name, they sort by reservoir and value. Or they just go straight up sort by value, right? So if I'm going to sort by reservoir and value, I can select this one and just copy it and change the name, reservoir and value. And this will be discounted value in M dollars. Okay. I go ahead and get rid of this. You can search for value, but value is going to be under economic output. You see value in M dollars. I'm looking at discounted value. If you want to do undiscounted, you can do undiscounted as well. So I'm going to go ahead and grab discounted value. All right, so for the discounted value, I want my high value wells to be at the top of the case list, then my low value wells all the way to the bottom. So I'm going to make sure I sort this in descending order. Okay. You see how that is in descending order? Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. So right now, I don't have prices, expenses, so these wells don't have any value. So this is really not going to change anything now. I think if in a situation where everything is the same, we'll go ahead and sort by case ID until we see something that is causing a change between those two. So the other one, people just want to go ahead straight up sort by value. I'll just add a new, I'll say value in M dollars. Make it all. And I search for value in M dollars. I add it, put it in descending order. I'm not sorting or doing anything. I'm not running any summary, so that looks good for me. I can leave that, no problem. Now, if you notice, you can put your sort in groups. So I've so far been putting them under the general purpose group. If you really want to do a more organized work on your sorts, you can put it depending on what you want to use the sort for. If you want to use it for maybe reporting, to show economics, different things, this just helps you put it in different buckets to organize your sort. So if I wanted this to be under reports, maybe I wanted to run a report, it just creates that report bucket, and then you see the value in that grouping. So all right. So the other type of sort people like to create is reserve class, category, and subcategory. So if you notice, PHDwin has something on reserve class, category, and subcategory. But the default one that we have, it's only grouping. It's not generating summary pages. So if we wanted to create something that groups like this, generate summary pages, and then within the last grouping is going to order by, let's say, the case name or the value. We can do that as well. So I select that. I'm going to copy it. I'll say and value. So in this case, I'm going to make sure I check the summaries for everything. And then within the last one, I'm going to go ahead and add my discounted value in descending order. Okay. Sort by class, and this, all three columns are grouped. I will say with summaries. cases are sorted in descending order of their discounted value. Okay. So you can put descriptions like this to make it really nice and descriptive. Okay. Maybe this is one of those report sorts I use for my cash flow, so I can put it on that report. So, and you can create some more complex sorts. Now, the other one people typically like to do is, so the case list can be used for the order of cases in the case list controls the order of cases on your report, controls the order of cases anywhere, and that is pretty much controlled by the sort, right? Now, the other thing the case list does for us is we use it for QC purposes. As you're walking through your cases, how do you know the cases you've edited? How do you know which case has price, which case has expense, which case has been updated? So you can set up a sort that can help you track your updates as you're going along. So to do this, I'm going to create a sort that tracks what my effective qualifier is. That way, once you're making updates, you know if that update has been saved into your primary qualifier. So I'm going to add a new sort. I'm going to sort, in this particular case, by reservoir. You know what, let's just sort by reservoir. And within the reservoir, we're going to sort by effective qualifiers. And then finally, we're going to display economic inputs. Okay. I'll leave this under general purpose. I don't really care because I don't want to use this for reporting, so I can leave this unchecked. So I'm going to go under under general information, grab my reservoir. I'm going to group by reservoir. Summary is not needed. Under effective qualifier, I'm going to add, maybe I want to track as I update my expenses and investments. Maybe ownership, not that much, but if you wanted to track it, you can do that. Prices, reserve class and category. Let me go ahead and add all the projection, all the qualifier categories. So in this situation, as you're making changes to your cases, you're going to be seeing which qualifier is the effective qualifier. If an alternate is effective, which means you haven't made any change in this current scenario. All right, the other one is going to be economic input. Maybe you want to track as you're making changes to expenses, maybe fixed costs, the operating cost for gas, the operating cost for oil, maybe the water up cost, well cost. You want to track as you're making those changes if values have been updated for your cases. The other one could be prices. Maybe you want to see if you actually apply the latest and greatest price. So gas price, gas energy factor. We can apply oil price as well. And maybe NGL price if you're dealing with NGL as well. Now, this is going to be one of the sorts I call an expensive sort, because this has to query your database to pick up the latest and greatest data. So it's going to go beyond your current scenario. It's going to look at alternate, it's going to go beyond your current qualifier. It's going to look at your alternate qualifier to see which one has data. So depending on how many cases you have in your database, you want to use this sparingly. You want to really use this sparingly, right? Maybe once you're done all your editing, you quickly switch to this, see where you are at, then you switch back to something else. Because depending on how much cases you have, this can take a while to put the right data in the right spot. Okay. But what we can see here is that for expenses, pretty much all the qualifier categories, nothing has been changed, right? That's why everything is showing default. So if something has been changed, they will be showing backing, because backing qualifier is a primary qualifier for this backing asset scenario. And then you can also see that all the prices, expenses, nothing has been updated. Everything is essentially zero. Okay. But with this particular sort, you can QC your database as you're working, making changes. You expect the values to be showing up. Anyone that doesn't have values, you can quickly tell, and then double click on that to go change and grab the right case. All right, so that's pretty much sort for us. I'm going to go ahead and switch to the one that says reservoir and case name. Okay. The other one is filter. So filter is very, very useful to also organize our case list. Right now, all the wells are in the back-end reservoir. If wanted to see right now, if wanted to see only the wells in the field called Timber Creek, we can go ahead and add a new filter. Say Timber Creek field. Okay. So we're going to look for the field we want to add. I think it's field. So this field contains Timber Creek. Okay. Depending on how many timber spelling or creek spelling that you have across the database, if you just have one timber, you don't have to type Timber Creek. See, it shows only 9 cases that are in the Timber Creek reservoir, but we can't really guarantee they're all in Timber Creek, so you may want to spell the entire field correctly the way you want it. But it seems that in this case, it worked pretty good. If I wanted to just be sorting, I'll say Timber Creek, and I save that. Okay, so all 9 cases are in Timber Creek. No filter. Let me try something else. There's Banks Field as well. So what if I want to see Timber Creek and Banks Field? I'll add a new, I'll say Timber Creek and Banks Field. Okay. All right, so in this case, I'm going to say the field contains timber. As you may have guessed, I could have copied this one, right? Yep, but I didn't do that. And the field contains banks. Okay. Now, if I go ahead and do this, this is most likely going to return 0 because there's no case that is in both fields at the same time, right? Yep. It returns 0, nothing, because it's not possible to have these cases in these 2 fields, right? In this particular setting. All right, so under the attribute settings, you see all of the following is true. All of the following is true. You can have multiple branches of this attribute the way you want it. So instead of saying all of the following is true, you can click on the second attribute and say any of the following is true. So you can have different tiers and you can keep, so within this particular branch, any of the following is true. You can have another branch here that you want all of those to be true. You can just have multiple branches. You can nest them. And you can do them the way you want. So once we say any of the following is true, now we expect this to return some more cases for us. Okay. So these are the wells in the Timber Creek and in the Banks Field. So the filter you can learn more, look at filter, do some more work as you need. But the key thing is the access level. That way, if you're saving your database, want to send it to somebody, you want them to see those same fields, the sorts, the filter that you created. You want to make sure the access level says all. That's really important. And then you can sort by ID codes that you've created, all the wells in this platform, all the wells associated with this facility. You can have multiple filters. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say no filter. All right, so this is a case list. Each time you update your data, it probably doesn't update in real time. PHDwin tries to refresh and give you most recent data. But if you notice that something is not updated, but you want to see the updated data on the case list, go ahead and hit refresh. It's going to try to query the backend, the database, and put the latest and greatest data. Okay. If you wanted to search by something, case name, whatever it is, you hit the search icon. Let's say I wanted to look for Dave. Okay, there is it. There's a well called Dave. Okay. If I wanted to bookmark all the wells that are called Dave, I have one of them bookmarked. Let's say I wanted to look for something else called Fox. I have one more, that's Fox. So let's say I bookmark that. I close this. Okay. Now there's a filter called bookmark. I click on bookmark. It's only going to show me those two cases that I bookmarked. Okay. All right, so there are different ways you can bookmark. Maybe when you do a search, you bookmark a case, or as you highlighted the case, you press F9. You highlight the case, you press that, it bookmarks it. F9 should bookmark it as well, this keyboard. All right. So, but in your keyboard, F9 should bookmark the cases, or you click on the plus sign and then you get the bookmark. So as you're walking through your cases, you say, you know what, I need to come back to this case. You click on the bookmark, you keep going, and then once you're done, you grab the bookmark filter and it just shows you those cases you bookmarked. You can go ahead and work on them. When you're done, you can select all the cases and you remove the bookmark. Okay. Now the case list, you can hold the click one, you hold the shift, you can select a group of cases from the first click to the last click by holding the shift. If you wanted to select multiple, but they are not in order, you can hold the control key and then you can select multiple in different order. Now, if you wanted to select everything that is not part of the current 8 cases selected, you click on invert selection. It's just going to select the opposite of what you just selected. When I come back, you switch to that. Now, depending on how large your case list is, a lot of the time you may lose track of which case is your active case. Now, on the bottom side here where you have, this is called your status bar, you have the scenario you're standing on, which is the backing asset scenario. You have the name of the case you're actually standing on, the type of case, and some economic information on that case. So that's how you know which case you're standing on. But you really don't see it right here. But if you click on go to active, it's going to take you straight to which one is your active case right here. All right, so while we're talking about the tax bar, if you can actually customize your tax bar by right clicking. If you right click on your tax bar, there's a status bar settings. You click on that. By default, we are showing you your scenario label, the case name, the economics. If you wanted to add location information, As I put this check mark, notice how the data will be added in this in the status bar. So I put location information, I put economic indicator, I put the EUR, I put the ownership. So depending on how much space you can load all this data and you can see them in real time as you're walking through your database. All right, I think that pretty much covers it for the sort and filter. If you have any question, don't hesitate to reach out to support. We'll be willing and ready to help you as much as we can.
Thank you to Dr. Wigwe for his efforts on our short training course. There are 2 more parts to Marshall's training. They will both stream at the same time, 11 a.m. CDT on Wednesday and Thursday. Next up, we will cover a replay from PHDwin Week 2023. Feel free to use this time to take a break or catch up on featured content from last year. Following the replay, Garrett Hoover will present new report options in V3 at 1:00 p.m. After that, make sure to catch Laura Freeman, Gavin McQueen, and Dwayne Purvis for this year's featured panel. There is much more coming soon on PHDwin Week Live 2024.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. Please welcome Stella Iateo. Stella is a PhD candidate at the Texas Tech Bob L. Hurd Department of Petroleum Engineering. Stella boasts a decade-long career as a petroleum reservoir engineer, with expertise in reservoir modeling and simulation, reserves assessment and documentation, well and reservoir oversight, design and analysis of well testing, field progression, and optimizing production. Stella's research encompasses integrated reservoir simulation modeling for geological CO2 storage projects, unconventional reservoirs, and the constructive repurposing of produced water. With a rich background spanning industry and academia, and a dedication to excellence, Stella stands out as a significant contributor in the realm of petroleum engineering.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stella Iateo. Thank you for joining this presentation today. I'll be presenting on accessible produced water volume for beneficial reuse. Very quickly, I'm going to be giving you my profile. Currently, I'm a PhD candidate at Texas Tech University, and I also have a teaching and research assistant job role. In terms of my academic background, I have a diploma in chemical engineering, and I've got a BSc, MSc, and now a PhD in petroleum engineering. So prior to my academic journey in PhD program, have worked as a petroleum reservoir engineer for about 10 years, including a field experience. I've also had the opportunity of working as assistant lecturer at the Federal Polytechnic in Nigeria. My area of specialization is in reservoir modeling and simulation, reservoir estimation and reporting using the PRMS standard, asset evaluation for investment, divestitures, farming opportunity or farm out opportunity. I've also had experience in well and reservoir management, field characterization, both in modeling and also the planning and execution in the field. I've had a little experience in well planning and optimization. I've had opportunity of being recognized with numerous national and international awards and scholarships. including the Eridowitz Scholarship Award from SPE, the Paul Whitfield Fellowship Award from Lubbock University Women Club, New Era Foundation Award for Leadership from the Lagos State Government, and also Marie Curie Award for Academic Excellence from the University of Lagos. I've had opportunity to volunteer in various organizations such as SPE, Society of Petroleum Engineers, Hammer, charitable organization here in Lubbock. I've coached and mentored several petroleum engineering students and also interns, especially in my former company in Nigeria and also here in the United States. Currently, my project is actually on geological CO2 storage optimization. I'm doing something on numerical simulation modeling of this storage mechanism. And the sidebar is the Produce Water Beneficiary project, which I executed with a theme that is organized by the Texas Produce Water Consortium. So the Texas Produce Water Consortium was actually established in 2021, and the purpose of that consortium is to bring together information and resources to study the economics and also technology related to beneficial reuse of water, that is externally, not in the oil and gas industries. So these are the three directors that currently head that team. We have Mr. Rusty Smith, and we have the co-directors, Dr. Waxin and also Dr. Eric Bernard. So if you're looking to discuss further or support this mission in Texas, you can reach out to Dr. Watson Marshall using the email below that you're looking on the slide. Also, I have some external contributors and also collaborators which help out in fulfilling most of the work that was done on the Texas Produce Water Consortium. Most of them are professors from different universities and also some industry experts like Dr. Rob, Dr. Kazem, Mrs. Lisa Henton, and notably is also Dr. Marshall Wigwe of PHDwin that gave us the resources that we used in projecting produced water volume that will be accessible for beneficial reuse. So thank you so much, PHDwin, for that. So the agenda for this presentation goes thus. I'll talk to you about the background, some perspective on the beneficial reuse of water using some environmental tools in order to explain the oil and gas industry perspective. Also, I'll show you how we analyze the data in the Permian Basin in order to project what accessible produced water volume will be in the next couple of years, and give you a brief conclusion. So, on the background, I believe we all know what produced water is actually a natural occurring water that is produced as a byproduct during exploration and production of oil and gas from the subsurface system. But these days it's not just limited to that, because you have different types of operations like hydraulic fracturing, where you produce water, and this water is called the flow back water and is also considered as the produced water in this context. And also we have some other type of water that are produced during process analysis and things like that. These are all grouped as produced water. And as it is currently, the essentiality of water in the oil and gas is not any different from any other industry. The only difference that we see here is that we produce quite a lot of water than any other industry. And such, that water needs to be managed properly, needs to be treated before disposal. And the oil and gas industry has actually come a very long way from utilization of water in general. First of all, they started with, because we use a lot of water, so we use a lot of fresh water, and they graduated into using fresh water plus seawater in order to reduce the intensity of freshwater usage. So we moved again ahead to using fresh water, seawater, and then groundwater, and then from all those we moved to using fresh water and produced water. So hence, we have different kinds of mixing rule. When we are trying to do our operation, we can use like 50% of fresh water, 50% of produced water, etc. So, but now we are looking forward to a future where we can actually replace fresh water use with just produced water only. And that's in line with the SDGs dream, which is to conserve water. So we are trying to also conserve water, basically. So how do we do that? These are some facts, that is well known in the country. So I'm using the United States as my, case study here. So the pie chart on the top left-hand side represents the cumulative produced water that has been produced from 1933 to 2022, which is about 1.8 trillion barrels of water. And as you can see here, you can see the top 10 states in the United States are the highest producer, with Texas topping the list. The list at 38% producer. And then on the top right-hand side, you see a map that represents total withdrawal of water, just water, fresh water, saline water. So each of so this plot shows how the volume that is used by each state, basically. According to the United States Geological Survey, in 2015, about 10.5 billion barrels of water was withdrawn. And out of this 10.5 billion barrels of water that was withdrawn, 87% of that water is actually fresh water, while the remaining 13% is a mixture of surface water, seawater, and all kinds of sources. So based on that, you can still see that the top producer of produced water are actually also the top users of fresh water from in 2015, based on this map. And if you look at the map under that, the first one, that represents the intensity of droughts that we have in United States. This was measured over 5 years using an index called the SPEI. And so the negative value of those SPEI represent the fact that those states are experiencing droughts. And notably, you can see that about 60% of the United States actually are experience moderate to severe intensity droughts based on this data points. And it's not coincidence that it's also where you have highest producer of produced water, highest withdrawal of fresh water that are also experiencing this drought. So this is like a problem that actually have a solution in itself. So from what we did in Texas Produced Water Consortium, we discovered that the potential for treating produced water could actually lead to an estimated 2 billion barrels of water per year, which you can use over about 256 acre foot if you're using that kind of water for agriculture, for example. And it also has a higher potential of going up until 4 billion barrels per year. So what this means is that instead of withdrawing water from using fresh water, you can actually replace some of this fresh water with produced water. What do we do currently in the oil and gas industry, and what is the future aspiration? What we do right now is we've done a lot in trying to use produced water internally, but like I said, we still have a lot of that produced water being disposed of using saltwater disposal wells, the SWD. So our dream and aspiration is actually to see how we can convert the portion of the water that is disposed of into using them externally in industry such as agriculture, manufacturing, and also industrial products, and other ones like construction, energy generation, and even some, like for example, in New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, they are already talking about converting this water to purified or potable drinking water. So, but it's there's a lot of challenges in doing that, and there's a lot of questions to be addressed. So some of those questions are highlighted in this slide. The first one is, what is the environmental and economic value for all stakeholders? What is produced water volume? What is the quantity really? What are the typical produced water constituents that can serve as basis of engineering design? And how do we have sufficient and efficient treatment technology? And what is the cost implication of using that to achieve our goal? And in terms of regulation, where are we? What are the regulations in place to be able to use this produced water? Just for you to have like an holistic view, I try to, as much as possible, to address each of those questions, and also before I share the bulk of my presentation with you. So for the oil and gas industry, what is important is actually their key drivers here are quality and quantity, the technology, infrastructure, and availability. What is the cost implication? Are they going to make profits? What is the proximity of transporting the produced water to the end user or usable facility? And also corporate social responsibility and liability management, etc. For the environmentalists, they are more interested in the short and long-term exposure effect of produced water, because as we speak now, do we really know everything that is in the produced water? We have the ecological impact, the continuous availability, social acceptance, and public perception. Are they going to agree to us using produced water in farming, edibles, and things like that? And the government is more involved in the permitting, approval, authorization. What is the process? How do we monitor the water quality? What stringent compliance should be followed, and sustainable development goals, environmental health, and safety. So all this come into play. We have different stakeholders with different objectives, really. So And the question begs, where is the meeting of minds? Because the oil and gas are not, I don't want to say they are not charitable organization, but they are actually out there to also make profit. And there's little that can be done in terms of the investment in this kind of projects. So it's kind of like really, really expensive to do. So those are the challenges that we have there. So let me just explain more about the cost aspects here, so that we have a holistic view as to what is going on with implementation of beneficiary use. So this table here represents all the costs that you have to consider if you want to convert produced water to reusable products outside the oil and gas industry. So the first one is, if you look at it, right now, the oil and gas industry, they dispose the water, and it costs about 0.55 on average to about 1.81 per barrel to dispose of, depending on the proximity to the deposition disposal sites. So the 0.55 represents if you have built in a pipeline and you want to transport your water from one end to the other, so it's cheaper. Or if you are using trucking like we use in Texas here, you're going to be in about $1.81 per barrels. So the cost per barrels of utilizing groundwater now, as it is today for agriculture, is about 0.03 per barrel. So, but the issue is, if you want to now treat the water to a higher specification to meet the requirement for other purposes like agricultural uses, you have to spend more money in treating the water to get it to that level. So, for example, the US EPA site report on Eureka Resources, did something like that by treating flowback water. And they came up with a cost of about $6.5 to $10 per barrel. So that means if they treat the water is going to cost that amount for you to use in agriculture. And then when you use like a crystallizers, to reduce your discharge to zero, basically, you're going to be spending about $11 per barrel. And however, because there's a lot of things going on, that even in the produced water, you can actually extract some resources like lithium, some chemicals like carbon carbonate and things like that. So when they factor that in, that okay, if we are able to recover some materials from the produced water, how much will it cost? It costed about $7 per barrel. So you can see that these amounts are far from 0.03, and also far from if the oil and gas industry are just going to dispose the water away. So for beneficiary reuse to be viable, the cost per barrel must be less than $1 per barrel. And that's really like the big challenge in executing this. So this now involves just investment by the governments and investment by different stakeholders to be able to carry out studies where you can actually treat the water at a cheaper rate than what we have obtainable right now. And then another challenge is actually the produced water volume, because there are no known rule guideline that says, oh, you must report your produced water volume every year, just the way it is for oil and gas, where you can actually, what is being produced in California, what is being produced in Texas, because they are being reported every time, right? To a very large accuracy. But in the case of water, it's not like that. It's a waste, right? Even though the company knows the value internally, but do they share the real data, into an open access database? I'm not really sure that is correct, because we have different variations in values. So if you look at the plot on my right hand side, that shows the cumulative produced water billion barrels per year from different sources, you can see that variation very clearly. So there is poor public produced water volume database. The actual volume of water is actually estimated based on water oil ratio, which is taken from very scanty good well test data. So it's like maybe when they take well test data in every 3 months or 6 months, they just extrapolate what the produced water will be, and that is not the case in many scenarios. So we also have a lot of speculations, that such as sustainability of the produced water to alternate energy. Sustainability, the energy mixture, the renewable energy that are coming up. People are like, oh, oil and gas is going to be abandoned very soon, and if that happens, are we still going to be looking at produced water? Are we going to be producing enough? So people are banking on the fact that we might reduce production, and when you do that, you actually reduce water production as well. So you have all those in the hair, so people don't really want to invest in it, because you don't really know what the end game is. So that, again, this is one of the problems that we try to solve in terms of looking at just the Permian Basin, which I will discuss towards the final presentation, towards the end of this presentation. So again, another issue or challenges that we have is also the typical produced water constituents. So the problem is we have enormous, boundless constituents in produced water itself. So, and that leads to, when you want to design for treatment and things like that, which of the produced water are you looking at? So you have to go down to the region, the reservoir, if in fact the wells, because it can change. There are different mechanisms going on in terms of generating hydrocarbons. So based on the different type of hydrocarbon constituents that the inherent water has been with for a very long time, it tends to affect the type or the constituent of the produced water itself. So you could have range of values, from a very low value to a very high value. So you see the graph on my right hand side that shows barium, boron, bromide, all kinds of components that you could have in produced water. Look at how the wide range that you could have the data. You could, for example, barium, you could have as low as 0.01 to about 10,000 or 20,000. So in fact, the TDS ranges 100,000 milligram per liter to about 400,000. So how do you design a treatment plan? So you have a lot of things going on. And in terms of toxicity, you can imagine from this report that we identify about 1,198 components in produced water. What is in the produced water? If you identify them by components, there are 1,198 in numbers, and also out of this, about 527 is known to be hazardous. But what is the toxicity of those compounds? We do not know yet. We only know for about less than 30%, which is 167. So the rest of it, the toxicity value have not been designed. The EPA just defined for oil and grease content, in most cases, even though they've defined for agriculture, which is about 35 in terms of oil and grease content now is about 35 milligram per liter. But what of the unknowns? According to the study that is carried out by New Mexico Produced Water Consortium, they have identified several unknowns right now. Like, they don't know the impact of those components in produced water on human life, on the aquatic, on your soil, etc. So there are so many unknowns when it comes to the produced water constituent. Then in terms of treatments, we already know we have several thousands of water treatments. I mean, there's research always going on. The technology is available. However, the major challenge here is the issue of actually choosing a proficient hybrid system that works for produced water, because now you're playing with different constituents. You're playing with different volume variation constituent and things like that. And when you now get the combination right, the question is the cost. Does it worth it? So that's one of the issue, with the treatment cost implication. Then in terms of regulation, like, we all know that due to many existing regulations, the enthusiasts in external usage, we create more regulation for the oil and gas industry. And like I said here, the oil and gas industry is probably the most regulated industry that you can have. You have different rules that you must follow and things like that. So adding produced water beneficial reuse to them will mean that you have more regulation coming in for you to be able to use that water for external purpose. So in a way, the oil and gas industry are hesitant in order to venture 100% into beneficial reuse. So to put this in environmental terms, because usually what you find is there's a disjointment between the oil and gas industry and also the environmentalists, or even some people that are optimistic that you should be able to use the produced water beneficial reuse. So, but in order to manage that situation, we try to bring environmental into the oil and gas industry by using one of their tools to explain the oil and gas industry perspective, which is in this case we use the qualitative life cycle assessment to do that. So this is very simple. It's just a tool that we use to quantify the ecological management. It measures the product, services, or process environmental performance and economic performance as well. So that's what we did with this. So we looked at what is our goal. Our definition is either to dispose the water away using SWDs, or we treat the water and use for beneficial reuse. So we compare these two scenarios and see which one is actually better in terms of environmental cost and also economic cost itself. And then the inventory here is just like a system boundary that defines what goes into your system and also what comes out of your system. And then once we define that, we now use some impact category to define how what comes out of your system affects the environment, the climate, global warming, etc. And then we look at the economic impact as well. So when you look at the system boundary for saltwater disposal, you can see what do we have here. We just have the produced water going into a gravity separator, and then you use a gun barrel to settle to allow it to settle for a particular time, and then inject back to the another well that is called the salt water disposal well. So this is more like a dust to dust approach. Like you took water from the subsurface and you return back to the subsurface with, little removal of contaminants like the oil, the sparse oil, dissolved solid, just a very, like, you did minimal in terms of treatment. But when you look at the produced water, the beneficial reuse system boundary is a different ball game. Now you have like how many modules of treatment plants? You have the API gravity separator, flotation unit, filtration unit, membrane bioreactor, reverse osmosis for desalination. You have a lot of things because you're trying to get the purest water out of this produced water. So in that way, you consume more energy, you use more resources, because some of these reactors, you have to add chemicals to be able to use them. Like, so you tend to use more resources, more energies, you have more modulars. And so as such, you use a lot of resources. So the question is, your end product, does it worth the process, the entire process, does it balance out? And if you also look at here, you actually produce concentrated brine at the end of the day, which is now injected still in the saltwater disposal well. So in a way, you might still need the saltwater disposal well at the end of the day. So when you look at all these aspects, you can see that the saltwater disposal well, it has lower treatment costs. You have little or no toxic release, because now you're taking the contaminated, all produced water with all its constituents. You're taking them from the subsurface and putting them back in the subsurface. So you have lower energy use because you just have to operate two modulars, like the gravity separator and the settler, So you just have to manage those two. So you have low energy use. In terms of volume, resource use, because chemicals and things like that, you use less because you don't have a couple of those modulars. And also you have a lower number of treated modules, as shown in the previous slide. But for beneficial reuse, it's more like on the high side for everything, except that at the end of the day, you get a treated produced water at the end of the day, So this is one reason why we have, the oil and gas industry, really hesitant in order to venture into beneficial reuse. So as such, it relied majorly on government sponsorship and also oil and gas industry investing not for profit, which will be very, very difficult in this aspect. So let me go quickly into the technical work that was done in terms of looking at what will be the accessible volume should we want to implement beneficial reuse of produced water in the Permian Basin, for example. So we use the Permian Basin case study for that. And the reason for that is not like far-fetched. We look at all the volume of water that is produced in Texas, for example, and you could see that on all aspects, the Permian Basin rated higher. And you could see that in terms of water ratio, you have the higher water oil ratio, in vertical wells, conventional wells, compared to horizontal wells. Another thing that struck is, if you look at the prediction that have gone out, over the years from 2002, for example, you see that many people, the produced water volume is not following that popular trend or notion that, oh, produced water will continue to increase and increase, for, until a particular time, is not really following it, because you can see from Lee in 2002 predicted that produced water production is 6.5. Sorry, and then you have the Vail, they keep predicting, but it doesn't follow like any particular trend, so this means that you have to like do that evaluation on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't follow like all the trends that we know in the literature. So how do we do that? Yeah, we use the popular decline curve analysis. However, what we did differently in terms of predicting our cases was to put a twist in and use what we call the type curve generation. It's one of the relevant tool, like really good tool when you're using PHDwin. So the first step was we did a quick data preparation where we clean up our data, load our data, and group them by county. You can actually group by reservoirs, by wells, and any level that you're looking to work with. Then afterwards, we look at, because when you do that, you see clearly some wells they have decline trend. So you can just like do your decline, adjust your trend, and you get a fit, and then you can use that for your production forecast. But in some cases where we do not have decline trend, and so we try to like separate the wells, because what is happening is that new wells are coming up, so you will not see that decline. So we try to like separate them by years so that we can actually see the decline for each of those wells, those group of wells. So we did that from 2016 and 2017 upward, and so we generated a type curve for horizontal wells, because what we are trying to do is we are trying to look at a scenarios where you actually keep drilling just the way it's done currently. So you keep drilling, the number of your wells increases, and we try to see how we can mimic how those wells will behave based on previous performance of wells in that same area. So we developed a type curve for those wells. We determined the initial decline and also the typical B factor for those wells. And so we also did some analytical work where we tried to like determine the number of wells, horizontal wells, that will be drilled, over the course of the year. So we did that by considering several parameters like well lateral length, empirical drainage area, current rig count and prediction. And then finally, once we get that, we are able to create a prospective well and time them in terms of when they come into production based on the assumptions we made on the drilling rates and what have you. So afterwards, we are now able to like generate a production forecast. This is a classic workflow that you can use even for your oil and gas prediction, which we actually did, but it's just that emphasis was on produced water. These are some of the assumptions that went into our work. First of all, we didn't consider some wells that are drilled but they are not completed, so they were removed from our evaluation. We used the APS model, which is inbuilt into PHDwin, and then we established our APS parameter. We used the 5% minimum decline, and then we assume for the projection, considering a range of DM of about 2 to 10%, we use like an example from Wright's literature. And also we use economic limit of about 5 barrels of oil per day. So once you have that, you cut off like every other things after that. Then we use the Baker Hughes rig count database for our low base and high case scenario, which I'll show you in the coming slide, and predicted our future drills, using those parameters I mentioned earlier. So in terms of looking at the area, so our focus was on Delaware Basin and Midland Basin. Also, we excluded areas with minimal like tight oil, and the reason is because we noticed that most wells are the water production for like vertical wells, all the conventional wells, they are mostly used for water flooding, EOR. Excuse me. So they are mostly used for water flooding or EOR. So we excluded that from our forecast. And then in terms of new drill production, it was limited to just Midland and the Delaware Basin. And you can see that we have, for each of these basins, we have different layers. So you have different layers, and in the layers, you have different sections. So all this we look at in order to determine, the number of wells that will be drilled over the years. So this is the example of the rig counts and drilling rates that we used in terms of determining the 3 different scenarios that were considered. You can see we looked at them based on their districts, which is still within the Delaware and the Midland Basin, and we projected a high case, base case, and also low case for that based on all these plots. However, we didn't pick the highest point because these are just like peak points. It doesn't really sustain for long. So because of that, that was not like the priority. So we just pick like a baseline where we can use and more reasonable assumptions. Again, we look at our assumption was that we are going to be drilling the well 18 days per well. This was based on the like a survey that was put out to different companies, and they came up with 15 to 20 days. So we took their average, which was 18 days, and we used in our prediction. In terms of how we calculated the number of wells was calculated using this formula, like on drain area divided by the empirical drainage area. The empirical drainage area is just a function of the length, like the miles, the section itself, and how many wells is in that layer of that section. So that was what that was all about. So so we determined the different average lateral length, the undrained area, the empirical drainage area, and then we use those parameters using this formula in this slide to calculate the number of wells. This is what our results look like in terms of the rig count for each of the counties, and also the number of wells that will be drilled per year at a drilling rate of 18 wells. And we determine the total number of wells that will be drilled over the course of 40 years. And then this is the results of for each of the type curve that was generated for the county, each of the county. We determine the B factor and also the initial nominal decline rate. And this table represents the variations in those rates. So for each one of them, for water, gas, and oil, you have different B values and different initial nominal rates. So basically, when you combine all the factors together, that's how we came about our production forecast. But just to give you like a more in-depth preview in terms of how we handled each county. That's what this slide is going to be speaking to. So this slide represents the Midland County. So this is what it looks like. So you can see the oil and gas wells. And then in each cases, we look at the layers, which in this case, they have like the lateral length. So on the average, you can see that you have them well distributed. However, they range from about 10,000 to about like 1,500. So depending on the layers. And then we have the number of well per section and well.
Thank you for joining us on the stream.
Coming up next is Garrett Hoover. Garrett will present new reporting options and outputs in PHDwin v3.
The session should start soon. After Garrett's session, we will have Gavin McQueen, Laura Freeman, and Dwayne Purvis discuss the state of the industry in our week's featured panel. We hope you enjoy PHDwin Week 2024. Let's welcome Garrett Hoover.
Hello, I'm Garrett. I'm the lead reports developer here, and today I'm going to be talking about new reports and outputs that we have in PHDwin v3. So what I'm going to cover today is the models audit, scenario, cost depletion, reserve migration, then go into a bit more depth on report tables, which will lead us into the CSV and kind of tie into the custom user, and finish with a couple new reports we're working on, which is the flush production offset and scheduler. Alright, so first we have the models audit, and it was made so that you'd be able to export models from one database to another so you can reuse the same models easily. And you're able to export all of the models in a database or just the models that are being used on the reports or on the cases that you use to run the report. And they're grouped the same as in the models form, which is prices, expenses, escalation, and shrinkage. Now you can select one of these or all of these. It's parameter, you can pick and choose whichever ones you want. And from there you can export them as a CSV and edit them and just kind of edit, save, do whatever you want with them. So right now, let me go to the models audit and we'll do all cases for this one. And when the report first shows up, you will have the prices checked in addition to the models currently applied to your cases. So I'm gonna uncheck that and then go ahead and check the expense, escalation, and shrinkage. And so you can see it popped those up. There's, just one line, pretty simple models, but this is just an example. And you can export it to a CSV. And the column names in here are the same as the import tokens, so it'll make it a very easy import process when you save it off and want to bring it back. But from here you can change the values, change the names, and import them across any databases that you have. All right. And then so next we cover the scenario. And scenario report is already in the input report, and I'll show you how to find it from there. But it will show you the scenario settings that you have for that current scenario, in addition to the qualifier hierarchy. And in that hierarchy it'll show you which qualifiers have data or are empty. And in the input version, it'll have the models in the current database that you can show, but since we have the models audit, which I just showed, we did not add that portion into the scenario report. And let me go over to a different scenario that I know has quite a few qualifiers in it. Let me run the input. And in our user group meeting, this is one of the reports that people were asking to be broken out on its own. So we went ahead and did that. And so right now, here's the input, and these are the just default values. You can check, uncheck, whatever you want to see for this one. We'll run it, and once generated, at the top for each case, you have a few of the kind of scenario settings, just scenario and report date. If you hover over the scenario name, you'll notice that the mouse changed from the pointer to the hand. Lets you know that you can click on it and a new report will pop out. A few reports have that, most notably the combo. But here's the scenario page. So we have the scenario settings for this one, which is, report date, period. And then we have the qualifiers, which is a much more important section of this. You can see that the whole hierarchy is here. What's the current one, and which ones have data are italicized. So you can see in the ownership, not italicized except for the default. So each one of these is just going to reflect the default. It's also going to show you your hurdles that you have in the scenario. And right now in the input section, we have applied models. And if you want to see more than just the name, you can show the model detail, and it'll give you each row of that. And next, I'm going to show the cost depletion. So it will show you the estimated ratio of reserves for a given tax year. And it is kind of based on a version of the cost depletion method of deductions for tax liabilities. And it estimates the proportion of remaining reserves that were produced or sold during a given tax year, a period of 12 months, that is set from the report date. And the report uses barrel of oil equivalency basis using the unshrunk volumes for gas and oil production. They are netted to the interest owner, and the reserves are from the report date to the economic limit of the case. And the formulas that we're using that for the cost depletion ratio is the first year net BOE divided by net reserves BOE. And to get that BOE number, we use the net unshrunk oil plus the net unshrunk gas divided by the BOE factor. And the BOE factor is a default in the oil equivalency tab in the phase configurations, or once you run the report, we have a parameter in there so that you can change it to any other number you want it to be. And the warnings that will show off at the bottom report, you'll get a 1 next to the first year net BOE value if that particular case projection has precedence as opposed to history. And you'll see a 2 if you have incomplete historical production for that given tax year. So if tax year starts in January and your history goes through November, you'll get that 2. And for that precedence, we'll go over to the projections tab. And right now I have it set to projection. The other option is history. I have set this to projection so that we can see that error. I believe the default is set to history. But let's see here. We'll go with all cases. And those warnings and information will be at the bottom of the page in the report, so that if you print it off, you know how everything is calculated and what everything is used. So right here we can see it, and let me just expand this a little bit more if I can. So we have the first year net BOE, reserves, and our ratio. And for this first case, we have the 1 and 2, and down at the bottom we have 1, projection has precedence, and 2, one of the products does not have 12 months of production from the report date. At the top of the report, you can see that the first year, when the first year starts and when it ends, and what your tax year is for. And also at the bottom, we have basic information that you would need if you were just handing this report to someone on how it's all calculated. It's got how the ratio is calculated, how the BOE, and what the BOE factor is. So if we look over here in parameters, it's at 6. But if I change that to 3 and update it, the BOA factor on the report page changes to 3 to let you know what ratio it is that you're using. And with this report, you can select an ID code. By default, we have it set to case ID, but it will show you any populated ID code. So we can go to the API formatted, and I'll submit that. So we can see these first number of cases have that API formatted. Not all of them do. That is a possibility if you're using an extra ID code. But if you have a custom ID code that you use internally that ties to any other systems, you'll probably want to do that so you can relate the cases to this information. All right. Next, we're going to go to the reserve migration. So what it does is it tracks the progression of your asset development in the reserve, PRMS reserve class, category, and subcategory values. It's used for multiple reporting periods so that you can check the quantitative risk valuation over time of those cases. So come down here to the reserve migration, all cases, and this will be a multi-scenario run. And so I'll do these 4 cases, but for this, once I get this run done, let me go to the database settings to show how this was set up. When it lets me, I guess I'm going to have to wait for the report to finish before I can click on that. But that's okay. So we have our case, our report date, which will show incrementally, so you won't end up with, your 2026 year at the top and it being in some other jumble, your scenario abbreviation, and the PRMS values for your class, category, and subcategory for each scenario. And then you can see your production, reserves, revenue, and Dcash and NDcash. So let me scroll down here to where I have a few different of the PRMS values that are changed. So for this particular well, we can see that it is still reserves, but it's probable and undeveloped 1 year. The next year it became proved undeveloped, and then it ended with proved producing. And so you can track and see how your wells are doing as they go online and go offline throughout the years. And for our setup for this one, we have our different scenario names and the different report dates. So it's the year in 22, so the report date will be for 23, and all of those are incremented, and the abbreviations are what you see in the report, so you're probably going to want to fill that out. And just to help it go through, and then we'll come over to the qualifiers. Each different scenario gets its new qualifier. So default, you're only going to have default, but our first year, we've got the year end of 22. And then for the next year, we've got, it had the year end 22 values, but then we made and added year end of 23. So we're starting with the 22 values, but we're not going to overwrite them. Any new values will come over to these year end of 23. Just to help keep track of everything that way. So here we have the report tables, and so our default report tables are report case eco, report monthly production, and the user-defined case eco. And I'll show how to set up a new report table and go through what the privacy settings are and how we would go about adding columns. So we'll click on the reports tab in the reports ribbon, come over here to report tables. We have report case eco, monthly user defined, and let me delete these two. Here was a database that was already in here. Updated table, I can edit it if I want. It's set to all. We'll apply those, open it back up. So we show a new table, and let's just add a new column here. So when you create a new table, it has the privacy setting to private. So with that, only the person who creates the table will be able to see it and edit it. If you click it once, you get to public, where everyone in the instance can see it, but only the person who created it can edit it. And after that, you get to all, which means anyone in the instance can see it, edit it, delete it, do whatever. And before I have saved, I can cycle through them as much as I want. But if I leave it at all and click apply, get this confirmation, because once it's saved to all, you can't go back to it. And let's come back here. So we have that, and if you wanted to set up like Dcache, Indicache, you can look through all of our defaults to see how we get revenues, nets, just how all of our outputs are currently set up if you wanted to find specific things. So we can have this one set to Indicache, and we'll go to net. This will be, we'll go to an Indy new, and we'll add another column for running total. So let me find Indicache again, go to net, and so if you click this box over here, you get a running total for it. So with this, when I run this example, we'll see what the Indicache is month to month or year to year, however you have the report set up, and then we'll see a running total of it. And next we have CSV reporting, which will, the CSV report, it will report out the case list. So whatever sort you have in your case list will be at the front of that, and then whichever report table you have checked for it will show out after that case list. Now you're only able to do one report table at a time, but you can add as many CSVs as you want, and you can change the economic settings for either a one-liner, it can be set to all years, whatever. And so right here we have the case list one-liner as a default. It's set to one-liner, and we're showing the report case eco table, but we have our other tables in here. Right now I'm just going to leave this alone because it is our default. You can change it if you want, but if if I were to come here and change this to 10 and 10, its name is still CSV one-liner, and you would be a little confused as to why it's showing you 10 and 10. But I'll just run it as the single case for right now. We get report name and every column we have in this one. Now, this case was non-economic, so it's all zeros, but you're getting the one-liner view. And we can create a new CSV, and we don't want that. Let's use this new table that I created, and let's go with 1 year or 2 years output, 2 years monthly, save it as that, and we'll go all cases. But before we do that, let's check out a sort that we want to do. So since we were talking about PRMS values earlier, we'll do this class, category, and subcategory. So if I close this and hide that one, we have the case name, PRMS values. So we have our new one. Let's go to all cases, run this one, and it will give us our sort order before we have our output values for this one. So we just had our running total of our Indicache, but you can see how it's running total for the sum. And at the start of this, we have our case name and then the sort. So we've got our class, category, and subcategory values. So we can see the preserve, prove, producing, everything in there. Now, if you've created a report table in your local instance that you want to send to someone or put on a shared instance, how you would go about doing that is create a CSV report for it, and then you will come down here to link the economic table to that CSV report, and then export. And so with this, I'm just gonna throw that in there. With that report package that creates, it'll have that name, your month and year setups, and that report table. So to bring in, we'll have a new report. Come down here, check CSV and import. And then I made one called the 3 and 3. And so I'll open that, and it has a new database just called example. Brought it in 3 and 3, set to 3 years and 3 years. If we come over here to report tables, we can see my example table that I had, which had IndyCash, Dcash, and a Dcash running total. So and your report table will need to be set to all if you're planning on exporting it and importing it. Because if it's just you and your user ID and you send it to someone else, they will not be able to see it. Which leads us into our custom user report. So with custom user, you still get a formatted report, but you're able to select which columns you want outputted, up to 11 different columns, and 6 columns of different header information. You can also change what economic settings you have set up for that report. And if I come over here to the custom user, click this. By default, it is set up to 15 and no monthly, with a report case eco checked and user defined case eco checked. And I have already gone ahead and clicked the updated table, which will have column 1, 2, and 3. To make this nice and simple, let's just do 5 years total, 2 years monthly. We'll save that, and in any other economic table you have that you want to see formatted, you can check in here. We'll save that. So our updated table had new column 1 and 2. We will run this, and I'll go through and select that new column 1 and 2 so we can go down and find it and see how that looks once it's actually reported. And so it pulls up, and on these parameters over here, we have the page title, which currently says economic projection, but you can type in whatever you want that header to be. So I'm just going to type in sample. I'm not going to submit these parameters yet because we want to see our header columns. So right now you can see the category and subcategory, but everything else is empty. In here, you can select any ID code that you have in the database along with a number of basic gen info information. So we can do country, if we wanted to see cum of gas, and it is an alphabetical list. We also can do some of the PW values, so I'm gonna just throw some of those in there, and then I'll throw in total years. And those will all show up right here after the date, report date, and your case, scenario and case name. Then you get select these 11 columns. So it's always going to have this year ending value, so you can have the date, but you can pick anything else that you want there. So instead of gross gas, and with this, the first 11 are set to always be this. After that, it is an alphabetical list. So we're looking for that new column. So here's in the ends, new column 1 and 2. But let's also see what else I want to do. Well, let's do those, and we'll click run. Now you can see that the header has changed to the sample for what I had typed in for that title. And we have the class, category, country, cum value, and then our PWs and total years. And you can see our column names are new column and new column 1. So with this, if you have, a few columns that you like to see all of the time, they're here. You are able to change them without having to do a custom report, but you get it in a formatted report as opposed to just a straight Excel report. So now I'm going to cover a couple new reports that we're working on. One is this flush production offset report. It was requested by a number of clients that hold mineral rights, and this was mostly worked with Jordan over at Cosmo. And the point is to delay revenue based on a static value parameter. And I'm going to need to change to a different database to show this, but the report itself is going to be formatted to go to Excel, but it's based on that static variable, and I'll show you how that is currently set up. So if you click on taxes and models, we're going to have a new fiscal model called revenue offset, where we can either do flush reporting or non-flush reporting. And right now we have that 1 month offset. You can only select one type of offset at a time. It's because it's in the same tree, it works the same as all of the state tax models. And so I will run this offset report. And what it does is it lets you see, you're going to be paid 1, 3, 6, 9 months later, but you want to know how much you will be paid when that happens, and going forward, how much that will be. So right now I'm on the 1 month delay. You have your case name up here, and then in the middle, you have which static variable model you have applied. So this is the 1 month offset. We can see the net revenue and net accounting revenue, which will be the offset column, in addition to the IndyCash and accounting IndyCash, which is the other offset column. So with the flush reporting, you will have your offset, and then the first month that has revenue will be the sum for that offset, and then after that you have your 1 month offset payments that are all the same that will line up with the revenue column. But if we come over here to the non-flush, it's not summed up at all. It's just you have that 3 month delay. In this case it was the 3, and then it matches the revenue line by line. All right. Here we have the scheduler. It's something new we're working on, so I don't have an actual report to show. I just have a PDF that I've worked out, and it is for cases that are grouped in a project, and it will display the investments of those cases on a monthly calendar. Now, if this is something that you're doing or are interested in, contact us so we can talk about it and make sure that our first iteration of this report is more usable and has the right features that would be useful. So as you can see here, I have the January 25 monthly calendar. The project for this one was just called New Project 2, and these are the different investment categories and investments in those cases. So this abandonment went from January and continues off through January. I believe that one went for the whole year. So you would have these 2 abandonment rows throughout the year. But this test and refrac were only for the first, so it's only going to show up once. And the color coding is for each investment category type. And how this will be set up is coming over here to the project manager. So I have this example project made where you can create, add a new project, have a start date, and add some cases into it. Since I already added all the cases into project 1, I won't be able to add any here. But we've got our case names, our linked project starts, and when the current start is, and the offset. So with that report, we have that monthly calendar view, but before that, we're thinking of having a couple pages that is just the project name, when the start date is, and what cases are in that project, along with if they're linked, when their start date is, and when they're offset. But again, we're still working on this, so if you're currently using it or interested in it, reach out to us so we can get the best thing option right from the go. All right, so thank you all for joining me here, rambling on about new reports that we have and the new outputs. Hope you all have a good day.
Thank you, Garrett, for presenting everything new with PHDwin v3 reporting. If you are a supported client and would like to ask more questions, feel free to contact support@phdwin.com for help with reporting.
If you are interested in a custom report for PHDwin, please email sales@phdwin.com. Next up is our featured industry panel.
Gavin McQueen, Laura Freeman, and Dwayne Purvis have an engaging conversation on the state of the industry.
Our featured panelists this year come from a variety of backgrounds. Laura Freeman from High Point Capital is a well-known expert in acquisition and divestitures and has been recognized by several oil and gas media publications. Gavin McQueen from Anthem Energy Partners is an engineer and business leader in the exploration and production space. He has experience in A&D, fundraising, oil and gas asset management, and much more.
Dwayne Purvis, PE, will help moderate the panel. He is a returning PHDwin Week speaker, marking Dwayne's 4th year on PHDwin Week. We would like to thank Anthem Energy Partners for being a gold partner of PHDwin Week 2024. Thank you to Dwayne and Purvis Energy Advisors for joining us as a silver partner of this year's PHDwin Week. Our panel will start at 2:00 p.m. CDT. Stay tuned.
We would like to mention that Garrett finished his session earlier than expected. As such, we have a special session from Jonathan Smith, who is presenting a new Spotfire package for clients right here, right now. Please allow the stream a few minutes to update. If the stream content does not update in 1 to 2 minutes, please refresh your browser.
Hello, everybody. Thought I'd jump on the screen a little bit after that wonderful presentation from Garrett. Garrett's actually going to join me real quick. He's going to come in here and sit next to me. And I want to kind of extend his presentation a little bit. We had some questions come up throughout the week. And so since we got a little extra time in this slot before the panel starts at 2 p.m., and make sure you don't miss the panel. It's going to be a great panel. I'm going to have Garrett sit with me here, and we're going to go through a few extra things. Especially, we want to show you all real quick how to set up the Spotfire package that we have in the client portal. So, you know, Garrett, earlier this year, we did the user group meeting down in Houston, and we had a way for clients to, rank the questions that they wanted to ask us. Mm-hmm. And the highest ranking question was, how do I integrate PHDwin version 3 with Spotfire?
Yeah, that was pretty high up there.
Yeah. So, that's something that we've been working on. I do want to point out that what we're going to show you right now is how to get the data set up to go into Spotfire. But we are not Spotfire wizards ourselves. Instead, we've worked out a way to make it so that we can feed data into Spotfire effectively. And then that way, anyone that has a subscription to Spotfire or Tableau, or you do Power BI, or maybe, you're going to use this data to go into a reporting system. I mean, there's a couple clients that are basically using the setup to feed a reporting system, right?
Yeah, they had their own internal reports that they've done and made, and they would go to the V2 out file. And we don't have all of those columns as readily available. So right now we're making a new table that will get wiped out each time you run a report, but it has most of those columns that they're looking for that'll be in a permanent spots, since normally when you run a report, when the report closes, those output tables are gone. Save space on your machine. This way, tables are there until you run the report the next time.
So that particular implementation, the outfile-like implementation, that was a custom one. And we can definitely do that custom. So if you come to us, we had a couple clients come to us and say, look, version 3 is great, but we've already invested, who knows how much money in this reporting system that's built on top of Microsoft Access. and when they need to work with that reporting system. And so the same framework that we're going to show you right now can actually, there's an extra step you can do to it that can actually connect it into Microsoft Access that can then generate a reporting system. But that would be a custom job, AKA you contact Garrett, he'll give you a bid, and then we'll charge y'all, some reasonable amount of money. Depends on how long it takes you to set up those outputs for people, right?
How many of those columns you will need. But since you're linking it to Access, you also have that access limitation of size and column count.
But for what we'll show you right now, there's no extra money for it. So this is for people that want to integrate with something like Spotfire, Tableau, Power BI. Maybe you just need this data in a format that can feed into a different SQL Server data set as like a data warehouse or something like that. So what we're going to show you right now is freely available to any supported client. But if you need to go further, you need to go all the way to Access. You need to have a custom output different than the one we're going to show you right now. We can definitely do that using the same framework. It'll just be an extra cost for us to build something that's custom for your organization. But I'll tell you what, Garrett, that's a lot cheaper than rebuilding a reporting engine or something, right? So
yeah.
So you were pretty reasonable. So
yeah,
we tried to be.
It's not as big as those from, the couple numbers that people had said. It's like, okay, well, that's a whole lot more than I would have thought.
And then me and him are going to
all
talk.
internal.
Yeah, it's all internal, right? And
Yeah.
but another nice thing about what we're going to show y'all is that you set it up and it'll be set up for that instance. And so if multiple people are in the same instance, everyone can share this setup. So if you have a lot of engineers and they're needing to feed into like a single dashboard or something, this will work across the instance, right, Garrett?
Yeah, it's one for the instance, but the current limitation with it is the last person to run this report has that data. It'll wipe out any previous data. Now, if you've got multiple people in there, we can make some slight changes so it goes off of user ID and each user is only wiping out their individual data.
But that would be an extra thing. You'd have to build that again for your organization, depending on your users, that sort of thing. So what we're doing right now is kind of, it's almost similar to the out file, I'd say, too, right, Garrett, where it just replaces itself
I guess
for every
the
run,
tool
right?
did wipe itself each
but
time.
it works really good with Spotfire because the problem is, Spotfire needs tables. A lot of what we've done, like in V3 Connect, uses a SQL feature called stored procedures that we've learned kind of the hard way Spotfire doesn't integrate with is cleanly, right?
Yeah.
So you've worked your way around it.
You can use the stored procedures, and we don't know Spotfire all that well, but we had help with another client who was very proficient in it.
Well,
they did it, shared their stuff for it, and it's like, okay, we can kind of get it to work, but I was fiddling around at the time. It's like, okay, well, what if I just use the out file that's there and it connects to tables so much easier.
And so, this is one of those things. So we're going to show real quick. We're going to show our screen. So that way you can get a feel for what this looks like on your, for setting this up. But as I said, as part of this, it's like one of those weird mirrors or something like that. Uh-oh.
You need to
minimize this. Okay, just mess with y'all for a second. Sorry about that. So first of all, in order to get this done, you need to have SQL SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio. So how do you get SQL Server Management Studio? You go to Microsoft's website, you download the package for Microsoft SQL Server Express. And so then once you download the package and you run it, I have the 2022 edition. You can use any edition. I just been doing the most current one back to 2016. 2016 is as far as back we can go. What you do is you come in here and you select the custom implementation, do install. It's going to download the packages that it needs to get set up. And then it's going to give you this prompt window. In this prompt window, then you go and install SQL Server Management Tools. And then that's going to take you to the download page specifically for SQL Server Management Studio. And so once you're on this page, it's going to download the setup file. I'm just going to go ahead and download that real quick. So just tell the audience real quick. I talked about a little bit on my previous presentation, but in case they didn't see that, what is SQL Server Management Studio?
So Management Studio is Management Studio is a way that you can access your instance in a readable format. Without it, you'll have the instance that PHDwin uses, but you can't see any of the databases, tables outside of that. So with the Management Studio, you're able to log into your instance, see all of your PHD underscore database names that you've created in that instance, in addition to our defaults And from there, you can see some of the data behind, see how things work. And we're going to need that because for the Spotfire package that we have, you need to create a new database called Spotfire. If you don't have it, the report will just blow up on you and say stored procedure couldn't execute because it's writing to that external table. That way, it's only used with that report. PHDwin doesn't recognize it as a loadable file. It's just an extra database out there that will store this output data for you.
So, as I talked about in my previous SQL Server, if you missed it yesterday, I did a whole presentation about SQL Server. I talked about SQL Server Management Studio. I talked about the basic database structure inside an instance for PHDwin version 3. The takeaway point here is that there's certain databases that get built by default by version 3 to hold like case data, to hold like your user setting data, to hold reporting output data. But we need to go in there and build a different database in that same instance just to hold these tables for Spotfire to be able to connect to, or whatever your visualization product of choice is. So right now I'm actually installing the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. This is a free download. This is a free application that you can get on your machine really easily. As I showed you, you just go into the installer and it'll give you the direct link for the current one to download off the Microsoft site. And now while that's installing, excuse me, I'm going to pull up version 3, Garrett, and then what am I going to do in version 3 to get this set up?
All right. So you'll get a report package from us, and you'll want to save that somewhere on your machine.
I got it
I'm
saved.
assuming you have it saved.
I got it saved.
So then in the drop down under report in the reports ribbon at the very top, add new report. Click that, change report type from CSV to Dev Express. Click import and navigate to wherever you have it saved.
Let's see, I put it on the desktop just so it's easy for us. So there's setup right here. And then here's this .package file. So it's called economics_Spotfire export .package. And so what is a package file, Garrett?
The package file is any report that is for V3. It's the extension that we have for it. It can be a CSV or a Dev Express. It is still a .package.
So you'll notice on here it says Spotfire export, import, and save the database. I've had people get caught here, Garrett, because they're like, I can't click save. But once you have that message, it's done, right?
Once it's there. It's there. You can hit cancel or the X, and the report is there. And click the gear again.
Okay.
So this one needs the investments, report case eco, and user defined case eco checked. That way you get water and investments broken down. And for this, we've got it set to all years, all monthly. You can change that from all years to all monthly if you don't want everything on there. You can do 15, 50, whatever, but it needs some. So
we'll just go ahead and do everything. This is a big database. So one of the limitations that you might run into this with the Express version of Microsoft SQL Server, there's a 10 gigabyte limit of how much you can have in your instance, in the databases.
Not in the instance,
in the database, per database. And so if you do all the years, all monthly on thousands of assets, thousands of cases, you do this multiple times, you might get to the point where you're overwhelming that database. So just be careful with it. We've been testing it though. I only have, a couple cases in this play database, this demo database, so it's not going to be a problem, but that might be something just for you to keep an eye on, or just pay the full money for it's like $1,000 or something for the full version of SQL Server. That's not to us, that's to Microsoft. You do it through your Microsoft account. Then you can upgrade your SQL Server, and then you don't have to worry about the 10 gigabyte limitation. So let me go and check on the Management Studio. It says it's installed. So then I come in here, and I always just search for the word Studio. That's kind of like
or SS.
Or SS, right? So there it is right here. So I go ahead and pull it up. And then whenever you pull up SQL Server Management Studio, just like PHDwin, you have to connect it to an instance. Here I need to connect it to the instance. Luckily, I found the one on this machine that I'm using for PHDwin. So I connect to that. And then, hold on real quick. Aha. So there is a situation where if there's this issue with encryption, you might have to turn off the encryption instead of mandatory. I'm going to change that to optional, and then it'll let us in. We, by default, are not encrypting this database for this exact reason, so you can access it. So make sure you change that from mandatory to optional for encryption if you get that error, and then it'll let you in. And now here we are in the actual setup for this instance. A little review from yesterday, Garrett. So there is 4 PHD without an underscore databases. What are those?
Those are our, well, guess there are default databases that have to be there to run PHDwin.
Exactly.
You don't see those through your login when you're running PHDwin. Those are behind the scenes that need to be there.
And then we have the ones that are PhD underscore, Garrett. What are those?
And those are the databases that you log into to run PHDwin.
So what I'm going to do actually right now is I'm going to go to the top here. I'm going to right click. I'm going to do new database. Now that's going to allow me to add in a new database to this instance. What's it got to be named, Garrett?
It is Spotfire.
It has to be named Spotfire. So even if you're using Tableau or something else, Power BI, whatever your system of choice is, we've hard coded this to look for a database named Spotfire. So make sure that you're using the database name Spotfire up the top and that you have the owner set to the default. And then I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And then that's going to build a Spotfire database. Now, normally you're not going to want to just stick other databases in your instance with PHDwin kind of willy-nilly, Garrett. This is something that we've set up specifically for this, right?
Yeah.
But just as a little tip, if you do have other databases in your instance, you're going to do something like this, you're a Spotfire wizard, and you want to maybe extend this, just make sure any databases you create do not start with PHD. You'll mess it all up. You cannot have different databases other the ones that the program builds that start with PHD. But this one's called Spotfire, so it's fine. So now that we've built this database, we've got it set up, we're going to go back into version 3. And then what am I going to do in version 3?
All right. Well, just as a demo, select like the first 10 cases.
Okay.
Just to do something nice and easy.
Okay.
All right.
14.
We have the report set to Spotfire export.
Okay.
Destination preview.
Okay.
And then just click run.
Just click run. And then that's just going to go ahead and run. So tell people what's going on under the hood here as this is running.
So as that progress bar is going, the economics are happening and our standard report tables are being created. Once that progress bar is gone, then you get the previewer up. And this one lets you know the report is complete. And it tells you what tables and where they are that were created and filled.
And so one nice thing about this, Garrett, one of the reasons I really like this setup is that until you see this, it's not done, right? That's how you know it's finally done and it's populated the right data. So what you do is if you have like maybe you change pricing and you want to see that update in Spotfire, you'd go and you'd run this report again. You'd wait for this to populate in the report window. And then you can go back to Spotfire or whatever your visualization tool is, hit refresh, and then you'll have the most updated data. Let's go dig in and look at that data real quick. That sounds good, right?
Yeah.
So let's go back to.
Well, let's close this because
let's close this.
We don't need the outputs in PHD reports anymore.
So
okay. We can just clear up that space.
That gives us some space back. So now that we've done that, I'm going to go ahead and go back into SQL Server Management Studio.
Just expand it
I'm just going to expand in Spotfire. I'm going to open up tables. And now I have down here 4 different tables that just got added in from this report. So if I want to go look at one of these, like this Spotfire 1 line, I'm going to right click. I'm going to do select top 1,000 rows, but that's just so we can just kind of take a look at this data. And then what do we have in here, Garrett? We have something that's very human readable, very easy to pull into the visualization, right?
Yeah. And to see this, if you have more than 1,000, you can change that default. But also at the top where it says select top 1,000, delete the top 1,000. Oh, in the parentheses and the word top.
Okay. To just do like
this. And then hit F5 or the execute button.
Execute button up there. Okay.
And it reruns that select statement. Not going to change anything in this database because there's only like 35 cases.
Yeah, we only picked 14 cases.
But
right? Yeah.
For the monthly is probably where you'd want to make that change.
So that's how you can see more data in SQL Server Management Studio. Well, what are you going to do with this data? Well, the idea here is now that we have these tables, these 4 different tables, these are the tables that if you have Spotfire experience or Power BI or Tableau, as part of their wizards, part of their interface, you can connect directly into SQL Server tables. You would connect one of those products to these SQL Server tables. Let's just run through what the data is in each table real quick. And so that way they know what they're connected to. So what's this one, this ID code one?
ID codes is, go ahead and open it up if we're going to talk about it.
Sure.
It is every ID code that is in the database for the cases that you have. So it's got some basic gen info information. And then once we hit then it goes into all the ID codes. Whether or not any of them are populated, it is every ID code in the database associated with those cases in there. So any custom ID codes you have, they'll be in there.
Next up, the Spotfire monthly MS. What's MS mean and what's this one?
MS means that it is a multi-scenario available. So you can run this, and if you go back to PHDwin, Since we have selected cases, you'll notice that the multi-scenario run is available. So you can run it, and this one, the monthly, will show up as a multi-scenario.
If you check the boxes and you have those scenarios as part of the run, then you could see that data outputted by scenario monthly. So one of the things on Friday, Garrett, the team at Blue River Analytics, they've actually taken this package, taken the setup, and they've created an implementation in Spotfire. We're going to see, they're going to do a presentation for us Friday morning where they're going to show the implementation. And one of the things they've done is they use this function to push out data from multiple scenarios, and then they're using it to compare scenarios. So maybe you have like a high forecast scenario versus a low forecast scenario. Maybe you have two scenarios that change over time, year over year type difference, that sort of thing. Then you can go into a tool like Spotfire and then compare those results over time. Again, if you are not a Spotfire wizard, if you're looking at this and all this sounds great, and you have a subscription to Spotfire or something, but you don't know what to do with it, then keep an eye out for what will show on Friday morning. The team at Blue River Analytics, they have Spotfire training. They have Spotfire services. They'll outright customize and sell you a dashboard. So they're going to talk more about that, what they can do for you on top of it. But, I've talked with clients, Garrett, that already have some sophistication. They already know kind of what they're doing with Spotfire. Kimberly Ayers was on yesterday. She's pretty good in Spotfire just by herself. So someone like her can get in here and use this data and go directly in without having to pay us anything extra, because this package is available to everyone. So let's continue to go through these different tables.
And if you look at the names, they are very similar to what you'll see in the V3 Connect, because that's where these procedures came from by default.
So let's skip ahead a little bit on that. So here is my V3 Tech Connect, which out of the different V3 Connects is probably the most complex one. So one thing I just want to point out is if you're used to V3 Connect, if this is something that you're regularly using, this is a tool that is part of your workflow already in PHDwin, then the monthly tab here and the ID code tab here, right, is what we are seeing in the Spotfire. So the data that's laid down here is what's being laid down in this ID code table in Spotfire. And so if you want to have an idea what this data looks like, you can use V3 Connect because we're using the same data output between them. Now, as I said earlier, maybe you need something different. Maybe you want an output that has, something a little bit more custom than we already have in V3 Connect. And they can just reach out to you, Garrett, right? You can build a table with pretty much what everyone wants in it.
Email consulting, and we can go back and forth, figure out what you need that doesn't have these. Or if you like this, but you don't need, a couple hundred extra columns that you don't care about, we can shrink that down too.
But I just want to go ahead and just kind of finish this over and show the last part of it. So let's say that you do need this data in Microsoft Access. This keeps coming up for us, that people need to have data from version 3, this calculated data in Microsoft Access, to work with legacy tools. I just want to show this real quick, Garrett, how you can connect this data to Microsoft Access. So I come in here, I create a new database in Access. And then whenever I'm in Microsoft Access, I'm going to go to external data. I'm going to go to new data source. And then I'm going to go down to from other sources. And then there's this option here, an ODBC database. Now that might sound complex, but I've gotten the point. I've got a pretty good understanding of this one. ODBC is the framework that Microsoft's created to connect to database types like SQL Server. And so if you select this, then we can connect this to SQL Server. So there's two different options here. One is just to copy the data over. So whatever is in the database right now, the last time you did the report run, just copy it over and leave it alone. Now, what you probably want, though, is every single time you rerun that package that we showed you earlier, rerun that report, that this access file gets updated, in which case you'd want to use the link option. So I'm going to pick the link option. And then in here, you have two different things. You can either go to a file data source, which is like an MDB file, or a machine data source. Now, by default, we do not have it set up to connect to that Spotfire. So I need to come in here and do new. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're just going to do it as a local data source, not a system data source. So I'm going to do a user data source. And then there's all these different options in here for the different data sources you can do. What I want is the SQL Server Native Client 11. So I'm going to pick that option. This is getting real technical, folks. So if you don't need to do this, obviously, then maybe I'm going over your head a little bit. But I just want to prove that you can get this data back into Microsoft Access. So I'm going to go ahead and do finish. And then I have to put a name on it. So the name I'm going to put, Garrett, is I'm going to just call this one Spotfire. So that way I know what I'm doing. And then next up, you can put a description on it. Next up, what SQL Server do you want to connect to? So I hit the drop down there, and then it's going to give me the different instances that my system can connect to. You need to make sure that you're picking the correct instance here, the one that lines up to whatever is in PHDwin, whatever is in your management studio. So I just want to point out, back here in PHDwin version 3, when I change a database, right here is the instance that I'm needing to connect to, this one right here. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and copy that out, and I'm just going to paste that one in here, and then I'm going to do next. And then next up, how do you want to log into it? By default, pretty much across the board, we're using Windows authentication. So I'm going to go ahead and do next, but you can do SQL Server authentication, but that's a custom setup, and you've already done that in version 3, or your IT guy has done that. So then I do next. Next up, change the default database. This is where we want to go in there and actually pick in the dropdown. Here's all the databases we showed you earlier, plus some really other highly technical ones. We want to pick that Spotfire database. So make sure you're picking the Spotfire database, and then make sure for the application intent, I want it to be read only. I just want to pull over the data. I don't want it trying to write back to this file, because that's what your package is doing, right, Garrett? Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and do read only there. And then I click next. I'm going to leave all these defaults alone. I'm going to go ahead and click finish, and I'm going to test the data source, and it says, yay, it's completed, it's done. So now I have a connection between Microsoft SQL Server and Access. I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to click OK here. And now here are all the different tables that are available. Now, right up here at the top are the DBO tables. Here are the ones that are in that Spotfire database. I'm going to select those tables, those Spotfire, DBO.Spotfire tables. I'm going to go and click OK. And then over here on the side, I have those different tables available. So first of all, I'm going to get rid of the table that just kind of comes with a blank database, table 1. So by table 1, I have to close it first, by table 1. But now I can come in here and I can open up, boom, in Access, there's all my ID codes. Boom, in Access, here's all my economics, right? Boom, in Access, here's this great big one-liner chunk of data, just like we have in V3 Connect. So if you have a reporting engine, you have some other integration that requires it to be connected to Microsoft SQL Server, I'm sorry, Microsoft Access, you could use the same Spotfire setup and then connect it in. And then if you need this to be some sort of custom output, contact Garrett here. How can they reach you, Garrett? Tell me your email address again.
Well, consulting at PHDwin works.
Yep.
Also, ghoover@phdwin.com.
So consulting at phdwin.com, or his direct email, but just do consulting at phdwin.com. He'll find it. And then we can set up a package for you.
Back to the PHDwin.
Back to PHDwin.
Rerun it with all the cases so we can show them how the refresh works.
Okay. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do all cases instead of just the selected one. I'm going to go ahead and do run. And so now that's going to be running everything in this database. I've only got, at least in this scenario, only 36 cases. So, I started off with 14. Now I'm going to go up to 36. And again, until this is populated here, I know I'm not done. So that's how you know that right now it's still writing to the tables basically now, Garrett.
At this point, it is checking to see if the tables exist. If they do, it wipes them, and then it recreates the tables and repopulates them.
And so part of what's happening here, part of the magic what's happening here is this Access database is linked now to those tables, right? So even though you're deleting these tables and you're repopulating them, you're using the same name for what you're repopulating. So the Access link maintains, right? Stays in place.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of the cool part of what's going on. And then once it's completed, you just go ahead and go back in, and then you're able to see that updated in the Microsoft Access. So this is taking a little bit to write. I just want to point out, though, that whenever you're actually in Access, while we're waiting for it to pop up, whenever you're actually in Access, you can tell what tables are linked versus not linked tables based upon this little globe icon that's right next to the table name. If you're going to be taking this MDB file and giving it to someone else to shove in some other system, you don't want it to be linked anymore. You want it to just have the copy of whatever data is here. You can always come in here, right-click any of those tables, and then make them a local table is what the option's called. Once you make it a local table, it's going to break that link. Oops.
Yep. I think we might close those tables.
Oh, close those tables that are there?
Yeah, I think that might have caused our slowdown.
Nope, there we go. So you can come in here and see how it says convert to local table. If you do convert to local table, that will take these linked tables and turn them into just a plain, flat, good old Microsoft Access tables. And then once they're turned into flat Microsoft Access tables, then they can be copied off and shoved in the reporting engine or a data analysis tool or whatever you're using to set up your thing. But now that this report is completed, now if we go, for example, to the one-liner and we open up that table, now we see all 36 cases. All right. Thank you all very much for joining us. Next up, we've got the panel that we're going to I'm really looking forward to doing. So we're going to stop the screen share. Thank you very much, Garrett, for sitting down with me. This has been great. And y'all hope y'all enjoy this panel. I've really been looking forward to it myself. Bye, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome to our featured panel session. We want to introduce some of our panel speakers. First up is our moderator, Dwayne Purvis, PE. Dwayne Purvis is a seasoned professional with over 27 years of experience in reservoir engineering and geology. He has dedicated his career to tackling complex challenges in the oil and gas industry, focusing on valuations, reservoir development, reservoir management, and strategic decision-making. Dwayne is a registered professional engineer and has held key roles as a consultant, business owner, and leader in multiple oil and gas production companies.
Next, we would like to introduce Gavin McQueen. Gavin is the president and CEO of Anthem Energy Partners. He has decades of experience in oil and gas exploration and production, but at Anthem Energy Partners, Gavin has achieved remarkable success in fundraising via a new capital model. Gavin and his team developed a new acquisition model for oil and gas assets to safeguard investor confidence. Through the creation of new investing vehicles, Anthem Energy Partners allows investors greater control and advocacy within organization, purchasing, and growth scoping. Gavin has raised significant rounds in Europe to grow Anthem Energy Partners in the U.S. domestic oil and gas market.
The last member of our panel, Laura Freeman, is the founder of High Point Global Capital. High Point Global Capital is a Houston-based specialty advisory firm focused on the oil and gas industry. High Point Global specializes in acquisitions and divestitures and assists clients on a wide range of complex issues when both experience and discretion are key. Laura has been nominated by several oil and gas media publications as a 40 under 40 speaker. She has been a part of hundreds of panels and presentations, and we are happy to have her share her expertise with us today. Without further delay, please welcome Dwayne, Gavin, and Laura.
So good morning, and thank you all for joining PHDwin Week and our panel discussion about trends and in the oil and gas industry, things that are unfolding now that we're going to have to wrestle with. Well, I am very pleased to have today two guests, both with a great background that fits really well, I think, with this audience. First, we have Laura Freeman, who earned an undergraduate degree in physics, which I just think is cool. I'm always impressed, but then dual masters in business and petroleum engineering, so that she brings a unique combination of genuine skill in both technical and financial issues, and spent most of her career advising companies on acquisitions, divestitures, also doing some technical consulting through her company called High Point. And in total, she's worked over $8 billion worth of transactions, including a number in the last year. And most importantly, Laura is somebody who sees independently and expresses her independent opinions well, something I really value. Also, we have with us Gavin McQueen, whose history is also long and is a who's who list of independents, XTO and Samson, and his own companies, Sage and now Anthem. Started as a technical background, worked into a business background, but at this point, besides having worked in independence and private equity, Gavin is running his own oil company, has successfully raised money, and has been very active in the A&D market. So both of these folks are deeply involved in a broad spectrum of what's actually happening in the industry, the kind of things that independents are wrestling with. So both you guys joined the industry some time ago. What was the good old days when you started? What was the good old days about how things, how companies built and ran? Laura, take that one first.
You know, I really try to see the silver lining, as you know, no matter what the situation is. But when I started, I first joined Occidental out in California before they spun off CRC. And I think for me, what I really see missing now or not there is kind of how employees were treated. And I know that may sound a little bit odd, but there was, you know, are a lot of very smart people in oil and gas. And over the last several years with the, you know, COVID and even before that with 08 and some difficulties in the market, you've just seen, you don't see sort of that coherent community that you used to. I mean, I think we see it in events and organizations, SPE otherwise as well. But when I first joined, there was a lot of really smart people with a lot of pride in their work and what they did. There was always, you know, a little bit of trouble with corporate America and leadership, but I feel like most people had a lot more confidence in the folks running companies and the future, and we're proud of the work they were doing. We're able to do interesting technical work. And since then, you know, you've seen budgets go down and remote workers and lack of company loyalty, layoffs. So I think for me, the good old days was everybody was in there and excited about the projects and working, and there's a real team environment. And
it's a fascinating take, Laura, that what you see as the good old days, the most salient feature to you was the work, the nature of the work environment, and the people you were working with.
And I feel like people were valued so much more when I started. It wasn't, you know, with the private equity age and the mergers and things that have gone on, I almost feel like folks are treated as disposable now.
Yeah, for a lot of young people, I think they don't realize that there was a time before all oil companies were funded by private equity.
Right.
But
and
Gavin,
before some of the bankruptcies and, you know, the 08 sort of crash was hard and fast, but then there's so much leverage in the industry. And then, you know, in 2014, when the price crashed, it's been a different world since then. And before then, there was a lot of community. There's a lot of really interesting, smart people working in the industry, and we liked going to work. Lots of, I don't know, there's team spirit and a lot of confidence in leadership too, a lot more confidence.
it's pretty ironic that we're producing as much oil, more than any country ever in the history of the world, but the community seems to have broken down some. Gavin, you've worked in the private equity, but also some time period before private equity was the only game in town. What was it like at the beginning? And in a minute, we'll draw a contrast to where it's gone.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of calling me old at this point, Dwayne, but I'm just going to take it as experience.
You got nothing on me, man.
You know, when I came out, that's a magical time. I came out of Texas A&M and, you know, petroleum engineer, and I had some great paying internships with XTO Energy, and I went to work for them in 2007. And of course, the price of oil was ripping at that time. You know, I came out of the Permian Basin even at that time. So this is pre-Wolfcamp, pre-Bone Springs horizontal, doing Wolfberry focus, multi-zone. You know, we're picking perfs and we're doing some legitimate engineering. So we were still doing a lot of geology and a lot of engineering and vertical well bores with pretty complex procedures in its own right. The shale boom was upon us, but of course it was gas shale at that time. Oil was too thick to flow through a nano Darcy Perm, right. Remember? So we were, you know, we were funding the gas shale growth, which XTO was very active in, with kind of conventional and water flood, CO2 flood oil out of the Permian. But the price of oil was up. So it was this really magical time of strong commodity price, emerging technologies, kind of a boom cycle in shale. And there was just so much to learn on either front. It was just incredible.
It was
at that
fun.
time. It was fun. It was fun. And to Laura's point, you very much were valued, and you were compensated. And I actually did not know how good I had it. We worked hard and we played hard and we just had a blast. It was a really fun, magical time in the industry.
Yeah, it was. I remember those days mostly because I was sitting on the sidelines watching everybody else get rich in the shale boom. Don't laugh.
It's all relative at this point.
Yeah, it's all relative at this point. It's a good point, Kevin. Well, but the culture changed, the kinds of work we were doing changed, but I think the financing has also evolved. The kinds of projects we're doing and how we finance them have been evolving. Gavin, tell me about that. How did the types of projects and the types of financing evolve?
Well, if you go way back, there's a strong argument that there has always been a form of private equity in our industry. You go way back, it was the promoter, right? It was the early day promoter, and sometimes that promoter was the operator, sometimes it wasn't. So there's always been private finance in our industry, and I would argue it's played a very important role. In really in the 90s, the kind of the current 2 and 20 or the American private equity model as applied to upstream, came into vogue and really did well. And the guys that you're speaking about who were really making a ton of money, that model worked exceptionally well in a boom cycle, right? Because we were paying for PUDs. Additionally, because price was up, your PDP was very valuable. So the banks were willing to lend on a true reserve-based loan. So your loan was truly predicated on your reserves, PDP plus your PUDs, because both had value in the market, right? People were paying for those. So they were collateral good. So, it was very frothy. There was a lot of money out there, and a lot of your private investors wanted to come through private equity versus publics for the benefit of kind of, a 3 to 5 flip and a bigger multiple, bigger MOIC. We made it happen quicker, right? So that model carried forward and really, and I would also say there were strong, we were the sweethearts of Wall Street on the public side as well. And so a lot of it is relative to what was going on in the industry with the advancement of shale and the technologies that came with it and the proliferation of the U.S. emerging as a dominant world producer, right? That, of course, we had the 08 housing crisis, prices collapse, and then pops back up. And then we really start getting into the Wolfcamp and the Haynesville's rolling, the Marcellus, and we're finding oil and gas and shale everywhere, And so we do what capitalistic Americans are so good at doing. We can produce. And we can do it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. It's kind of the Walmart model in a sense. And it's wild because the technology that we are deploying in the subsurface, miles below our feet, is so advanced. I mean, we take it for granted how quickly our industry can advance in technology. But as we advance in technology, we proliferate the amount of reserves we can get at a lower and lower cost basis to do so. And so we oversupply the market on one hand and have done that a few times now. Gas is oversupply now. And maybe oil is getting there depending on price. But the problem with it was that impacts the financing and the financial models deployed, and how, a bank views collateral versus equity.
Well, I was watching the system evolve, and I'm legitimately old, I think, Gavin. The cost of doing business, the cost of playing, really spiked. When Texas first created its high cost gas tax abatement, if you drilled like a $600,000, $700,000 gas well, you got a tax abatement, because that was a high cost well. And now the average well is like $8 million. And it did, in the explosion and the exploration of shale plays, it really did fit the private equity model well. And between those two dynamics, it seemed to squeeze out, at least temporarily, a bunch of other kinds of financing.
Well, it's a good thought experiment, right? Because if you're in the operated space and you want to play in the shale game, we're now customarily drilling 2-mile laterals at a TVD somewhere between 8 and 12,000 feet. So you're talking 20,000+ feet of lateral, and there is no casing point election. You are going to drill it, encase it, and complete it.
Yeah.
So, let's just take $100 million. Okay, well, if I got $100 million to play with, and I don't have 6 times cash flow or a 6 times EBITDA RBL, I've got sub 2, and I think they really want you at 1.25 or something. So you got to buy some PDP typically to access your PUDs. That's going to chew up a big chunk of your $100 million plus some of your debt. And so let's just say that on a really good day, on your $100 million, you get 50% in debt, which is probably optimistic, but let's just say you got $150 million to play with. You spend half on the PDP, you got $75 million left. And if your well cost is $8 million, how many wells?
What's that, Laura?
That's not a lot of wells.
It's not a lot of wells.
I mean, I
That's
think that's
right.
the point is, people don't and you overpay for PDP at the moment. And so even something that seemed like a lot of money, oof, I mean, there's just not, it doesn't go nearly as far as you'd think, even 100 million with debt, like he just said.
Yeah, Laura,
It's
I want to
weird
come
to
back to
think
that,
about.
this idea.
We're talking about those numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a big boys
That's true.
game now. Mostly it's a big boys game. And I
100%.
think we kind of, Lord, did you see the same thing? The private equity tended to dominate high capital needs, higher capital needs.
In my opinion, there's different kinds of private equity. And I think this latest kind of dynamic, I call it the aggregator model. I think Gavin, mentioned 2 and 20. And that's where you've got an InCap or Kane, or I'm not going to badmouth anyone particularly, but you have this, it's not like Scout or Merit where it's direct and it's not like high net worth individual, but you have an aggregator and the problem is they're also a middleman. So they're putting together all the limited partners and the money, and then they're deploying. What I personally saw is that model, well, it really happened with the price crash back in 2014. And so in 2008, the price dipped, but it went back very quickly. And then in 2014, it just tanked. I mean, we went from $100 a barrel to 25, and it was so fast. I mean, it's kind of like Vegas real estate, right? It was, nobody jumped ship because 2008 had bounced and it kind of went off the cliff. And so you had what should have been a lot of distress, and Chesapeake makes me laugh, especially since they're, the biggest gas company we have now, basically. But they went so far, undercovered on the borrowing base that the bank went under 1 on coverage ratios, which means you're not covered. And they just didn't look at it for a year. But you had this sort of bottom fallout and sort of all this debt that no longer, had reserves or cash flow behind it. And also because of what had happened with 2008 housing markets and everything else, oil and gas was one of the lowest defaults of any industry. So a whole bunch of debt was in, the bottom drops out. There was over $1 trillion in private equity overhang at some point there, because everybody raised private equity thinking these companies would go bankrupt, which in an actual free market they should have. And what I saw happen is that with the model, private equity gets, the 2 is a 2% annual fee of assets under management. And if you have $1 billion fund, that's a lot of money, right? And so this money was all raised and there was nowhere to put it because these companies, some rules got loosened. And I'm not saying that's necessarily wrong with the amount of default that would have happened, but companies that should have had distress didn't and hung on a long time. And then, it took a few years, the banking regulator finally changed some rules, but there was all this private equity and you end up in a use it or lose it. And so if you don't deploy the money, you don't get the fee and you're not making money and going. And then what happened from there is that the Permian was kind of the best place to try to put it. You had stacked pay, you could, of the other considerations, and if it's use it or lose it. And so what I saw in this last round was this massive influx of this private equity that had to get put to use somewhere. And then, as Gavin has said, that kind of private equity model, it works in a boom cycle because there's a lot that hinges on the exit. And so, the people that timed it right and got rich, and that's also why you saw the bubble happening. And so you just it created its own monster that ultimately had to do with the US and our debt situation, ironically.
Yeah.
But then you saw that change. You saw in kind of early to mid 2017, private equity was getting priced out. So if you look at how many public versus private buyers, that type of model wasn't working because if you want to, it's ultimately a buy and flip. It's a 3 to 5 year hold. You got to buy it cheap. You got to sell it quite a bit higher to make it work. And as the assets got more and more expensive and this bubble got created, there no longer was enough room to appreciate that fast, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of led to the mismatch of why people say it doesn't work, but there's sort of lingering concepts. And
Gavin, what was your perspective on the pivot in the 2014-15 crash?
I think that was an interesting time too, actually. I remember, I spent most of the bankruptcy, post KKR acquisition. It was KKR, I think NGP had a piece, Itochu, Crespi Partners, and there were several that bought Samson. It was a $7.2 billion acquisition. I think it closed in 2011. And so the company experienced pretty significant price exposure as commodity prices went down. But we were everywhere. I mean, we had 2.8 million net acres across 19 states. So we had a pretty big playing field. But commodity price volatility and again, this dynamic of paying for upside that wasn't really even proven out. I mean, it was that frothy at one point where people were even paying beyond PUDs, right? Especially if you had a lot of exposure. As prices collapsed, of course, we had debt on the company. It was leveraged. We had bonds ultimately on the company, and it just that private equity structure with that much leverage just wasn't sustainable. And that's why, you remember the Boons and Haynes report, that the law firm that was tracking all bankruptcies. I mean, it's just fascinating to pull that report during that time. It was massive and it grew exponentially, but then there were others that really drug it out. And actually Samson's bankruptcy took, over 2 years. And I wasn't even there for the whole thing because it was taking so long.
Yeah. Good for you. That's a beating.
It was a beating. I learned a lot, a whole lot. And, but what I came away with was, so there's a lot of different forms of private equity, but that kind of 2 and 20 model at scale across a whole bunch of stuff can still be difficult, or as difficult relative to the example we gave earlier of if you're too small and just can't ante up to play the game, right? So Laura's right in that. So let's look at the ones who have been successful. Where are they? Well, they're in basins like the Permian that have a lot of stacked pay, where the drilling has very robust economics, where your basis deployed brings forward a ton of inventory that's reliable. They're well managed, and they have the pockets to go after and build a position and make it something that then is attractive for whomever the buyer would be.
Yeah, it sounds like there are narrower opportunities that fit the historical funding models. But if banks retrenched, and as I recall, we lost half or 3/4 of the banks half in 2015 and half in 2020 of the banks that were lending. And then private equity retrenched, didn't reload. What's the status of those two historical funding sources? If an independent company wants money right now, are they is there anything available in private equity? What's available in bond from banks? Laura, what do you think?
You take it first, and then I can give my experience.
Yeah, I think there's a variety of sources. What I'm seeing is it's harder to get capital. There's plenty of private equity that'll still sign teams up if they pay for it with their life, and they're never going to waterfall, and the term sheets are god awful. I think there's quite a bit of capital. There's people looking to buy. The acquisitions have honestly been tougher. I've dealt, somewhat less with the banks in recent years, although with Venture, we had a quite large borrowing base. As Gavin spoke to a few times, there's less. The banks got burned, and OCC regs changed as well. So you're just not getting nearly as much as you were. So that's more limited. I think a lot of it, what I'm seeing right now, as far as getting deals done and getting capital that actually can be deployed. Well, the other thing with private equity, as Gavin mentioned, is at this point, if they're not funding G&A and it's bring me a team, bring me an asset, then they can fund a team without, or they can be looking to place capital without nearly as big of a commitment. So, I'm seeing more. I've actually been surprised at the number of buy and sell side deals that have been going the last few months for us, and we're starting to see some things loosen there. But personally, I think it's been more of a asset market than a capital market issue.
I'm sorry, explain that to me, Laura. What do you mean by an asset market instead of a capital market? You mean a seller's instead of a buyer's?
No, like if you want to deploy capital, if we have Dwayne and Laura's high net worth, or we have Gavin's private equity, or people would like to put money to work, but it's hard to buy with I think things are overvalued to some degree, and then it's hard to find the right fit of an asset that will meet. Well, one problem with the model of private equity you've been talking about, you have to make a pretty big margin to pay everybody. And so if you're taking the 2% and the 20% and you're taking these cuts, it's kind of like buying a house on a credit card, right? So for the portco, you get to point, you call it never outrunning the pref, but it's like the interest rate's so high, basically, or the cost of capital is so high, you can never really get out of it. And that's one reason you also need you need a boom cycle or a swing in commodity. You need some kind of big price, value increase in a short time. And there's so many things about that, right? You can't really buy assets cheap enough. You can't really sell assets cheap enough. Gavin mentioned you can be too small and you can be too big. If you have a minimum size and there's not lots of places where you could buy a big enough asset. It's all about that, like the margin in the delta. Yep. And I think that's much harder to achieve right now.
It's a great point, Laura. And I do think you're right that the people in the industry look at it differently. Back in the day, I think a lot of people had stars in their eyes about how much money they were going to make. And I saw some people do 6X in 18 months. Fabulous. It was good for them. Right. But this is a very strong survivor bias. And I think the events of 2015 and then again in 2020, when the teams are treated so poorly, I think that the management team side of the equation views private equity with a lot more suspicion and distrust and disfavor than they have in the past. Are you seeing that, Gavin, or are there other drivers?
I think capital is extremely hard to access on the private side of our industry in general. Yes. I think that applies to direct invest structures. I think it applies to private equity. It applies universally. I think institutional investors are going back and looking at where they've had success with the larger PE firms, and there's a comfort level there. There's an understanding that they have the scale, that they have the expertise and the track record. I think the mid cap and small cap private equity structure, some people have called it dead. I just think it's antiquated because you don't have the liquidity coming in from the OBL banks like you used to.
You can't leverage to get the returns you need.
That's right. And for all the reasons Laura said, I mean, all the way back to the OCC or the FDIC regulated side of telling banks, like, you cannot have that type of exposure or that much exposure for an asset class of that level of risk. So, you know, it's really, really hard. I think, you know, there's some on the technical side too. And there's a lot of motivations out there at the end of the day, but early in the shale game, you know, it's a widget factory. There's no variability. We can put 32 wells in a unit, no problem. We can stack them all you want. You know, it's like, that's not true either. So I think we all, you know, bear some of the blame. And at the end of the day, whether it's the model, whether it's the technical combination thereof, or the motivations that exist behind the parties involved. At the end of the day, if we're not paying the LP, the investor back, whether it's a limited partner or a direct investor or whoever it is, if we're not making a return on their capital that they've entrusted us with, if we're not acting as the true fiduciary in giving them a return, then that equity leaves the space. And then it doesn't really matter what your debt markets are doing, you know, whether it's the bond market or an RBL or some other term loan. If we cannot be financial and technical fiduciaries to our investor base, they leave. And so a lot of them have left. And you know, and there's in 2020 price collapse associated with COVID, but also kind of just the wokeness or the run from fossil fuels and run towards renewables. That was real as well.
Yeah,
and
there was
so,
a big swing late 19 and for a period, basically up until the SEC ruled that they weren't gonna, you know, do the ESG auditing that some people were afraid of. I mean, there was a major consideration there for a while.
Has
in
that
20,
stalled now? Sorry, go ahead.
I've seen it stall. Yeah.
I think so. But like, I think 2020, maybe I was in 21. I saw, you know, renewable and ESG investments were 2 to 1 on the private side to upstream. So I mean, that's a massive amount of capital that otherwise likely would have been allocated to our business.
So the discussion of ESG has dropped way off. But have you but have you seen a reversal? Did it stabilize or did it reverse where nobody cares anymore?
I mean, personally, I saw a lot of changes. I mean, just look at, you know, Larry Fink and look at the pressure to deploy. And I mean, my experience with ESG was more working with larger private funds where they were actually mandated to deploy a % of the funds under management into ESG. And so what I saw was that really increasing the drive to put I mean, some of these funds are giant. You had endowments and states, and if you start adding it up, I mean, it was more money than there were investments. And I think if you start looking at, well, there's entire pension funds that have left, you know, some of these high name funds that were trying to push towards ESG. There's states that are out of it now. I don't know. It kind of swung so far one way. I'm not sure reversal like back from a 0 point, but it definitely has come way back from kind of where it hit when everyone in the run up to the SEC decisions.
Okay. So I did observe the same thing. Yep. There's a large period of time there where the industry was not meeting its promises. The public equities for oil and gas were absolutely flat over 10 years, and a lot of capital was destroyed. You know, notwithstanding the investor presentations that said we're getting 70% rate of return on every well, there's this massive disconnect between what we advertised and what we delivered, and I think that cost us, I believe. But there's on top of that, there's this push to do something else. But have people come back? Are they seeing the returns again? Are they getting out from under the pressure where they're a little bit more, a lot more, or all the way back to the kind of pressure to the kind of willingness to look at oil and gas?
The business is normalizing. And so I think now people are starting to understand the technology that we've developed quite a bit more. all the way around. Especially within the operating companies, relative to spacing, whether it's vertically, or we call it the shotgun view, or horizontally. We're better understanding. We're still making improvements in that technology, increased spacing in stages, et cetera. And then, learning that a shell isn't a shell. They're all different, and, whether they have higher plastics or more clays or whatever, and they respond different to different types of stimulation. So we're really honing in on that. And, I'll give a shout out to Grayson Mills. Look at what they're doing did in the Bakken. Great sell to Devin. You look at some of the technology. Well, they're literally changing the well orientation and drilling 3-milers over legacy single mile swell packer and sleeve system. So we're going back, and we're just, now that's not universal across all basins, right? So we're having to bring back a level of sophistication that we used to apply to conventional, which just calling it conventional doesn't mean that it's simple, but we're bringing back a level of and building a level of expertise where we just understand it better. But at the same time, outside of Permian and maybe a couple other core areas of certain basins, the market's not paying for PUDs. In fact, they're giving you a pretty steep discount on the PDP and expect to get the PUDs with it.
Okay, so I heard a little bit of disconnect between your perspectives there. Gavin, you're saying that they're always paying for PUDs, but maybe even not paying enough for PDP. What I heard Laura say earlier, and correct me if I got this wrong, was that PDP is kind of pricey.
To cost of capital. It's always relative to cost of capital. Interest rates have gone way up.
Interest rates are up, and then the hurdle you have to meet with private equity. I mean, that's kind of like the house on the credit card example. If that's my cash under my mattress, I got a lot lower cost capital than if I'm buying on a credit card. And so the industry kind of swung to the situation with real high cost of capital. And so just even your baseline of where you had to start. And then for a while, there was in the boom cycle, you can appreciate enough. But as those dynamics change and cost of capital is quite high, I mean, if you think about some of the financing models now, they're very expensive. So you almost can't pay for PDP because you couldn't hit your hurdles and make it work. There's just lots of complexities, and it's all, people like to kind of look at it across the board as trends and what's happening. And there's just, it's kind of become very personalized and specific, I think, to the setups.
But you have to understand it to be competitive and to be successful in the market. So I'll give you an example, Dwayne. Banks used to predicate their reserve-based loan issuance on PV9 PDP, plus or minus, right? SEC public reserves, typically to be considered proven, it would have to be PV10. It'd have to breach the PV10 threshold, right? So that was referencing an average of cost of capital prior to those rules being put in place in SP monograph 5. Okay, so today, you're probably going to have to deliver an 8 to 10% pref on private equity just to get the GP into their 20% carry. To get the team who is actually beyond the GP into any real money, you're going to have to deliver, 1.2. So your actual cost of capital is the 20% plus the 8. That's 28%, right? So if you're thinking about it from the perspective of the team getting into the money and you're not going to get value for the PUDs, then that purchase price that you make at the onset, that basis is what sets your investment and your potential for putting any money in your pocket after you've done the vast majority of the work for however many years it takes. So it's always, and by the way, the interest only RBL debt that was at a really low interest rate, that diluted that cost of capital, which is why it was so popular. Mm-hmm. But now they're not lending 4 times; they're lending 1.25 or something. So the dilution utilizing that form of debt isn't there to offset a pretty high cost of capital. So at the same time, public markets, like I heard a gentleman told me the other day that they're seeing returns at large on equity in the 20 to 30% range. So we still got to be competitive to bring the investors to us.
So what you're saying is that the people, the investing pool is seeing 20 to 30% equity returns in other industries, and we've got to compete with those returns in other industries. That's painful. So, but unpack to me the discussion about how bank lending has changed. It used to be interest only, and it was truly reserve based.
You could get a lot of lending for PUD. I mean, they do 50% value for PUD, but you just double your PUD volume and get all of it. You throw a water flood in. So you start, say you have a PDP number. I mean, there's a contribution amount. And so it's, like I just said, half for PUDs. And it used to be basically 100% of your PDP value. And it was PV9. And that was a large number. And so really because of how over leveraged everything was coming off of 08 and ramping into 14, and then how the bottom fell out. And I mean, it's kind of a miracle the banks haven't had a lot worse problems. And then going into COVID, we were right on the edge of a whole bunch of defaults, and banks were actually trying to get the SEC to do some new rules where banks could operate. And there was a bunch of stuff expected. And then I laugh, I'm like, saved by the Rona, but everything kind of paused just enough, and then prices spiked. But there's this massive exposure in banks that became obvious. It's a miracle there wasn't a lot more wipeout with it. And so the amounts that they'll lend have gone down a lot. And one thing, if you're on the private equity model, you have your equity commitment, and that's a pool of money, but it's real expensive. And so what you really need to do, and Gavin's kind of mentioned this, but for folks that maybe not quite as familiar, if you need to go drill and develop to get that appreciation to get the team paid, but you really don't want to be using your super expensive money to do that. And so the other things you do are you try to get into cash flow to pay for your drilling program, and you try to use the RBL cheaper money to pay for your drilling program. And so that's how you can kind of dovetail these. And, the bank money's now, there's less of it and it's more expensive. It's these underlying currents of massive exposure that they most kind of sneaked through and by really changed that market. And then a lot of banks have left the space. So I'm sure Gavin knows more about it than I do.
Yes, fascinating discussion. Gavin, what are you seeing? What are banks lending
No, Laura,
on?
you're right. I think a number of smaller banks have left the space. The bigger banks have just really culled down what they'll lend on RBL, kind of referencing it as a working capital loan structure, which kind of tells you maybe not the best structure to use for an acquisition. So it kind of leaves you with some term loan options, which of course, there's a true P&I amortization with those structures, which I'm not against. I actually think that whether you had an RBL that was interest bearing only or not, you should have been paying down some of that principal as you go. I think that was, we were kind of addicted to that debt for way too long. But yeah, it's you're seeing really big deals get done that have pretty not only large PDP bases, but also a good amount of running room. You're seeing some of those get done on the private side, and that's because they can put quite a bit of debt to work, hedge it out, and everybody feels pretty comfortable that debt will get paid off through kind of a term loan structure. But I think that's where the industry kind of has to lean at this point on the acquisition front. And of course, it has to be of a bigger scale. That's really what we've started to focus on is, how do we finance acquisitions, and are they of scale to fit both the equity investor and the credit investor?
Okay. So without revealing the secret sauce, what can you say, what you guys say about how teams are successfully putting together money now?
A lot less of them are doing it.
A lot less of them are doing it. Yeah,
I mean, there's some graphs that are shocking of how much private equity is getting raised and committed, and how big that drop has been.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some of the firms I've spoken with, it's taken them well over a year, year and a half to raise new funds, and the time that they used to could do it in, you know, 4 to 6 months. So they're going to be much, much more choosy. And of course, this goes back to Laura's original question. You know, there's a great or comment that there's a lot of great people out there, technically capable and competent, who aren't being treated very well. And it's simply because there's not enough money to go around to treat everybody well. And that's just kind of where we're at, unfortunately. And so your team, you know, you kind of have to find a way to finance your team. It's why we have Anthem Consulting, you know, like we it's all kind of word of mouth and through our network that we provide these services, but we're pretty darn good because we know how to run oil and gas companies and develop asset bases. And we've had exposure through these past experiences across the US, but you got to find a way to self-support, right? None of this is free. You know, the software is expensive, the overhead's expensive. I mean, it just it all adds up. Plus we got to eat. You know, we got to feed our families. So it's really hard right now. You have to be extremely committed, and you have to have a team that is extremely committed to doing the same thing. And so what's the trade-off? Well, the trade-off is when we find something that is attractive and we can lock it up, and we've done the underwriting and all the engineering and the geology and everything that goes into it, and then we go to capital sources. Perhaps the same capital sources private equity has been successfully going to, just go directly, then you have to express all that, hey, we've done this on our own dime. We've done all the underwriting. We've covered the overhead. We're in position and under CA for the deal.
I wish it only cost a dime.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for more. I mean, what a great deal. Yeah, it's hard to raise money for the PE firms, but what a great deal for the PE firms. I got a team, an underwriting, a deal on the hook, and all I got to do is add a little bit of cash and water, and poof, you got to come.
There you go.
Well, now I have read this, and I've seen it with at least one client, that the companies that are successfully deploying money are raising it directly from private investments, family offices, and the kind of people who used to go to a PE company. But there seem to be fewer of them, but the ones that are successful are going straight to the equity investors.
I mean, what size of investment though? Because, you know, that sort of that, I mean, you're not wrong, but I think everything's just a lot more nuanced now of who's being successful and why and at what scale and all the pieces. So I think to what Gavin said real quick, what I'm seeing is experience matters a lot more. Your reputation and integrity over the years matters more. And then the deals that have surprised me that we're getting done right now, both on getting funded and assets, people are really gravitating to working with people they trust.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, there's people I think are, you know, sort of, we found a lot of unique fits where it's like all these pieces are here with you and here with you, and this dovetails correctly. And then there's relationships and experience, and we're not really seeing just the kind of brand new pop-up team with good resumes and a lot of young folks work real well.
It's a great point.
And that point cannot be understated, Laura, that, you know, our reputation, our ethics, you know, our ability to do what's right and be that fiduciary at whatever level you're in is so important. And that has benefited us. The teams that can give the honest technical assessment, who can properly financially model it, and who have a history of being honest about whether it's good or bad, whatever the situation is, here is where we are. That is a huge feather in your cap. So, you know, so with that, who do you go to? Well, you try to go to the people that know that about you and who have deep pockets. You know,
it helps if you graduated from a private high school in a big town.
high school, big town.
Yeah, not as much as it used to, I think. People are kind of tired of the promises, and so it's like, are these people going to actually deliver or not? And there's so many horror stories of, we stopped doing geology and went to closology, and there's operational nightmares within this private equity model that are unbelievable. And
I love
for a
what
lot of
Gavin
years
said
there,
earlier.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, please.
I just, for a lot of years now, being honest and having integrity and walking away from certain things made a lot of us feel like everyone else is making money, and my gosh, this is maybe not the best way to do business. And in the last couple of years, I think it's gotten so nuanced and complicated and tight in the fits and the capital and the asset, the operations, the limited opportunity set, that I've just really seen a pretty remarkable shift in people want to deal with people they know, and they know they're going to tell them the honest answer, whether it's right or wrong. If something's going wrong, they're going to tell them early, and it's not going to be a surprise. And I got some horror stories on that of people misleading investors way beyond the point of no return. And so, I mean, to me, that's been fun and exciting as well, because you're starting to see some doing the right thing matter, and doing the right technical work and doing the right operations work. And I think that is one thing in the difficult market that makes me more excited.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I love what Gavin said earlier about we were doing some legitimate engineering. We were actually doing some science. And it's a good point that we're going to have to go back and spend some more time doing legitimate work, figuring out the stress reorientation. And for example, and what comes out
operations have just become so important. I think with some of the ways the private equity model evolved, and like just the attitude and leverage finance and other things, a lot of money came in that treated operations folks kind of like you recapitalize a hotel or a restaurant, and as you put a couple new executives in and the workers just keep working. I mean, there's just some like not having multiple options on water disposal and losing all your flow back during fracs. And also, like, what I call it, there's the dumb blonde price they offer in Midland, and the PE guy price is even worse. But some of these, what they're telling people, how many days they're telling them it takes to drill a well. I mean, this is fundamentally like a boots on the ground business. The oil's in the ground, and the operations are not simple either. And I think that I guess in my personal experience, I think we've got away from respecting operations from the finance side and thinking that was kind of just easily replaceable cogs in a wheel.
Yeah, it's
and it's technical. You got to have the inside of it, and that's becoming more and more important. But you're absolutely right. The relationships and your reputation isn't just those that you're asking for capital from, but the real proof of your reputation and the kind of person you are the other relationships of the people you're working next to and the people that you're hiring, including the service companies. And if you want to be successful in this business, you better have good relationships and a good reputation with those people that you've hired and who've put their time, effort, and product towards your operation to make it a success, because so much of what we do depends on the service side.
You better treat your people well.
You better treat people well. Yeah.
So I think of the group of assets, the group of fields that are available in two families, right? There's the shale plays, and really the shale plays have two families. One is places that are pretty mature, past their peak, and some just a couple that are still growing, still expanding. But then there's a whole family of Millidarcy fields, conventional fields. It looks to me like there are different life stages and different kind of technical challenges, different kind of risk return profiles. How is the market different? The seller's market, or the assets coming to market, how do they differ? And how does equity investment look at them differently? Do they prefer one or the other?
That's a hard question. The short answer is yes, because it's also by basin. So I've started to view each basin, whether it's a shale or whether it's a conventional or unconventional basin, I start to think about the basins of how much liquidity is actually in that basin. So the existing companies, how liquid or illiquid are those companies? Because they're the ones who have investors in. There's more and more view of consolidation, but is there actually enough capital currently in the basin to consolidate or to pursue further, growth of one business over the other? That's a question. And then to the extent that there's not, which I think there are several illiquid shale basins, kind of your tier 2 shales, if you will, is there anybody outside of the basin, any investor willing to say, how do I come into this basin, buy really, really well, and do that consolidation? So that's kind of how I think about now. Tier 1 shale, you're still getting, some incredible acreage, $30,000+ an acre in the Permian. So they're basically still paying for PUDs. They're still going to pay you for the PDP. I think gas is, even in Haynesville and Marcellus, you almost need to have like a global strategy at this point. Somehow you got to get the ARB built in from global markets, which you saw that parity in 2022 Ukraine war run up. You saw the parity between the Dutch market in particular and NYMEX, and it was incredible how well they tracked different. One was way up here and one was here, but the tracking of it was just remarkable. So I think you will see more of that, and that's why you still have some contango in our gas price. But at $2 gas, you gotta be able to drive that margin through that correlation somehow. And I think the best way to do that is to be able to do business across the pond, or somewhere be in that commodity space. Oil, in the spring, everybody thought we'd be undersupplied. Now it's kind of feeling like, well, maybe we're not going to be undersupplied. And it's a volume game there, but your barrel margin is a lot better than the molecule. So you've got more room relative to the cost of services, right? So for me to drill a 2-mile horizontal well, whether it's in the Haynesville or whether it's kind of the deeper part of the Delaware, kind of the same cost, but I've got more margin in the economics on oil today, right? So it's and then conventional. Conventional is interesting right now because I think it was Chevron who just paid a pretty healthy number for the Avance North Montgomery field, right? So and that probably has something to do with CO2, would be my guess. So, the class 2 wells can also act as sequestration. So you've got kind of that coming back into those conventional fields. But then there is a game to be played for the behind pipe conventional strategy. And where I see smaller companies really having a lot of success is they're going back and they're looking at kind of stacked sand pays, and they're doing the geology and the stratigraphy to say, hey, there's a nice zone there that's going to IP at 20, 30 barrels and it's sub 3,000 feet, and those economics work pretty good. So that's the local deals that you can kind of make if you know folks in those markets.
Laura, how are people in the market viewing the ARO, the decommissioning liabilities of conventional assets? Is that affecting valuation? Is that affecting equity investments?
I mean, your great Colorado report, and you're an expert on that. I think that it's changed a lot. It's no longer a warm fuzzies, and it's no longer like a punt it forever. Where we really first started seeing it come into play, I mean, we, sort of the run up to the 16 Permian kind of peak there, it was no one was worrying about P&A whatsoever. And in Texas, you can defer it a long time. And then we saw, honestly, I kind of with your asset classes, we saw, several folks having some difficulties entering the horizontal markets and kind of looking to go back to conventional. And then there was a lot of asset packages where it depends large on the state and situation, but, in Texas, there were packages where even if you did a pretty realistic model and you kind of punted it and you said they were only 20,000 a well, all of them, and if you look at AFEs, that's really not true. You started to see the P&A liability actually be on the order of magnitude of the PDP value in a lot of cases. And so it kind of, for me at least, it got to this point with a lot of the packages and a lot of this that had hung around in Texas where, I mean, that's material. And it just, I think I've been forever, I was, oh, you can P&A it for the cost of salvage. I know like 2 companies that can do that in 2 states. So I think it's becoming a lot more real. I think, when you're looking at assets, which state is it in? How much is there? What are the AFEs actually running? You're seeing a lot of places where even vertical P&As are costing $80,000 a well, and people will say you're crazy, but I'll show you the AFEs. So I think it's become, for a while there, it wasn't really even part of the discussion, and it was, you just punt it and drag it along and blanket bonds. And I think that, I think people aren't necessarily taking it quite as seriously as they should be, as far as how real it is and how fast some of it might come. But just the buildup in order of magnitude has become quite large.
Yeah, I've thought for a lot of years that the attention and the relevance are only going to go up. And I've been telling my clients for years now, if you buy it, you have got to plan on burying it. You won't be able to sell it to somebody who's going to ignore it, to ignore the decommissioning costs. Well, how are all these dynamics going to play out in the next few years? We've just had a year worth of unbelievable mergers. And a number of those have said they plan to spin off a couple of $1 billion worth of non-core assets. And historically, those were mergers and spin-offs were a feeding frenzy for independents and smaller folks. Is that going to happen again? And how? What do you think, Laura?
I think it remains to be seen. I think it's be really interesting. We've swung way too far on some models that don't work in the current environment, whether it's the operations, the purchase of assets, the financing. I like what Gavin said, that the business is normalizing. I mean, some of that's faster than others, but I think that's interesting. And then the corporate consolidations are quite fascinating right now. I mean, it's sort of textbook MBA 101 of a later life, not so healthy industry to see this consolidation happen. I think it's be really curious to see what breaks loose or doesn't. You're seeing some problems already where, Oxy for one with the Crown Quest or Crown Rock purchase, and it's like, oh, we'll buy it and then we'll sell some, or we'll get some debt, and people are having some trouble with that. I think there's quite a bit of energy in the system, which may sound kind of silly, but sort of it's normalizing because it's a little bit out of whack and a little bit imbalanced in a lot of places, whether it's the people, the operations, the financing. Those spinoffs of selling non-core take a lot longer than people think, end up being a lot more complicated. And I just, one thing that also excites me, because, I like a little bit of disaster, is like there's just enough chaos in the system and it's just unstable enough. I think a lot of interesting things
are gonna happen.
I think something has to give in a lot of places. I think it's be really interesting to see how big and what sizes, and is it new teams or groups? Gavin's having success, so he's got at least one lead of the future figured out, I think.
Yeah. Well, what kind of opportunities would you be looking for, Laura?
I'm being careful right now.
Oh, okay. Oh, be careful not to give away the secrets, or being careful what you buy.
Careful what you buy. I mean, for me, I think, the Venture experience with Vita was fascinating. We went from 3 people on Costco tables and fold out chairs to 2 billion overnight. And it was wild and fun. And I'm not sure I'd do it again, but it was great once. I was doing reserves and IT and A&D and calling the pumpers and putting signs out. And we got the great Civitas exit. So, but I think for me, it's just, I think it's really probably this little bit of chaos and unsettlement in the business. And I'm kind of sitting on the sidelines a little. I mean, we're staying involved with helping folks in A&D and litigation and M&A and things, but I'm kind of waiting to see what trigger points, how it normalizes and where to go.
It's guaranteed to be exciting, right?
Oh, that's
Again,
what I like.
yeah, it's a great point. What was it Rhett Butler said? There's a fortune to be made in the building of empires and in the collapsing, maybe not collapsing, but but the chaos that comes.
We really look at fit, and I think that comes back asset type, state, ARO or not, it's counterparties. And so, we consider a lot of things, a lot of different types of assets, but ultimately, I think it comes with experience, and it comes with seeing a lot of disasters over the last however many years. Like, it's almost like a marriage. It's like all those pieces got to.
It is. And Gavin, sounds similar with your experience. You were telling us earlier that you've bid 52 or 53 times. I'm sorry, looked at 52 or 53, bid on how many, won how many?
5.
Yeah, so
Right.
we bid on 5. We haven't won any to speak of, but part of that's being careful. But you're gonna have to kiss a lot of frogs here, right? And they all have warts. It's just a question of what do the warts look like relative to what could it end up? Could it become a prince that is really something that other people could find value in? Your investors could find value in, and how do you portray that value to your investor base? So we were working in a very linear fashion, one deal, the next deal, the next deal. Now we have multiple lines in the water. We've become much more proficient. And part of it is you just got to get in there and start doing the work to better understand your investor base. And one thing, if you can cultivate some investors, and we're project finance, so we work up each deal. We're not raising blind pool funds. We work up each deal. So we have the full deal worked up. And we put it out in front of our investor base, and some will say I hate it for this reason, and the others will say, well, I kind of like it for this reason. Others will say, well, I've already got exposure there, but it's a cool project, I just can't take any more of it. And then sooner or later you'll have one that says, wow, that's awesome, we really like that, what's next? And it's hard to say exactly. You'll know it when you see it. Because you start to build a basis of like, well, I know the majority of my investor base doesn't want to see this kind of economics, and they don't want to take this type of risk. And so you'll figure out kind of what your group is looking for, and then you just focus in on finding that, and don't waste time on other projects that don't fit the investor base that you've culminated. If because there's always lots of stuff out there. So I'm kind of speaking out of both sides of my mouth. You do have to get multiple lines in the water, but you got to be careful which ponds you're fishing.
Yeah, well said. So it's probably about time for us to wrap up. But it sounds like what we've decided, agreed on, is that the financing side has gotten a lot harder, but it's getting done, and getting done in different ways. Mm-hmm. The asset side has a lot of frogs with warts, and it needs to be a good fit. But there's still opportunities to be had, and what you've got to do is put those two together.
Well, and the folks that it's gotten real complicated. So the folks that are successful are folks like Gavin's team, where you've got a long track record, you have experience, you've been through it, you're working up these deals harder, you're doing the details, you're understanding your investors better and more. And so there's just, it's become almost like a craft again, I think, to a large degree, with years of experience and the small details that you only learn that way, and paying attention to it's not just like a kind of, this is a great deal for everybody.
Yeah. No, I love that. Like a craft again, as opposed to 31-year-olds getting hundreds of millions of dollars and stumbling into some good acreage.
Well, I've been doing some bit of woodworking, and boy, I'll tell you what, I could tell people exactly how you do it, but being able to do it and do it well is a whole different story.
Great point.
It really is. And I think it's kind of like what Laura said, with Vital, challenge yourself to figure out who is out there in the market deploying into commodities, because with high inflation, there are a number of investors who like to have commodity exposure. There's a whole bunch of institutional investors and endowments who always have some exposure. So go figure out who those people are. PitchBook's a great resource. Bloomberg can be a great resource. Think through where's the dollar coming from? Who is the investor? And what might they be looking for? I would just encourage everyone who is looking to start a company to really think through that, and then buckle up, because you will have to expose yourself and your processes and your valuations numerous times to really get them comfortable with you.
Yeah,
So,
you got to build it up way before you bring them a deal that they're going to close. There's a relationship that's got to be intact for a while. And you got to think about stuff a little backwards. I think, like Gavin's saying, some of these assumptions where it's what previously, like looking at deals linear, people thought you did it this way. Maybe like, okay, this is a challenge in the current market, but for what investor is that backwards and actually does that work for?
Guys, thank you both. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your insight, and thank you for your optimism. I look forward to talking with you guys some more. Jonathan and the rest of you guys back at PhD Week, back to you guys.
That was an excellent panel. I thank you very much for everyone for participating. I hope you all really enjoyed that. We got a lot of feedback on that while it was playing. At 3:30, we're going to bring back Gavin and Laura to answer any audience questions in regard to that. Right now, we're going to switch gears and we're going to welcome QED Energy Associates. Aaron Randolph is going to give us a preview of a quick start. And then after the quick start, we will get into the next part of this day, this PHDwin Week day. And we will bring back the panelists and answer any questions you might have. Let's go ahead and get into that quick start, though. Thank you all very much.
Hello and welcome to today's conference session. We're excited to have you with us as we explore PHDwin Week 2024. Throughout the day, you'll hear from industry experts, thought leaders, and innovators sharing their insights and experiences.
I apologize for the technical difficulties for having pulling up the session. 1 second, let's go ahead and get into that session. Again, at 3:30, we're going to do a Q&A. And any of the presenters that have come on today, if you have questions for them, please email events@phdwin.com, and we'll be sure to answer those questions. 1 second, and we'll hopefully get this session started in just a moment. We appreciate your patience and your participation in PHDwin Week.
Hello and welcome to today's conference session. We're excited to have you with welcome to today's conference session. We're excited to have you with us as we explore PHDwin Week 2024. Throughout the day, you'll hear from industry experts, thought leaders, and innovators sharing their insights and experiences. Let's begin our journey.
Hi, I'm Erin Randolph from QED Energy Associates. I want to thank TRC Consultants for having us back for PHDwin Week 2024. In this QED Quick Start, I'm going to show modeling ownership reversions in PHDwin version 3. In this example, I have a PUD case that begins in October of 2024. I have a very simple expense of $1,000 per month per case. My investment amount occurs 2 months before the projection begins, and the investment amount is total $6 million. So in the ownership section in PHDwin version 3, we have 3 reversion options. We can revert at a cumulative volume, we can revert at a date, or we can revert at a payout. So in this example, I'm going to show reverting at a payout with a charged interest amount. So our initial interest is 100% working interest and 75% revenue interest on this case. In the payout reversion section, I am putting in a gross amount of interest, of capital. That is my pivot point for my reversion. Initially, I'm going to leave this charged interest at 0 and see what happens in my run. So I ran this case monthly. We can see the case begins in October of 2024, and the capital hits 2 months prior to that. So payout occurs when we have gotten back what we invested in the well. So in this column T, I'm going to calculate my cumulative non-discounted cash flow. So I'm going to take what's in R6, and then underneath that, I'm just going to add the next non-discounted cash flow amount. Copy that down. When the values in this column change from negative to positive, that's when we have recouped our $6 million. And so that is when we should see the reversion occur. So I see that that happens right here. I can see in my net cost column that my $1,000 per month per well was running at 100%, but switches. And now after this point, it's running at 75% of the $1,000 per month per well. And that's occurring between March and April of 2026. Okay, so if I go back to my case and I put in 5%, not only, do we want to know when we've recouped our capital amount, but 5% more, maybe we've got to pay an entity back interest. We could load that in the charged interest column. When we run the case now monthly, we would see this output. Again, the case is still starting in October of 2024. The capital is still occurring in August, 2 months prior to that. In this cumulative non-discounted cash flow column, I'm going to start with my initial amount. However, I'm going to multiply that by 1.05. This is 100% of my investment with the addition of the 5% interest. then I'm going to do the rest of the column the same as I did on the last example, where I add the next non-discounted value to all of the rows above. So I'm again going to look to see where the cumulative non-discounted cash flow changes from a negative value to a positive value. It happens here. I can see that my net cost, again, it was running at 100% of the $1,000 per month per well. But at this month, May of 2026, it is the last month that it runs at 100%. And in June, it starts running at the 75% working interest. So between the two runs, initially my reversion point was between March and April. And now with the addition of the 5% interest charge, it pushes that payout out so that it occurs between April and May. So that is what the charged interest does on the payout reversion.
Great job, as always. At QED Energy Associates, we can provide lots of reservoir engineering tech services. We do database conversions every single day. Next time you have a database conversion you need, feel free to shout out to us to get a binding quote. We provide reservoir engineering techs on-demand consulting services. We can dedicate a technician to your account. They can work at your office or at our office. You can hire one of our technicians at any time. Please check out our custom classroom training services or our one-on-one training services that can be offered in your office. At QED Energy Associates, we believe that competency and years of experience don't necessarily go hand in hand, so we test every technician on our team to ensure the level to which they are currently competent. It's my job at QED Energy Associates to make sure that every purchase you make is a good one. If ever you buy something from QED and you're not happy with it, please contact me, Courtney Stevens, directly at our office. You can get us at any time at dreamteam@qedea.com. Thanks so much to John and the team at PHDwin. This is the team over at QED signing off from another great Quick Start.
Thank you for joining us for today's session. We hope you found the discussions insightful and engaging. Be sure to join us tomorrow as we continue with more exciting sessions and speakers. Check the schedule for full details. We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you again, QED Energy Associates, for an amazing quick start. Tomorrow morning, we'll have Courtney Stevens from QED on our morning show to talk more about what QED can do for your organization. But next up, at 3:30 Central Standard Time, we'll do a Q&A for this entire day. I'm really looking forward to it, and I hope you are too. So go grab a drink, run to the restroom. You won't want to miss this. 3:30, a Q&A over today's session. Thank you very much for joining us. 3 more minutes until we start the Q&A session for today. Got a lot of good questions today. I can't wait to get into it. Looking forward to talking with y'all in 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Welcome, welcome, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed PHDwin week so far. Second day. We're at the end of the second day here, and I'm going to bring some people back on to answer some questions. We had a lot of questions come up today across the many different sessions. So I'm going to go ahead and bring some people in, and we might have some more rolling in as we're doing this Q&A. Every single day, we're going to end with a Q&A, and so keep sending your questions over, events@phdwin.com, and then we'll be sure to ask those in the Q&A. I'm going to go ahead now and bring on from our session, our flagship session early this morning. I'm going to bring back Richard Smith, former reserve manager at Maersk. Had a great session. And then Joshua Neese, who does all of our special projects. I call him the smart guy in the building. And so I'm going to bring them back on real quick. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the questions that have come up during this PHDwin week. So first of all, hey, Richard, how you doing? Welcome back.
Well, I'm doing great. How are you, Jonathan?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to be on here with you. It's such an honor. I have to admit, I'll bring on Josh in just a second, but I got to say before he gets on, a lot of the work that you did with the company happened before I really came on. So whenever I came on, I came in the wake of what you did and what Josh did and all that hard work with Maersk. And it's really set for me a lot of my career, set the tone for a lot of my career because you did such a high standard of work there that we keep trying to live up to that high standard in almost everything we do. So thank you very much for being part of PHDwin Week. It really means a lot.
You're very welcome. I just have to say that I've always had a reputation for trying to break software.
Well, you don't have to try too hard sometimes with software, right? It'll help you a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Josh on. What's up, Josh? There's
How
our
y'all doing?
projects. Welcome back. I'm going to bring on Gavin, who is just on an amazing panel. I got some good questions for you, Gavin. Welcome back, Gavin.
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you very much for that wonderful panel. That was absolutely incredible. I got
pleasure.
some great questions. So
Laura is fantastic and really enjoyed it with Dwayne. He's a great moderator.
He is a good moderator. Yeah, I didn't know exactly what you all were going to talk about, but it was fantastic. And I have some of my own questions actually I want to ask you, Gavin, after watching that. But let's kind of go around a little bit. Let's distribute some questions. Let's get into the Q&A some. Actually, I want to start with you, Josh, because someone asked me a program question earlier today, and I just kind of want to get this out of the way so we can get into good industry talk and all that. Just kind of get the, eat your vegetables first type deal, right? So, and you're the guy to answer this one. So someone asked, if you import a V2 file into V3, what happens to the archives?
The archives will be converted over to qualifiers, and one additional qualifier will actually be created as well, which will be called the active qualifier. Since in version 2, it could be the Wild West. Every single case had its own active archive at that time, and we wanted to give users the ability to do that first test when you convert to a new software is, do the numbers match? Am I getting the same thing out of version 2 as I am out of version 3? And in order to do so, we need to give them a way to have the primary qualifier equal whatever was active in version 2. So all of those archives will be converted to qualifiers to be able to be used in your projections. And then you also get an active qualifier. And for those that did the partners, all your partners will be converted to scenarios, and they'll have their own ownership and investment qualifiers as well.
Thank you very much for that, Josh. So anytime you'll need a high-level answer, I'll always bring in Josh. He knows what he's talking about. He's converted a lot of our clients by hand from version 2 to version 3. And so if y'all need that expertise, we can bring Josh into helping you out. He's at consulting@PHDwin.com. All right, so we got that out of the way. We got program stuff out of the way. I want to get back to industry because I feel like that's the conversation that we had in that last panel. A lot of what you talked about earlier, Richard, was a particular, implementation that you brought Maersk Oil and Gas forward. But then at the end of your presentation, there was this industry bit where they got sold off basically because of the findings that came through this. So I really think there's a needle kind of threading through today of, where promises meet reality, where expectations kind of actually have to hit the road and move forward. And, I did have someone ask during your question, during your session, Richard, someone asked me, you talked a little bit about discrepancies that were found between the spreadsheets models that were used and eventually, what y'all put together in PHDwin. Were those pretty massive discrepancies?
Dependent on the asset, dependent on the complications of the contract, and it depended on the terms and qualifications of all the revisions and reversions and allotment, how entitlement was calculated. If you go back to one of the slides that I had, it said one of the things we had to teach everybody was that there was a difference between reserves and entitlement. And yet, for instance, in Qatar, or in Qatar, depending on how you want to pronounce it, Qatar was an entitlement-derived reserves volume. And so when the price of oil was low, the reserves just climbed up like you're on Mount Everest. And when the price of oil went up, they dumped like that. And so if you were not aware of what was going on there, you could be surprised year on year. You think, oh my God, we've got a 30% reduction in reserves. Well, the monetary value year before and year after is basically the same. Al Shaheen field in Qatar was based on a plateau production, so there wasn't really any kind of substantial decline. The biggest thing that hit Qatar was operating costs and water disposal and things of that nature. But the entitlement was based on the average price of oil during the year. And one of the things that was difficult to teach Maersk employees was that the price that you used, because you're following SEC rules, was that average price following sales prices of shipments sent out by tanker with bench prices. And once that got through, they finally started to understand that. You got into the Danish North Sea, and particularly in the Danish Underground Consortium. Josh, do you remember we had 18 platforms?
It was crazy. Absolutely crazy.
It was huge. And then the North Sea got into them as well. And they had so many ins and outs and ups and downs, one thing after the other. And I remember that's where TRC really, really gave us a lot of assistance. And they spent weeks, I'm not going to say hours, weeks, getting that worked out. Now, when you looked at the valuation differences, in some cases, depending on the country and depending on the field, there was always a difference, because Excel just will never recreate what the contract terms specify. They will never give you the same number. In some cases, when it got to entitlement, some of those numbers were quite large. When it came to cash flow and things of that nature, sometimes the net present values became quite large. But we didn't focus on whether or not they were big or small. We focused on whether or not we were correct or not. So we were embedded in Maersk for a year, working with Maersk teams. I became accustomed with the style and quality of the work they were doing, and they were not overly tedious in their diligence in checking things out. And so I just had a feeling, and sure enough, we started looking at it. And when Ryder Scott came in and did a process audit, they had to pull hair in order to get a couple of the Excel spreadsheets, which Maersk would let them look at, concerned about letting loose proprietary contract data into the open market. And of course, U.S. companies are very good in signing confidentiality agreements. And finally, Maersk allowed Ryder Scott to take one or two fields. And they went through, and Stephen, one of Josh's ex-colleagues, and Josh, worked on some of these Excel programs and deconvoluted the programming, because none of these things were documented. Not a single one was. And correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, but in their Excel programs, they would have multiple tabs and then cross-reference back and forth, in and out and up and down. And so you couldn't, I mean, it was impossible to track what they were doing in their economics. So was it material? It depends what you consider material. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, maybe not hundreds of millions, but definitely tens of millions, maybe more per asset. And it's always downward.
That I would call that material personally. I think that is a material amount of funding to go poof on a spreadsheet, you know. But I want to thread a little bit. So Gavin, I got to admit, I got a ton of questions for you. We had this. There was a feeding frenzy on YouTube during y'all's panel. We're simul streaming on YouTube and LinkedIn and all over the place. And so I won't be able to even get to everything in this panel. So, but I want to kind of start to thread together some of these topics. So on this right here between the two of y'all, so. You know, Richard, you talk about how there's this huge difference in value, and you get brought in as a reserve manager and you find this difference in value in the negative, right? And then, Gavin, you were talking about, having ethics, being honest with investors, being forthright about the way things are and kind of building up that trust with whoever you're working with, right? So from our perspective, we get into this thing I call the shoot the messenger problem, where we come in as a tool. Someone has a great model, has a great spreadsheet or something like that. I'll have someone call me and they'll buy a package or something that they just looked at the PDFs of or something. So they come to me and they're like, hey, I need to buy PHDwin because it's in a PhD file. They've already bought it. And I load the PhD. And, Dwayne Purvis, who was just on the panel earlier, he has this great NYMEX model that he gives with it. And I go, hey, I'm going to show you how to use the program. I'm going to download this NYMEX model. I'm going to put it on there. And I've had people actually yell at me, hey, you just lost me $10 million, buddy. I'm not going to buy your program, right? Or, like what happened at Maersk, there's such this discrepancy with the spreadsheets. So I kind of want to start with Gavin, then we'll go to you, Richard. Like, how do you get around that problem of, having honesty, being ethical, but then, knowing that you might be the messenger that gets shot. If you come in as the tool or the manager or the person that's bearing the bad news that has that reality, how do you work with the different stakeholders in an organization or the different investors to make sure there's still that buy-in after that bad news gets delivered? Do you have any insights on that, Gavin?
Yeah. So I'm a petroleum engineer. I was fortunate enough to actually have Dr. John Lee as my economics professor, who drafted a large part of SPE Monograph 5. So you go all the way back to what is an economic reserve versus a technical reserve. Those are two different things. Using a PV10 basis, 10% discount basis, keep in mind that framework was so that public companies had a standard to report their reserves on, so that to the general public, it was apples to apples. That was a big part of it. Banks used to establish a reserve-based loan, an RBL, using a PV9 basis. So that's what they were using. Okay. That has all kind of changed of late because, frankly, economics are a bit more relative than we would like them to be. From a seller's perspective today, you would love for it to be PV10, but guess what? Cost of capital is way over PV10, and that PV10, the establishment of that was predicated on kind of historic interest rates or cost of capital. Well, that's interest rates are one thing, but that's not your full cost of capital. You've got interest rates, you've got fees, but then you also have market dynamic. And what are people willing to pay for an oil and gas asset? Well, that goes into the complexity of the asset. How much of it's PDP, how much of it's PUD, and what are the relative economics of the PDP to the PUD? So if I'm a growth co, I may pay up for the PDP or express an upward value for the PDP if I got a ton of room to grow, implying that I'm actually paying a little bit for the PUDs, right? But in many other basins, I'm going to pay you a discount on the PDP because it's tier 2 shale gas and I'm already at $2 and I don't have much margin. But I like it as a cheap, long option because I hope that U.S. gas globalizes. So that part of our industry has gotten a whole lot more complicated, frankly, than it used to be in the shale boom when everybody's reserves were kind of what they were and you were actually getting value based on PUD or acreage. It's just more complicated. So not a great answer, not a simple. But
sometimes the reality is complication. And, one thing we fight all the time at TRC, I know Josh is going to nod his head hard at this one. People just want to do shortcut models. They just want to get a framework and a spreadsheet and make these big investments. And we're like, no, but the contract says this. The deal says this. And when we model the deal and we go in that extra depth, we do that extra step, you're not economic anymore. The difference between what you could pull out of the ground and what's viable to pull out of the ground, given the actual conditions in the real world, are sometimes a big difference. And sometimes just because of technology or talent or accessibility of resources, people just want to simplify these models, and then you end up upside down on things without ever knowing it. Richard, I saw you raise your hand up. Do you have something you want to comment on?
Yeah, you made a comment, Gavin, about a lot of this is relative, and it's absolutely relative based on who's looking and who's buying, or who's selling and who's buying. And it's what they're interested in. And Maersk they really did try to be correct and right and things like that. But I'm going to show you just a figurative graph if that comes through. That top black line, and you can see here 2009, that's when I came on board. That top black line represented the growth production curve for Maersk based on what they had. We started into reserves, and the actual ended up being the red. So you can imagine when you're operating 600, 700,000 barrels of oil a day, you're going to have a huge change. And I couldn't get anybody to take notice of that. But Maersk was a company of Danish trained geologists, all explorationists, and they had no freaking clue of reality, in my opinion. That's not a good example. What happened is that, let me see if this comes out. So here is, there's a number. In 2009, Maersk paid $1.2 billion for an asset. I'm not going to tell you where it is. And this is right when we started being reserves compliant. And the asset team, it was amazing. Maersk was so siloed in so many ways, nobody wanted to talk to anybody. They had their own fiefdom. So I actually came home for Christmas that year, opened up my email, and here's this big announcement. Maersk acquires blah, blah company for $1.2 billion. And you go, wait a minute, I'm the reserve manager.
You're the reserve manager.
I never heard of this. Guess what that was appraised at when we did the reserves? Take a wild ass guess.
600.
What was that?
600.
Josh, you can't answer that, Josh. You know.
Oh yeah, I'll go with 600. Let's go say half. Is it half?
Minus 100 million.
Oh. Wow.
And,
Guess what? Guess what? So we did a really good job selling Samson to folks who became my employer. But so it was a $7.2 billion deal. Guess what came in? Guess what number? I won't tell you who. Guess what number came in second?
I love these games. Tell me that again.
So we sold Samson Resources, 40-year private company. At the time, it was the largest privately held U.S. company. $7.2 billion. We were in 19 states, plus some had been in Canada and some Gulf of Mexico, et cetera. They sold all but the Gulf Coast, offshore, and I think that's what they kept. But they sold everything else to KKR.
So basic production.
No, it was 2.8 million net acres, and we had exposure in up and coming plays in the Rockies, the Bakken, Mid-Continent, East Texas, Haynesville, Gulf. Well, we didn't sell the Gulf Coast. They didn't sell the Gulf Coast. San Juan, California. I could keep going.
Everywhere. And it sold for $7.2 billion.
Yeah, and what do you think the runner-up was?
Oh, the next highest or the next?
The next highest.
Oh, geez. No, that's really where it gets interesting. What did it sell for? 7.2.
7.2. Yeah.
And they didn't sell to the higher one.
No, they did. They did. But what do you think the next closest bid was?
Oh, downward.
Yeah.
4.
3.5.
Yeah.
Wow.
What do you think the bankruptcy? How much do you think the bankruptcy was for?
1.1.
4.
Okay.
So the second place bidder was actually right, but of course it went to the top bidder, who was almost double, or a little more than double actually. But oddly enough, like the bankruptcy, the second place bidder, who was a notable independent, actually got it right. They underwrote it right relative to the value in the bankruptcy. Now the interesting thing is, they sold off East Texas in the bankruptcy for $525 million to Rockcliffe. Rockcliffe expanded that position a little bit and then just recently sold it to Tokyo Gas for 2.7. So there's fair argument that had KKR company held on to it, they would have got 2.7 back on just East Texas alone, much less the Bakken and the Powder and the Green and the San Juan and Mid-Continent. So again, how was it financed? What are the economics? What are the targets? Who are your investors? Who are your creditors? What's your structure?
Well, there are times where there are pleasant surprises if you're willing to take the risk and wait long enough. And Maersk bought a number of assets in northern United Kingdom offshore, and they paid about 5 times what it was worth. And I thought, oh, geez, what are we going to do with this? Well, guess what? When they bought those properties, they bought it at $20 oil. And what was the price of oil in 2012, 2011? It was $120 a barrel. Yep. So all of a sudden, this huge loss, they didn't know how they were going to manage it, all of a sudden became their main cash cow. But it wasn't planned. It was just circumstantial. And so sometimes that happens.
It's another component we didn't really talk much about, Jonathan, but the private equity model is typically a 3 to 5 year flip, and if you can do it in a year and a half or 2, even better. But one big difference is just the cycles and the frequency of the cycles, the highs and the lows, have gotten so much tighter, higher frequency, with deeper with larger magnitude. That it's just that much harder, for a model like that, where you kind of get forced into, from a time perspective, needing a realization so that your blind pool fund collectively can return what it needs to return to the LPs. So it's another, if you don't have the liquidity to adequately grow and you're experiencing a low cycle, it just gets that much more challenging.
Well, Gavin, you bring up something that's really important and valuable, because the last 2 years I was at Maersk became very deeply involved in the Gulf of Mexico, although they didn't operate. And there was a really good discovery, and they ended up with some nice wells. But the surprising thing was the cost of a completed well, $350 million each well. And so if you looked at a single platform with 3 wells, the platform was by itself $1 billion. 3 wells was another $1 billion. Pipelines and that infrastructure, it just kept going up. And the price of oil was not that high. And yet there were people lined up to get in on that stuff. And of course, I'm not sure how it turned out. I left the company. And Maersk was not even allowed to operate in the Gulf of Mexico because the U.S. government, was never convinced that they could be trusted to operate safely, because this was a little bit after Macondo. Even though Maersk had this reputation for drilling long horizontal wells in the North Sea, nothing like deep sea Gulf of Mexico existed in their portfolio. But that was a huge investment. And
well, it's what's interesting about our industry is typically, if you look at an institutional investment portfolio, they're going to keep something like 2 to 5% exposure in energy, and it's because when you win big, you win huge. Yes. But when you lose big too. So that's the tricky part, just about our industry. The direction of whether it's offshore or horizontal shale, the magnitude of the capital is just significant. I mean, it's massive, and so the economics are relative, but being a fiduciary and driving forward performance technically and then into the financial modeling, I just think that alignment with whomever your investors and stakeholders are is so important. And I will say that the investor and the stakeholder and the creditors need to be adequately clear to their technical teams what the targets are, which is kind of what you're talking about, Richard. Like, it takes 2 to tango here.
Yeah.
And if you can't clearly define your objectives corporately from an investment, if you got a weak board, if you got weak executives who can't clearly define that to the team who are deploying the capital or making the acquisitions, shame on you. You shouldn't be in that position because you're not upholding what you've pledged to do for your investors or stakeholders in your company.
Well, Gavin, you bring up a very important point, and this is something I saw working overseas and being affiliated with a lot of the senior management of some of these companies, and that is that I would go into some meetings and the company would have pretty previously high-level executives from other international companies, and they brought them in to provide assurance that their investments were probably worth going after. And I would see some of this stuff coming in, and I'd see these experts and previous major managers coming in and go, yeah, that's a really, really good thing. And I'd just look at that and think, oh my God, what are they saying? And nobody actually had enough knowledge or background to realize that they were making the wrong decision. When I said in my presentation, you know, after years and years of making bad business decisions, there was nowhere for Maersk to go. They had to sell out. They couldn't afford their own abandonment. But I saw it constantly.
It's funny in the corporate world, and I've migrated more to the private side of our industry, and I'm not saying it's better because there's different games played there too. But I was always fascinated by the executive who took the approach of, well, I'm just not going to make a decision because if I never make a decision, I'm never actually wrong. That was maybe my favorite, you know, as you watch people with tactics, one of my favorites. But you know, I was just always more bullheaded than that and just believed, like, tell us what the goals are and let's go try to do our technical best to achieve them.
You know, from my side, Gavin, just, you know, we have a unique perspective, obviously. We're not out there putting bits in the ground like y'all, you know, but we get to see the other side of the company. And what I've kind of put together in my experience is that I give me a conservative manager over one that's chasing trends any day, though. You know, we talk to too many companies, they're chasing trends. Oh, now we got to go run over here and get into whatever the new the trend is. And then who's actually making money on that trend? Because we get to see the files, we get to see the other side. And it's always the companies that were already there and already had the expertise in that area or that basin, or they already, you know, all the ones that are doing CO2 capture right now, making money on it, as an example, have been doing CO2 injections for decades or something like that, right? And anyone trying to get in has that barrier to entry where it's real hard to make it economic. And, you know, it's hard for us as a company as a provider, because we want to be consistent and we want to make sure that people can trust on us. But, you know, if you go against someone that's chasing trends, then you kind of get put up against the wall. There's a particular bank that back in 21, I won't name who, but he gave me an earful about how PHDwin, you know, that you don't incorporate the newest technology and there's all these new white papers and where's this thing? And y'all are falling behind. I'm going to go to blankety blank because they're doing the newest thing. And he literally called me this year and said, hey, I need training in what y'all doing because y'all are real consistent and I can really count on y'all's methodology. I mean, literally the same guy came back around because they got burned by the trend. And, you know, obviously we want to be consistent. I always talk to people, you know, we built our technology stack out of our cash flows. We don't have any VC funding. So that way we can be consistent, we can be around. But it's really hard whenever there's this industry of people just kind of chasing the tail of the wind. And then where does the money come from? Where does the actual returns come from if you're pivoting like that? So give me a conservative one over that, Gavin. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, I totally agree with you. You know, whether it's VC or private equity or, you know, I mean, you even have some family office money now that's hyper competitive, running multiple MDs, trying to place money, almost running it like a private equity. But what's old is new. And I think what you're going to find in our industry is there was a time before kind of this just, and I'm thankful for really all the technology that has come our way, both what you provide and subsurface, et cetera. But I think what you're going to find is there are people who understand this industry, who financed and funded this industry well before kind of this modern age of finance. And
I think a lot of that's going to come back around. And I think what you will actually see is corporate structures kind of reversing. I think you're going to see more vertical integration. I think you're truly going to see a normalization of the industry, whereby you're going to have more dividends and distributions coming out of these companies, truly providing cash flow back to the investors and then deploying at a rate that is still accretive in value. And I also think that through that, you will see a bit more exploration come back into play, but it's going to take a little bit of time for that. But we're just out of balance in so many areas right now.
Gavin,
to Laura's point, it's time to buy. That's what she would say.
Gavin, I think in the background, you probably saw in my presentation that very early on in the presentation, investors in Maersk Oil began to become curious, probably in 2008. And I came in early 2010 I'd been working in Kuwait. And the investors were really curious, wondering what the heck was going on inside Maersk Oil. Because when Maersk Oil needed investment funds, it's a very small community there. It's an old kingdom, and they still have a king, and they still have lords and barons and everything else, but they don't call them that. But they are big landowners, and they are very wealthy people, and they're all in the same business, and they all play the same game. And they're all looking at all this, and they're saying to Mr. McKinney Maersk Mueller, who was 94 when he passed away when I was there, what the heck is going on here? You keep asking me for 9 figures every couple of years, and I keep giving you 9 figures every couple of years, and I haven't gotten anything back. So what's going on? And that's when this whole process started, and that's when the CEO at the time caught me in the hall coming back from lunch, literally. That's no joke. Hey, Rich, I want to talk to you. Are we SPE PRMS compliant? Nope. And he had been told this by so many people that he goes, we're not. He says, no, not at all. He says, and then can we be? And that was just a real shocker. And I had to think, standing on my feet right there in the hallway, by next April, that was 9 months away. And I was me. There was no staff. There was no team. And that's when TRC came in and helped rescue us, and Ryder Scott came in and helped prepare our training material and did an audit and verified to the Maersk CEO that yes, we were not compliant, and yes, we had a lot of work to do, and it's going to be difficult. And so the rest is history.
Richard, I'll tell you right now, I've had companies not believe that happened. I'll just say, we talked to other large major companies, and we told them about that, how we did that in that 9-month period, how you and Josh, not me, but y'all did this in that 9-month period. And they're like, no, we've been paying some other vendor for 18 months now, and they haven't even delivered the product yet. There's no way you did it 9 over at Maersk. You got to be lying to me. So some of this is just difficult to have that credibility, right? Whenever you actually can execute, you got to be able to show people, right?
I'm going to say probably some of that is due to the lack of ethical process and delivery of product capable of doing this kind of stuff from vendors that don't know what the hell they're doing. And I can't name names because I don't want to get my ass sued. But there was one company that came in, and they had a nice little package for explorationists. You could put in a whole bunch of numbers, and then give you a nice little portfolio of variable outcome and stuff like that. And the geologists loved that. Of course, that was in part why they didn't do so well. But they actually came in, and like I said, we had geological managers, and they said, PHDwin is too complicated for us. We want to go to this package. And so I said, well, we're not going to use it. I'm the reserves manager. We're already going in this direction. So we want to do this parallel to it. Well, when I left, they had actually had, I think, 1 or 2 people fully embedded inside the Maersk building for 3 years. They had spent close to $5 or $5.5 million and had not produced one single economic return. And when you have vendors coming in and promising you the moon, and you don't have managers or staff capable enough to understand what the hell they should be seeing and what process is, it's going to happen. So, I mean, that's no surprise, Jonathan, where people say, I don't know how you do that.
Yeah. Well, the technology, I mean, is a huge benefit. And I think we've been using PHDwin for more than a decade at this point. To watch the evolution of it is fantastic. V3, my colleague Brandon Penner had a presentation on it. We've been testing it, and Brandon's been using it for as long as well. I'm really excited to more fully integrate it across our platform. So, you start tying it out, being more SQL based will help that, but you start tying it out to your accounting programs, you start tying it out to your operational production programs, you start tying it out to some of these other commercial programs that take public data and aggregate it. And then you start building your own overlays and looks and that sort of thing. So it really provides a platform now where we can integrate our reserves, even some of the simplest stuff, like if we change forecast relative to what we've got to do for an RBL or something like that, or just an update at year end. Now that's instantly a part of the tool set that our pumper is looking at. So he knows, we've got a technical target, but this is our reserves, and we can frame his job relative to his role at that wellhead much more clearly for him.
Yeah.
So when I say set goals, it's top to bottom. I mean, you got to do it in our industry. You got to do it at the executive level, all the way down. And the more clear you can be, and the better technology you have to set those goals and express what those goals are and potential milestones, just the better off you'll perform.
Well, the better your company's going to do too.
Absolutely.
Especially if you've got someone at the very, very top that says, we are going to do this.
Right.
Now, that took nearly 4 years for me to get someone at the very, very top to literally do this or else.
Yeah.
You had to build your own top, right, Gavin? That's what you had to. You had to build it basically, right, to get that.
Yeah, we built Sage up, and we have partnered with software companies in different areas to do that. But when I started Sage in 2017, really it was to have a mid-cap private equity backed company who was sophisticated. And to do that without having the amount of resources you have with like a large independent or a major, you actually have to have nimble providers of software. And conversely, you have to be willing to work with them too, to just drive that level of integration. But yes, we did. And it was great. I mean, we invested time and money in those areas and worked with folks like you, Jonathan, and just, if you're willing to put forward the effort and find the right partners, and we believe in that really across the board. And that was a lesson I picked up at XTO. We had a saying of, you shouldn't single source with the service provider necessarily, because you got to drive competitive tension. But at the same time, the people that are focused day in, day out in this particular area, whether it's reserve software, whether it's hydraulic fracturing, whether it's wireline, if they're doing that every single day, guess who the true expert is? Guess who the subject matter expert is? They're just going to see it that many more times, than the typical engineer in a company who's jumping in and out of various things. So, when I say we feel like our relationships with service providers and technology providers is important, I really do mean that. We think it's very important. And that's the other kind of sad thing we've seen in our industry is I just don't think that those relationships have been fostered either. And part of that's just due to, when there's less money to go around, everything gets a little more tense. But actually, that is how you not only survive, but prosper.
Sure.
I think that's well said, Gavin. And, there's domain knowledge in this that's very hard to gain without real experience, is what we've learned. And that's why, we've had the same developers. Our average developer's been with their company something like 15 years. It takes so long to train a developer to be able to do oil and gas. Yeah, they can put together an interface or something, but do they understand why we're doing this and why this is different than just, drawing a healthcare program or something, It's different kind of charts and all that. I mean, it's supposed to both Spotfire, right? Or something like that. No, you have to have that domain knowledge. And not to embarrass you, Josh, I got a story about Josh here. So me and Josh went to go train in Beijing, and Josh is we've often said, and I think Richard can speak to this, Josh is one of the experts in international economics in the world. He's our top guy. I've seen him go in rooms with guys that have all the degrees and all the medals on their chests, and he's just put them in their place, right? So we're in this big conference room in Beijing, training all these, industry professionals and all that. And he's given them all of the knowledge that it really takes being part of this, being part of the MERS project and all that to gain. And then afterwards, they asked Josh, they go, so Josh, what is your degree in? And they just expected there'd be all these pins on there. And Josh goes, oh, I have a psychology degree. And they just were blown away. I just saw them fall out of their chairs, basically, because they were expecting. But no, I mean, it takes actually doing it, right? It takes being and living in MERS, for months, right, Josh, to learn how to do this. And us not being there and you being cornered halfway across the world having to answer these questions to be able to actually do this. And you can't replace that.
That's how you learn it. People ask me, where'd you get your finance degree? I said, the courts in Delaware.
That's a good answer, actually.
Yeah, they'll drag you through it. You'll learn it.
The other thing about Josh, and I'll give you this compliment, Josh, is that you exhibited an absolute commitment to know what the hell you were doing and the commitment to get it done right. And I know you put in a lot of hours. And we were talking about this just a moment ago. One of the things I see is being really deficient in today's current oil and gas business is this point and click mentality that everything's done with software. And the fundamental understanding is what's underneath the software seems to be lost in many cases. And I mean, we saw that in Maersk, where in fact, you saw in the presentation that one of the major areas of miscompliance or no compliance was in mapping. And that was company-wide. Almost every single map of every single field in every single country, when you went in and looked at it and matched it with well data, didn't match. And this is after 20, 30 years. And they had just gotten so used to point and click and these beautiful rainbow pictures of structure maps. I mean, that's what they did. So we said, no, we're moving to black line contours. You go, why? And you go, well, because we want to see the well postings on the black line contours. Why? We want to make sure they match. And sure enough, the first thing that came up, we actually had to teach them how to do black line contours, if you believe that.
We did the opposite when we sold to KKR. We made a bunch of really pretty bright colored maps, and man, that was a cast me out. It worked great.
Well, that's great for investors who you're trying to sell to.
You're trying to sell, right? I feel you on that one, Gavin. Yeah. Flash always has that extra pizzazz to it, but there's competency that has to go behind it, right? And there's got to be a methodology. I mean, a lot of times people look to us, even though we're a vendor, for methodology and to stand behind a way of doing things and a workflow and a work process. And, we go with what works. We've worked with Richard and he showed us what works. And we work with other companies and they've showed us what works. And that's what we want to bring forward to whoever's like Gavin that comes to us and wants to be a partner. But we're always looking for new people to drive that boat. I'm always looking for someone like a Brandon to go, hey, by the way, you should probably change this little part over here. And then we listen and we try to do, because that experience is invaluable and that feedback is a real gift. And a lot of companies just want to deflect from that. They just want to do what they're used to doing, and they're not willing to actually get underneath. It's all flash in the pan and no steak in the pan. And
and vice versa. I mean, there's technology and service providers that they don't even have a phone number anymore. You got to, do the little, fill out this box and email, and we'll get back to you. And then, they never do. You never hear from them again. And it's just. So really, it's a two-way street, and we just really look for partners. I mean, there's all kinds of partners in this industry, but you look for the people who are competent and who stick to their word, and those are your best partners at the end of the day.
All right, I want to tie together something real quick. Richard and Gavin, I want to give you all the same question because both of y'all to me have shown, working with both of y'all both shown an excellence to me that I want to highlight and then I want to hear y'all's thoughts on. So both of y'all, whether at Maersk or whether you're doing now at Anthem, Gavin, have put together a fantastic team. I mean, that's part of the reason you got on my radar so much, Gavin. You brought in Brandon, who he's like top tier for me as far as an engineer and a user and all that. He's on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he's all right.
Experience. Yeah, right.
No, I'm
Don't
kidding.
give him too much. He's in the
He's
other room.
good.
He's like, no,
He's good. He's great.
But no, seriously, you built a great team over there, and that's part of. I know that your priority is to give good engineers jobs and to build a good team, and that's what you've made a priority. And Richard, I know you did the same thing whenever you pulled Maersk over, is build a great team. That's how you're able to get it done. So I'll let you go first, Richard. What does it take to build a great team in this industry?
Well, I'm a little bit nonconformist when it comes to building teams because I've been in a lot of companies through my career, and I've seen the way most companies recruit, and I have always been alarmed with the way that they recruit sometimes. One of the majors I worked for at one time, they did everything based on GPA and school. And there were guys that came in, boy, they were bright on the books, but they couldn't hardly sharpen a pencil. So when it got time to hiring people at Maersk, and I've seen other managers who have adopted this philosophy, hire people like yourself, who are open-minded, can have fun, can make a joke every now and then, but are technically really sharp and well-educated. You're not living your whole life for the business, but when you do business, you're doing it really well. And so I hired 2 young foreign nationals to help us do PHDwin. Now, I'm not a coder, but I used to code many years ago when I graduated from school in Fortran 77, if that brings a bell to anybody. And so I could talk the language, and we'd come in. And literally, I would just sit there and get to know these kids. They came in, they were young. They were under 25. One was Harry and one was Lydian. One was from Albania and one was from India. I mean, these guys were absolutely brilliant coders. And Josh worked with them very closely. And we became really good friends. But man, those guys knew what they were doing. And Harry told me a number of years later when I was getting ready to leave, he said, I have never worked for a manager like you, who's made us feel like we're part of a team. So that philosophy went toward hiring our 2 geologists, our consulting engineer that came in with us and was with us for 3 years, and another engineer. And I have to say that was probably the one hire that I sort of regret doing because it was a difficult personality. But we were sort of desperate at that time. Finding anybody that was even qualified was getting more difficult. And this person came in and passed the basic tests. But the minute this person entered the business, oh, why are you using PHDwin? You should use Ogre. Yeah, started lobbying in the wrong direction. No, you need to learn how to use PHDwin. And Josh knows what I'm talking about. And so our team was literally a small family, and Maersk decided to reorganize. And so they gave us a section on a floor that had taken all the offices. And so we were all on these wonderfully stackable up and down tables and stuff like that. We were very close together. They took away all the desk phones and gave us cell phones. And we worked literally shoulder to shoulder, day in and day out. And I had a philosophy. Every day we had at least one meeting, 10 minutes. And basically I would, and everyone would come around and say, tell me what you're doing. And if something needed more discussion or something like that, we discussed it. Almost always there was someone that was telling a joke, and it just lightened things up, but we shared everything. And that gave us the ability to do almost everything. We were like a strike force. And, we included people like Josh and some of the Ryder Scott people and Steve. And there's another guy from TRC that replaced Steve later. And so when all of us got together, there was no distinction as to who was working for whom. And that's the way I managed the process. So That's my life. That's my philosophy. That's how I run things.
What about you, Gavin?
Not a lot different, actually. I don't have to be the smartest person in the room. I just have to know who is. And what I like to do is be surrounded by people who are smarter or more proficient than I am at something. Which in my case is a lot of things. My team is vastly more creative, proficient, intelligent than I am at a number of things. They're talented, in other words, and some are more passionate than others. I had a manager tell me one time to be careful with the strong personalities because they're passionate. They may respond in a more of an elevated way than others, but be careful not to kill their passion. So there's a difference between passion and disrespect, right?
Well, there sure is.
And they need to know that difference, and they do, most of them. But we love passionate people, but we also love people who have a sense of humor. At XTO, we played practical jokes all the time. And this was way before the day of HRs really clamping down on people, but it made the workplace environment that much more fun. In fact, one of my team members the other day, who actually lives in Denver, but came to Tulsa to spend the week with us, for whatever reason, left his wallet out on a desk. And so we stole it. and we didn't tell him for a while.
Oh, that's not nice.
Yeah, we might have even let him get. We were amazed that he wasn't looking for it. I don't have something in my pocket that I carry every day. If I don't have it, I'm just out of sorts. But anyways, he took the joke really, really well, and I fully expect he's going to get me back. And so, I think some level of humor, whether it's a joke, practical or otherwise, is great. And just surround yourself with those good quality people. But I really do look for people who are true subject matter experts, that are passionate about what they do, and also just sometimes you find that person and they're so protective of their skill set that they're not willing to teach other people or share with other people.
Yeah.
I really love those professionals who are so strong in what they do and confident in what they do that they're happy and more than willing to teach others around them how to do what they do. I look for that in professionals as well. But honestly, I've just been blessed to be around several great people throughout my career, and I haven't stepped on too many toes or stolen too many wallets, I guess. And we just try to attract good people.
That's a good comment, Gavin. And I don't know, I'm going to ask Josh. Josh, were you ever in our offices when we started playing basketball, trash can?
Yeah. Good times. It's always good to have a little bit of fun while you're working.
The one thing that I found extremely valuable, and I think it goes across the board no matter what industry you're in, is if people want to come into work, they'll come in with an attitude that's productive.
Yeah.
And so when I first started wadding up pieces of paper and throwing them halfway across the room, they'd look at me like, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm throwing the trash away." They said, "Well, you can't do that." I said, "Why not?" "Oh, I suppose you can." Well, you know it. Every time someone got a piece of paper, at the beginning they were always looking to see, and of course, when you got it in the basket, we all celebrated. And being a little bit more athletic than the rest of my team, I got more than most. But when the other guys got enough practice to start getting them, we started doing high fives and one thing after that. And what it does, it just makes people smile and relax and feel like they're part of something that just doesn't exist in very high stress environments.
You got to build some camaraderie. We're dealing with, it's really weird to think about it, but coming out of college, especially these days with horizontal, land wells, much less offshore, you're handing budgets to, early 20-year-olds that are in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. it's kind of crazy if you think about it. And so, yes, there are high standards, and we have to also hold each other accountable. But you gotta build camaraderie, and the only way that you do that is through relating and connecting with people. Now, I will say that over time, I've learned to hire slow and fire fast. But my singular goal, after post Samson restructuring, where I had the unfortunate role of putting together a reduction in force plan and had to lay off 400 people. My singular goal, not singular, but my top goal with Sage was not to have to lay off anyone. I came to realize that structuring a company is really it's the executive's responsibility to properly assess the needs and capabilities of the folks he's hiring. And so, what does the team need, and the person that you're hiring, what roles are they filling? And the team should have some say so in that, but the hiring manager has to make that decision. And you need to get that right, because we do have cycles. We do have, it's really hard to sometimes predict cash flows in this industry. So when you hire people, they need to wear multiple hats. They need to be able to take a joke, and they need to be really good at what they do.
That's great advice, guys. That's great advice. And one thing that we really also lean on at our organization is that we want to see people that are self-motivated. Mm-hmm. And we always want to see people that are willing to build themselves up. Everyone here at TRC, they always start in the support queue. They have to answer I'm the sales director. I don't hire someone into sales. We hire someone into the support queue. And then once they show ability, then maybe they get that opportunity. But you want to show that basic ability first. We want to make sure that they can get into that domain knowledge, actually be willing to sink their teeth into the hard part of the industry. Because, if you just hire a dedicated sales guy, and I'm about to take swing at sales guys. I'm sorry, sales guys out there, but some of us are just an empty suit, and some of us are just running out there. Our talent is charisma and making promises and things like that. But you got to, in this industry, we really feel like you have to back it up with something. You have to have some real knowledge there. And having that progression has been a big part of what makes us successful. And to that end, so we're kind of running a little long. I really appreciate y'all being on this. That's why I do these Q&As last. So if we have a really good discussion like this, I can stretch a little bit. So I'll ask y'all just both one more question, same question again. And it's a question that one of my team members, so he watched all the presentations today. He sat down next to me early in Akil. He watched your presentation, Richard. He watched the panel, Gavin. And at the end of the panel, he looked at me and goes, what's the place for a young person in this industry? He hears about the challenges of funding. He hears about the challenges of international economics. So I want to give some hope. I want to end this thing on some hope. So I'm gonna go with Gavin and Richard. What's your advice to young people coming into this industry?
I think back on my time coming in as a young engineer, and I think about the amount of technology from that time to today, and it is staggering. A lot of the discussion has kind of moved towards, financial and structuring of companies and hiring and all of these kind of topics. But truly, I can't state this enough. A magical time to be a part of this industry is right now. And it's been going for a little bit now, but think about it. Think about what we do. We are drilling 10, 12, 15,000 feet into the earth, and then in the shale game, going sideways up to 3 miles. And the progression of that is going to continue. And so the best analogy I have for that, F1 racing has become very, very popular. But if you want to think about subsurface bit performance, BHA performance, it's not that different than running an F1 program. I got to have the team, I got to have the technology, and I got to have the mechanics to where I don't have to change those tires out. I'm going to get more and more and more with that design. So for any engineer who's mechanically minded, what they're doing in drilling and completions today is just incredible. If you can't get excited about that, you just need to go roughneck or spend some time with H&P or get on with the company and just tell them, I want to spend a little bit of time on one of these new advanced Gen 5 rigs, and I want to see what we're doing in completions and understand that game, because it's incredible. It is simply incredible. And if I didn't have to sit in the office all day, that's where I'd be.
I'd be out there with the horsepower, figuring out how to float casing, 25,000 feet out in the well and sideways. So that's amazing. If you're more, reservoir minded, Grayson Mill is now drilling sideways. So the Bakken is north-south oriented. Well, they figured out that that older technology was inadequate. So now they're going east-west with 3-milers and making incredible wells, which is a big reason Devon bought that company. And so we didn't have it all right on the reservoir side either. So if you want to help drive performance and completion design all the way back to the economics of the well, look at where reservoir engineering is going. I mean, it's incredible. And of course, your software plays a huge part in all of that as well. Finance, like if you're a finance guy, I promise you, there is no other industry that this is the top finance game, period, globally. Like you want to be the Wall Street banker of sophistication, get into energy. If you want to understand how to be an iBanker, this is where you should be. So we've talked about a lot of challenges here and now, but the truth of the matter is the technology we're deploying, the sophistication that we have on the technical side, and then of course the finance side, there is no other place to be. So, in my mind, I mean, you guys name another industry. I mean, maybe you go to work for Elon and send stuff to Mars, but beyond that, this is it.
I love that. That's very inspirational. You got anything to add, Richard?
Well, I was just thinking about that during Gavin's response. And when I got out of school, I went to work for a major, and I immediately started to do very, very well. And part of it was because I was very technically oriented. My personality is no different than today as it was then. And so I just basically never stopped trying to figure out a way to do it better. And that was recognized. And then I was asked to go overseas for the first time. And I had other plans. So I came back, and then the management changed. And all of a sudden they pigeonholed me. And they started to put these restrictions on me. And that was not me. Yeah, it's just like, wait, I don't want to be here. And so in a fairly short time, I started going down sizes in companies. And, it's probably not something you should really recommend anybody these days. But I changed companies 6 times in 8 years. Well, what happened in that process is that every time, I was good at what I did. Every time I changed, I went up a level in management. So when I was in my late 30s, I was managing small companies. And that gave me the exposure and the ability not just to learn new stuff, because I was going to say knowledge is power in this business. And when you don't have that knowledge and you don't have the power, that's when you start making mistakes. And so that just grew and it grew and it grew. And then I became really, really good at integrated studies and started my own company. And we ended up with some very sophisticated reservoir simulation models. And some of my models, which I visited years after I left the companies I was with, they were still running the same models 10 years afterwards because they were so well built. But I'm a petroleum engineer, but I also studied geology. And so that's where knowledge is power. And so young people that want to get in this business, and this is one thing I really encouraged on the teams that I had, no matter where I was. If you're an engineer, take geology classes or geophysics or petrophysics. If you're a geologist or a petrophysicist or whatever, take engineering classes. It all comes into integration. And the more you know and the more you can integrate your knowledge to everybody else, you'll be successful. And I think that's what made me successful. And that's what made me successful in my job. But, I'm not sure how to make that message to a 21-something kid in university getting ready to walk out the degree with his little flat top hat. Because he's probably already got his mind made up.
Yeah, but I think Richard, I think I don't know that the current generation gets enough credit. I mean, I do think that their technical sophistication and capability is significant.
I think what you just described, there are minds out there today with a tool set coming out of these universities that's perfect for it. I mean, that would really enjoy exactly what you're talking about, who are vastly more well equipped to build technical models than I ever will be or ever was.
So, it really depends on the individual and what he wants out of his life and what a personality he has. And if that individual can find a mentoring manager that helps him along and guides him and encourages him, that young person will probably excel.
Agreed.
Excuse me.
I think that's a great point, Richard. And that's why I owe a lot of Josh for that. Thank you, Josh. You got me in this company and you trained me a lot early on. He's the only reason this PHDwin Week is going, by the way, guys. He's kind of been a wallflower in this conversation, but he's been a big part of my career, and he's been the one that is really the backbone on this thing. So thank you very much, Josh, for that. Thank you all for coming on here and being part of PHDwin Week. This is an ongoing discussion, and this is something, the part of the PHDwin Week, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to elevate the discussion in the industry, because I feel like there's a lot of siloing. What you talked about, Richard, about these different disciplines, I talk to people at big companies. I get these guys that get laid off from big companies, and they're trying to restart their career. And all they knew at the big company was one part of the job. All they would play with is the decline curve.
Very small.
Very narrow. And so I'm teaching them about economics and all that, and they're learning it 20 years into their career or something along those lines. And that's a difficult place to pick it up. But then I talk to other engineers, young engineers that go to small companies, and they got to kind of play the geologist and the fundraiser and the engineer, and they're actually opening the mail and all that. And I feel like that cross-training, that broader knowledge is what builds up people that really make an impact on this industry. And so hopefully some of those people watching, I know just from the YouTube chat, there's some young faces that are watching this and are part of it. So thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much, Gavin, for sharing your knowledge on this and being part of PHDwin Week. I'll go ahead and let y'all do some closing thoughts. I'll let you go first, Gavin.
I would just encourage the industry, and I'd encourage not just the people who are in it and have been in it and maybe have seen a few different logos change as I have. I would just encourage everyone. We do have a very unique industry full of remarkable professionals. We all kind of maybe snicker a little bit about our HR group, but I do fundamentally hold that the human resource is the most valuable part of our industry. We continue to innovate and we continue to produce a resource that the world otherwise would not function without. So I'm grateful for you inviting me to participate this week. It's actually been a lot of fun. Hopefully some of what I brought to the table is of value, but I would just encourage everyone and tell everyone, never give up. Just keep going.
Awesome. Closing thoughts, Josh.
I just want to say one of the best things I think any person coming out right now can do is kind of lesson I learned from my alma mater, Southwestern there in Georgetown, is a true dedication to lifelong learning. You should be approaching every day with, I can learn something from someone today. That's what one of the great things about Richard's team was. Every day I could hear from a geologist or an engineer or a reserves manager about something I'd never heard about. Maybe not even impact my life in a regular way, but I learned something from them every single day. And still to this day, I go to training and train clients all the time. They're new to the software, but I learned something in how they're viewing it and how they're interacting with it and how their business operates. So the people coming out today, learn as much as you can, talk to as many people as you can, try and figure out as much about the whole business as you can, and you'll be really successful. You'll never know who that person that's going to hire you for the next job may came from a department that you talk to randomly, and they just recognize you and they know that you were dedicated to learning your job and doing it well.
Thank you, Josh. Richard, what's your closing thoughts?
Well, I think the first thing I want to say is thank you to all you guys over there at GRC, and special thanks to Dave for thinking about asking me to do this. At first, I responded absolutely yes, not having any idea what I was getting into, because I spent 8 days on that thing, because I went through 6 years of history and tried to compress it into something that could tell the story. But I will say that I've absolutely thoroughly enjoyed this effort and this process and being back involved in this regard. And I've always believed, as we talk about younger people in the business, I've always been a believer in mentorship and bringing up the young and the unexperienced to a higher level. And the more we do that, the more success we as a nation and as a people will achieve. And you have to leave it at that. If we do not reach out and ask to bring in people who want to be part of it and teach them the tools that they need to be successful, well, we're not going to go anywhere. And as we know, this business gets more and more complicated all the time, but with the proper knowledge and understanding, it really isn't that complicated. You know, Gavin, you were talking about horizontal wells. Well, I used to work on Prudhoe Bay. That goes back into the 70s. And we were drilling 25,000 foot wells way out to the side, long before we had measurement well drilling. Now, try to put those two facts together and understand, well, how did we get to where we are today? Because back in those days, you didn't drill down and then just sidetrack. You had to plan a full trajectory using all the tools at the time. And that was not always easy, but, you know, we learned how to do it, and we finally got there. So, you know, knowledge is power. Having fun at work makes you wake up in the morning. It makes you feel like you want to go out and do something new and teach something to someone. So thanks again for inviting me to do this. I'm very happy that the presentation was accepted as being at least interesting. And I look forward to maybe seeing all you guys again.
Richard, I have to
Thank you
say
very
this. As the director of PHDwin Week, it is an honor to have you on. You're a legend at TRC. You always will be. What you've done across the world is something that, to the end of this company, we're going to be bragging about, working with you. And Gavin, I can't wait to do more work with your team. Starting tomorrow morning, we got Brandon gotten a great presentation at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, talking about his experiences this year, doing more with PHDwin. I can't wait to move forward with y'all and help y'all with integrations and everything we need to get y'all successful.
Well,
So,
thank you, Jonathan, for the partnership as well, and thanks for having me on both the panel and with this Q&A session.
Well, it's more than my pleasure. You'll both have a standing invite. If y'all ever have something to say, PHDwin Week has an opening for y'all. So y'all just reach out and let us know. I just want to give the audience real quick. So we're starting again at 9 a.m. Central. I'm going to have Courtney Stevens, a really good molder of young people, someone that's trained a lot of people, brought them into the industry from liberal arts backgrounds and all that, and made them really effective technicians. We're going to sit down with her at 9 a.m. and talk a little bit about what her process is for that. And then we're going to get to Brandon Penner, one of the stronger users I was talking about earlier. Been PHDwin and what his experience has been in the last year, right? And then we've got a great ethics discussion later on in the afternoon. So be sure to catch in for day 3 of PHDwin Week. But for now, guys, thank y'all very much for y'all's time. I really appreciate y'all coming on, y'all's contributions. So y'all have a great day.
A real pleasure to meet all you guys. Have a good one, okay?
Bye, guys.
Cheers.